emerged from his great-grandparents' private room, he was greeted with a host of curious stares that scanned him from head to toe. They wanted to know who the hell had commanded the attention of great-grandfather and great-grandmother for more than an hour. "He doesn't look that impressive," someone whispered. "I've never seen him before. Never heard of him before. He looks quite plain. What's so special about him that the two elders chatted with him for such a long time?" When second uncle saw Fang Zhao emerge, he rushed forward and asked, "How come you were in there for so long? Great-grandfather and great-grandmother weren't angry, were they?" Second aunt glared at him. Second uncle made it sound like Fang Zhao was bound to upset the two elders. "What kind of mood were they in?" Second aunt asked. "A pretty good mood. They were in good spirits," Fang Zhao responded. "You had such a long chat. Seems like great-grandfather has taken a liking to you," Fang Yu said. Fang Zhao smiled but didn't speak. Noticing the probing looks that surrounded them, second aunt dragged Fang Zhao to a corner and whispered, "Fang Zhao, did great-grandfather give you a red packet?" "Yes, he gave me 10 years' worth." When she heard the answer, second aunt got a sense of where Fang Zhao stood. She didn't press him for the exact amount. She had just been wondering if her nephew left a good impression. The fact that he remembered Fang Zhao, gave him 10 years' worth of red packets, and chatted with him for such a long time meant great-grandfather was in a good mood. The two elders were reminiscing about their military service. "That's why it took longer than usual," Fang Zhao said. Fang Zhao didn't raise his voice much, but it was just loud enough for curious bystanders to hear. Once they heard that great-grandfather had been rambling on about this military service, the onlookers exchanged knowing looks. No wonder it had taken so long. Great-grandfather had gone down memory lane again. That explained everything and dashed their curiosity. Great-grandfather didn't have much to say to the relatives that followed Fang Zhao, probably because he had talked too much with Fang Zhao. His wife did all the talking, although she didn't say much either. Seeing a series of younger Fangs who stuttered through their sentences put great-grandfather Fang in a bad mood again. As an elder, he wanted to be generous, but he couldn't fake laughter. All he could do was keep a stern face, which terrified the young ones even more. Great-grandfather Fang signaled his wife to keep her comments brief and send them packing with their gift money. It was all about the red packets, wasn't it? Or they needed a favor from the two elders. Just listening to the requests was painful. The couple were happy to lend a helping hand to younger Fangs who were regular visitors. As for those who never showed and stuck their hands out for red packets and favors, not slapping them in the face was courtesy enough. What else could they expect? Faced with his descendants that fell into the second category, great-grandfather Fang regretted not keeping Fang Zhao longer. Great-grandfather Fang was a bit more inquisitive when granting second uncle and his family their audience. He asked about Fang Yu's upcoming military service. He was surprised to find out the issue had been resolved. Fang Zhao didn't bring up his role in the matter. Second uncle was worried about causing Fang Zhao trouble, so he hadn't told anyone about it, but he still brought it up in passing while meeting with great-grandfather Fang. Fang Zhao took care of it. Who was his connection? Great-grandfather was curious now. Great-grandfather Fang waited until second uncle and his family had left before turning to his wife to ask, "Say, what is that kid Fang Zhao up to? If he can land a preferential posting on his own, why did he ask about our military service? Did he genuinely want some advice? How would I know?" Great-grandmother Fang was surprised too. She had never expected Fang Zhao to wield such influence at a young age. She had underestimated him. I still think the kid is up to something. Great-grandfather Fang started getting suspicious. "If you're still not convinced, just keep an eye on the news," great-grandmother Fang said. By then, second uncle and his family had left the house. They had no idea what great-grandfather and great-grandmother were thinking. They headed straight home after the meeting. During the train ride, Fang Zhao noticed many big-screen displays showing news reports about Battle of the Century and the latest trailers. Gamers were bound to be ecstatic this year. It was just the beginning of the year and Battle of the Century had yet to be released, but the buzz had already started simmering. The online poll for the game's virtual idol endorsers for each continent organized by Rising Dragon was about to kick off. It would start in Huangzhou and continue in other continents. Yenzhou would be up soon. Fang Yu was browsing headlines on his bracelet. Various news outlets were speculating who Fiery Bird would pick as the game's public face in Yenzhou. Would his be Tongshan True Entertainment's top idol Miyu? Or Neon Culture's Andy Leo? Or Silver Wing's Polar Light, the bombshell that debuted at the end of last year? Say, Big Brother Zhao, who do you think will win the endorsement deal? Fang Yu asked. I don't know. That's Fiery Bird's decision, Fang Zhao responded. Speaking of Polar Light, Big Brother Zhao, is this you? Fang Yu showed Fang Yu a screen capture. It was a screen capture combining the credits at the end of the 3 music videos from the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. The name of the producer had been circled. Fang Zhao glanced at the image and nodded. Yes, that's me. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Big Brother Zhao. What? Big Brother Zhao, think you could get me a signed photo of Macchiato? Fang Yu was in his face. Fang Zhao knew about Macchiato. She was one of Silver Wing's top actresses. She had a sweet face, although Fang Zhao had never worked with her and didn't know how the film department operated. I'll look into it. If I can get one, I'll send it over, Fang Zhao said. I want one too. I want one too. Fang Qi wanted a piece of the action as well. Big Brother Zhao. Big Brother Zhao, I want Vicky's signed photo. You gotta hold on to it if you can swing one. Vicky was another actress signed to Silver Wing. She was a grade A star. Fang Zhao would have never thought a young kid like Fang Qi would be a Vicky fan. No problem. I'll hang on to them if I get them. Fang Zhao then smiled at Fang Ling. Little Belle, are you a fan of any celebrities? If they're signed to Silver Wing, I'll try to get a signed photo for you. Fang Ling pondered the question briefly and shook her head. Then she took out a card she'd gotten from a young female staffer at the retirement home. Upon inserting it into a card reader, it displayed an animation of song and poetry. It was an early education product. Fang Ling handed the card to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was confused. This is for me. Fang Ling blinked her eyes and said, Big Brother Zhao, will you sign it for me? Fang Zhao froze then said with a laugh, I don't have a pen. I'll sign it for you when we get home. When they got home, Little Belle brought out some 20 similar cards she had collected and had Fang Zhao sign all of them. She was still young and didn't have an idol, but she had heard someone say that if you meet your idol, you should get his or her signature. In Little Belle's eyes, Fang Zhao, who had bought her tons of candy, was her idol. Fang Yu and Fang Yi joined the party. They found cards of their own and had Fang Zhao sign them. Big Brother Zhao, did you compose the first 3 movements of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series? Fang Yu asked. What do you think? Fang Zhao said. I have no idea. But you don't have to explain, Big Brother Zhao. I read online about the confidentiality rules for virtual idol staffers. Fang Yu thought the mainstream press speculation was right, the credits Silver Wing had revealed were a front. The real composer had yet to be unveiled. Who was it? Ming Tsang had suggested it was just one person and not an entire team. The answer had to wait until the release of the 4th movement. Still, not everyone could be a front man. From the perspective of Fang Yu and his siblings, Fang Zhao was already a stud for being able to take credit as a producer, even if he was being used as cover. After Memorial Day, Fang Zhao spent another 3 days in Yanbei before returning to Qian. As the launch of the Rising Dragon online poll neared, Yenzhou's big three entertainment companies started jockeying for position. They rolled out their respective online ad campaigns. The entertainment media was caught up in a frenzy, as if journalists had been injected with amphetamine. Guangzhou. Rising Dragon Headquarters. Online voting in the fifth continent has begun. Next up is Yenzhou. They have 3 candidates this year. Yenzhou is typically a two-way race. That's because the third member of the big three, Silver Wing, never produces virtual idols, but they did this year. I think the idol was tailor-made for the race for the endorsement deal. Regardless of Silver Wing's actual intentions, in terms of voting, an extra competitor means more news. This is good for us. The Rising Dragon editor in charge of the online poll called the publication's Yenzhou Bureau. Get ready to launch online voting in Yenzhou on February 8th. February 8th was also the release date for the last movement in the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. On February 8th, in the early hours of the morning, the internet was abuzz. The 3 big entertainment companies had mobilized all their stars to campaign for votes. Polar Light, being the only successful virtual idol that Silver Wing Media had produced, received the full backing of the entire company. Regardless of whether they were fresh newcomers or A-listers who had finally made it to the top, they all chipped in to campaign for votes. In all the years of Yenzhou's history, this was the first time on the virtual idol stage that all 3 big entertainment companies were having a public competition. However, there was a different group of people who were paying close attention to the new song releases at 8 a.m. At over 160 years old, Xue Jing did not follow his usual routine of heading to the garden downstairs for his morning stroll. Instead, he sat in his study and turned on his audio and projection systems as he waited for 8 a.m. to arrive. On his table was a paper notebook and a pen. He wanted to jot down his thoughts and analysis moments after he finished listening to the 4th movement. Compared to electronic recording methods, Xue Jing was more inclined toward manual records, as they had more feeling. Beside the table was a pile of books. Some were a compilation of Xue Jing's teaching materials, and some were books written by other people that he used as reference. Many people of the same profession felt that Xue Jing's mission to compile analysis and production guides for symphonic musical compositions was an unwise decision. This genre was too arrogant and unpopular. Talented people in this field tended to conceal themselves. Publicly writing them out would not amount to much, as they were viewed as specious nonsense. From past textbooks of symphonic music, some people who purchased the books would give a poor review after flipping through, and whoever compiled it would get a scolding. It was simply an arduous and unrewarding task. Yet every time Xue Jing heard this sort of talk, he would only smile. When people asked for names of other contributing composers, Xue Jing would only smile but not reply. As Xue Jing analyzed the 3 movements of the Period of Destruction series, the deeper he delved, the more apprehension and admiration he felt. He admired Fang Zhao's drive and ability and was astonished at his audacity and progress. In the 3 movements, many times there were unfashionable methods that had been neglected for years, but in those 3 movements, they perfectly fit in the movement and expressed the artistic concept. Just one more left, Xue Jing muttered. Actually, after hearing the first 2 movements, one could understand the intention and purpose of the creator. The 3rd movement's theme was war, and the 4th movement should be a conclusion. At the stroke of 8, Xue Jing turned on his audio-visual platform and adjusted his equipment, and the music video appeared clearly before him. The image displayed a somber scene at the crack of dawn. Continuing at the end of the 3rd movement, the comprehensive fighting continued. However, the scene was not as bleak and gloomy. The essence of the music was not as urgent and restrictive as before. At the beginning of the 4th movement, an alternating rhythm appeared. Differing by a semitone, the 2 tones were the opposite, one dark and gloomy, one bright and upbeat. The sounds of a treble violin and double bass as different as heaven and earth created a vastness and made the imagery of the music distinct. The short brief notes portrayed the fierce wind at daybreak that chilled one to the bone. Every strand of hair on the body felt as it was feeling the flow of air. The tremor of a cello added to the emphasis as the killer intent emitted from this battle to survive made one shiver. The bodies of tree men who were on an all-out attack were splattered with mud. Every branch seemed to be oozing thick blood and killing intent as they carried their valiant selves forward in a reckless fashion, attacking every savage beast within their sights. These beasts that plundered their place in the world. A trombone and a woodwind score combined together alongside some muted whistles from a trumpet. The originally stiff tone became rough and bleak as the savage beasts became timid, cowering under the relentless counterattacks of the tree men. The brutal beasts that were unparalleled in slaughter became weak and exhausted as the cold wind of the morning screamed through and they trembled in fear. Unlike before, the strength of the woodwind tones was gradually accumulating. In the image, the tree men were pushing on as the sinister-looking beasts were put on the back foot and forced to retreat. In the midst of a rough-sounding brass whistle, the eerie and vicious beasts reached their final struggle, snarling and snapping, appearing fierce while they were actually cowardly at heart. A fist enveloped by a biting cold killing intent locked onto the front beast's heart area. Like a pike that had been grinded sharp, it pierced through without the slightest hesitation. The savage beast that had just been attacked flew through the air in an arc and landed in a nearby lake. The surface of the lake split apart as the beast landed in it, struggling for 2 seconds before sinking. On the surface of the lake, there were also some broken tree branches, scattered about messily. The figure took a look at the lake. A powerful string symphony started, carrying a sorrow that had been held for so long. Yet at the same time, the unceasing string symphony also brought a sense of tenacity and unyielding spirit. Compared to brass and percussion, string had a sort of gentleness, but it was not invariably gentle. Amidst the gentleness, it could be firm. The sorrow was no longer derived from them being weak but had transformed into a firm and explosive form. The figure in the image turned around and began running toward the hilltop facing him. As the figure ran up the hill, sparse wild grass swayed in the wind brought about by the figure's footsteps. Beast after beast was beaten and stomped on. The coordination between the tree men was seamless. This was the result of an understanding born by countless fights to the death. Step by step, they moved forward. Step by step, they climbed higher. When the figure finally reached the summit, in the midst of the combination between trombone and woodwind scores, the woodwind tones that had been gradually accumulating eventually exploded. The woodwind score separated by 3 octaves played, assembling a vast tone, describing the view from the summit of the hill, wide and extensive. The battlefield at the bottom was littered with corpses of both beasts and trees. Compared to the start, most of the silhouettes moving about on the ground were not the plundering beasts but the tree man's fellow comrades. Everywhere, in all directions, were the brave figures of comrades in combat. A bugle call signaled the harmony in full swing. The reverberating sounds signified that this war was finally reaching its epilogue. The drumbeats were no longer that urgent, now raising one's spirit. The beating of the timpani that people of the new era were familiar with was the foundation. A more primitive drumbeat combined. This was music from a different time and space fusing magically and perfectly. It seemed as if they had survived through an endless winter without any sunshine. When the figure on the summit raised his head, he watched as the clouds slowly parted and the golden beam of sunlight shone down from the heavens. The pair of bloodied fists that had just slayed countless beasts began to tremble non-stop. In his eyes, it was clear that he was moved after enduring silently for so long. His eyes were brimming with tears. The sunlight seemingly brought about a scorching warmness as it melted away all the coldness in them brought about by the war and touched the most gentle parts of their hearts. They had last seen this sort of sunlight a long time ago. It represented warmth and hope. They had been a group of ordinary creatures who had endured suffering on the land they stood on. They had experienced unimaginable hardships and despair. In their most dire of straits, they had made a stand in the frigid land and won themselves freedom and a new life, but what they wanted to win was a world. The turbulent feelings erupted as a rallying cry came from the summit of the hill. The majestic music matched up with a resounding male voice seemingly bringing about immeasurable strength, as if rallying the entire world. In the middle of the brass and string ensemble, an impassioned harmony signified the merriment of seeing the sunlight once again, celebrating this hard-fought victory. The drawing of the bow on a violin. As if the time had come for the world to recover and be reborn. The once muddy water of the lake became clear as the dithering clouds in the sky reflected off it. Broken branches and remains that were floating on the lake had all but sunk in. The previously sparse ground beside the lake was now covered with an exuberant underbrush. The tempo was vigorous and free from inhibitions as the drumbeats blended. Tree men both big and small ran around, stepping in the now lush grassland. There was no hint of urgency or tension, only joyous excitement. From today onward, those savage and bloodthirsty figures will never be seen again. From today onward, they need not worry about being homeless and running for their lives. From today onward, the world will become a new world. So, is it possible to rest yet? It is. In the vigorous harmony, the woodwind impetus was powerful and expansive. The string score was continuously rising. The forceful drum beats beat down. Combined together, it seemed like it was foretelling the scene that was about to unfold. The figure right at the front of the tree men stood up on a high slope, watching his idle and free comrades all around. Treading on the soft soil below, he let out a bright and relieved smile. Under the warm sunlight, he relaxed and extended both arms, his fists finally spread apart. His arms became branches stretching out in all directions. His legs became roots, penetrating deep into the soil and taking root. Seemingly reborn. The tree men all around, after finding a suitable place, spread out the fists and arms and took root. Under the sunlight, the bare branches sprouted out tender green leaves filled with the iridescence of life. Some exotic humming of a man was accompanied by electronic music as a brand new, rich, and diverse world unfolded. Sounds produced by different instruments of the string family played different roles. Like the departed spirits of those who had sacrificed themselves in the war were looking down from above on the new world. It also seemed like the quiet muttering of those who had never experienced this new life before and the complicated and excited voices of the tree men who had once again taken root. The corpses from the war were covered by dust and newly grown vegetation. That catastrophic war had destroyed many lives, but at the same time, it fostered a newly awakened life. The earth, full of opportunities, had freshness, yet it also had decay, but at least it was expanding in a proper direction. From above, looking down on the boundless land, the whole world had once more become tranquil and peaceful, as if the catastrophic calamity had never befallen. But beneath the peaceful appearance of this world were the tenacious souls who had survived this difficult time. What is eternal? How long is an eternity? No one knows. If another calamity happens, they will rise up once anew. Life goes on without stopping. War does not stop it. In the image, the scene zoomed through the land that already had flourishing forests. In the places where sunlight did not reach, there was no haze nor gloom. Only a bright and mystical sky full of stars. The harmony gradually quieted down. An elegant yet slightly rueful and distressed string score slowly became lighter. The deep and low male voice gradually dissipated in the midst of the strings. Words appeared on the screen. Lead character, polar light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100-year period of destruction, fourth movement, eternal. Producer, Fang Zhao. Production team, Polar Light Project Team, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wan, Song Miao, Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Wing Tian, Stiller, Zhang Yu, Rodney. A Silver Wing Media release. Xue Jing stared at the list of names on the screen, sighing and shaking his head. Partly in disbelief and partly glad that he had found a gem. Fang Zhao, that little fellow. Rocking his head, Xuejing picked up a pen and wrote this in his notebook. Polar light, from an ordinary peaceful creature all the way till he led the colony to counter-attack, was an epic journey. Every melody in the movement brought about an intense realism and was stunning. As if the creator had actually experienced it for himself. When all 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction series had finally been completed and released, those specializing in music turned their focus to analyzing it. Yenzhou Music Association, widely regarded as the industry's most authoritative organization, had a post on their production, Voice of Yenzhou. On their homepage, Dina, a deputy head of the Music Association, had written an evaluation. Is it the pursuit of life or the pondering of the spirit? In the 100-year period of destruction, the techniques included in the 4 epic movements have given rise to a new round of investigative probing. Shortly after, other professionals followed with their own analysis. Explaining the golden points of the 4th movement in the 100-year period of destruction. Today, where music is so commercialized, symphonic music welcomes yet another peak. Other than professionals involved with the industry, yet another group of people were also paying close attention to the music releases. The medical team set up to observe Ming Ye's condition had been waiting. From their point of view, the 4 movements constituted to an entire course of treatment. As soon as the 4th movement was released, they entered a busy stage. The whole virus was researched by the whole world and seemed to be a difficult problem. It had always seemed as if there was a door blocking the way of research. Now it was as if they had their hands on a set of complete keys to open the door. How much further they could step inside was all up to them. However, only music industry professionals and medical professionals were following this piece of news. The attention of the rest of the populace was online, following the highly discussed voting battle and other entertainment-related topics. Rising Dragon's branch in Yenzhou had set up the voting platform. Silver Wing's Polar Light, Tongshan's Miyu, and Neon Culture's Andy Leo, these 3 popular idols were up for votes. Who is going to win the endorsement deal for Battle of the Century? Previously, some people had said that even if Silver Wing Media produced a virtual idol this time, the competition would still be a 2-way battle between the virtual idol powerhouses Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment. But looking at the numbers on the voting board, the distance between them was not that large. The gap might seem close, but just wait and see. In 2 days, there will be an obvious gap. Right now, all 3 big companies have mobilized their personalities to campaign for votes. In 2 days, when the buzz dies down, we will then be able to see the influence of each individual virtual idol. Polar Light relied on the 4 movements to get popular, but in terms of influence, he definitely is not as strong as the other 2, a reviewer from the media deduced. Whether it was Miyu or Andy Leo, both had been developing for 2 years already. 2 years accumulated to give rise to where they were now. As for Polar Light, whether it was his appearance or the debut appearance, it was somewhat a novelty and not in line with mainstream tastes. Polar Light's fan base is mainly made up of older people or those with enriching military experiences who would know how to appreciate this sort of music. Younger people will not like it. However, these remarks received a slap in their faces shortly after. At the voting platform, each candidate had a message board. Silver Wing Media's operations team watched, dumbfounded, as the message board on the voting platform for Polar Light was continuously flooded with comments. "Did you employ fake fans?" one operations staff member asked another. "Nope. Weren't we supposed to gauge the situation first?" The operations staff member seated in front turned his head and said, "Secondary school students have a long memorial holiday. They are on vacation. It is just them having too much free time." At this moment, those watching the voting for the endorsement deal realized that from Silver Wing Media's Polar Lights column came a flood of comments in a different style. "For the new world. For the Tree Men's glory. Tree Men have nothing to fear. The enemy is crafty, to actually call for backup. Stand firm, brothers. Second year of Qian number 1 secondary school leading troops to provide assistance. Qian number 12 secondary school contingent reporting. Yanxi number 6 secondary school contingent reporting. Fancy meeting a schoolmate here. Those behind, brothers from Yandong, Yannan, Yanbei, hurry and catch up. Oh. I have enrolled, my imaginary branch fell off. Pick it up. Comrades, catch your imaginary branches. The masses observing the continuous rolling comments. Every word is a drama, someone moaned. Getting too engrossed in shows. To really think they are tree men covered in branches from head to toe. Why don't they say that their heads have started blooming? Nevertheless, the bizarre style of comments continued. Magu City, follow me. Where is Jinggang City's squadron? Soldier on, reinforcements will arrive at any time. Liizhou reinforcements reporting in. This comment that had just appeared not only made those who had been playing about happily stop, it also caught the attention of the observing masses, as well as the companies. Liizhou? Renault's Liizhou? How did people from Liizhou end up here? Originally, only a small number came from Liizhou to join the fun, but following that, more and more people from Liizhou appeared at the message boards. Which superstar celebrity of Silver Wing Media managed to do this, some tried to guess. But quickly, these thoughts were easily denied after thinking it through. An intercontinentally developed superstar celebrity would not enter the fray that easily. Participating in such an event would bring about much more influence, even to the point of completely controlling votes. An internationally recognized superstar would have taken a lot of time and effort to reach the top, and their company would not rashly play their card. Besides, the company's control over such superstars would not be strong. Whether the company said it was for employment relations or for collaborations, the company could not forcefully make such a request. Therefore, this kind of voting was normally limited to within the continent, and participating in campaigning were only the company's A-listers and those below. In terms of influence, there were limitations, and there was the blockade of foreign media too. Generally, people from other continents would not take part. But what was happening now? Why are there people from Liizhou? Neon Culture's staff thus inquired with Rising Dragon's branch about such large-scale intercontinental campaigning. How was it not against the rules? Rising Dragon's Yenzhou branch said that the rules and regulations had never been restricted to the region. This round's Yenzhou voting platform also had no restrictions regarding voters from other continents. If one had the capability to garner votes across the world, Rising Dragon would approve with 2 thumbs up. This was a testament to one's popularity. In no time, everyone found out that, on Liizhou's side, it was wireless media that was campaigning for votes. The industry's media began to guess that Silver Wing Media and wireless media surely had some secret transactions. At the same time, Liizhou's wireless media had contacted Silver Wing, and they were discussing collaboration matters. It did not involve music. Wireless media was a film company. They still had no plans to disrupt Liizhou's music industry. The collaboration they had in mind was regarding a film arrangement. Zero's wireless media had started preparations for the next movie. However, Zero was not trying to flatter anyone. Rather, he wanted to curry favor for his great-grandfather. The third movement had gotten him an influential shortcut. Thus, Zero was serious now, spending a considerable sum to engage a well-known scriptwriter and director. He had decided to film a movie depicting exalted heroes of the war. Zero himself was going to be acting, and he was brushing up on his acting skills. At the same time, he instructed the company to contact Silver Wing Media regarding a collaboration. Silver Wing's Polar Light had only started a while back, right? Movies and films will surely come about, so why not collaborate with wireless media? Generally, Liizhou's film companies would use their local actors. Regardless whether they were real people or virtual idols, using actors from their own continent made it easier to receive the support of the viewing masses. After all, actors had their fan bases within their own continent, making it easier to garner box office sales. However, Zero's aim now was not to earn money but rather to win the favor of his great-grandfather. When the fourth movement came out, Zero used certain means to get the final movement of the 100-year period of destruction series and send it straight to his great-grandfather. To appear frequently before his great-grandfather would bring about many benefits. Nowadays, whatever pleased his great-grandfather, Zero would do. His great-grandfather did not mind people from foreign continents, so he would not either. It did not matter if he earned less or paid more as long as he was able to be in the good books of his great-grandfather, he would have achieved his purpose. Helping to campaign for votes was a show of wireless media sincerity. Even when it got noisy outside, Fang Zhao paid no heed. He sat in his office writing down his composing thoughts as well as some techniques and feelings he used when composing. He had written some before, and today he would write down the remainder. As for others, he would decide when the time came. After finishing, he sent the electronic file to Xue Jing. Somewhere in Qian, Xue Jing was writing down his analysis of the fourth movement when he heard a notification and saw that he had received a file from Fang Zhao. After reading through it, Xue Jing just stood blankly on the spot. For the textbook he was compiling, Xue Jing wanted to discuss with Fang Zhao about his composing philosophy and sources of inspiration. He hoped that Fang Zhao could impart a little of his experience, allowing more people to come in contact with music of this style and learn a few techniques. How much Fang Zhao wanted to impart was all up to him. Xue Jing had never expected Fang Zhao to write so much. A textbook like this normally contained over 100,000 words, at most 200,000. The book would also contain various musical scores and analytical diagrams. Xue Jing had only planned to write about 100,000 words, touching more on newer topics that were never raised and briefly mentioning older topics. The file sent over by Fang Zhao contained 30,000 words. That was already a third of Xue Jing's estimated word limit. Moreover, it all contained Fang Zhao's production experiences as well as composing techniques. All that was written was not at all vague. Even though he had included ancient techniques, all his ancient and modern musical techniques were explained very thoroughly. When Xue Jing finished reading, he immediately contacted Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao, do you know the implication of what you have written? One could start a paid training class or accept a few disciples as a means of extra income. Lots of people in the industry did so. However, Fang Zhao had actually written all of his methods down. When this was all placed into a publicly available textbook, it would not bring Fang Zhao as much income. I know, Fang Zhao replied. Are there any problems with the content? There are no issues. I just wanted to ensure that you are really all right with compiling all this. Xue Jing asked once again. Whether to compile or not, the decision lies solely in your hands. Fang Zhao knew what Xue Jing meant. It was just that he had chosen to share his own experiences and techniques publicly. He did not know how long he would get to stay in this world. He was grateful for having the chance to once again open his eyes and see the world. During the end of days, he had thought that, if he had the chance, he wished to pass on every single one of his skills and techniques, if at all possible. Who would not want to live longer? This life was an unlikely accident. Not everyone would get a chance like this. He would use whatever experiences and techniques he had learned in his lifetime and leave them in a book that would be passed on to future generations. He hoped that this time, on his gravestone, the words, "a composer," would be on it. Xue Jing sighed deeply upon receiving Fang Zhao's confirmation. I got it. Hanging up, Xue Jing remained silent for a while. He then removed Fang Zhao's name from the column for contributors, and placed him in an empty column labeled Deputy Editor. On the other end, after the call with Xue Jing ended, Fang Zhao received yet another call from Duan Qinji. Come to the top floor office. Ming-san wishes to thank you in person. After the fourth movement was released, Ming-san spent some time with his son alongside the medical team checking on the progress of the treatment. As soon as his son had shown signs of a reaction, he came over to Silver Wing Media looking for Duan Xinji. Ever since the first movement had been released, he had wanted to meet the composer of the piece. Just as he had previously said, the composer behind the four movements was like a god to him and his family. The composer had pulled them out from their despair that had lasted for a long time, giving them hope. Therefore, Ming Song wanted to thank that composer in person. But previously, Silver Wing Media had continuously prevented him from doing so. Furthermore, they did not want any disturbances for the composer before all the movements were completed. Thus, Ming Song had waited and waited until this day, when the four movements had all been released, and he hurriedly rushed over. Besides, Silver Wing Media were going to publicly announce the name list of the real project team, so why not let him thank the composer first? After Duan Xianji had informed that composer to come up, Ming Song felt somewhat nervous. Perhaps it was the excitement that he was going to meet his benefactor, or perhaps it was the expectation that he was going to meet some great master. Drinking another cup of water, Ming Song heard Duan Xianji's office door open. Raising his head to look, he saw a young man walking in. Behind him, there was no one else. Ming Song knew who Fang Zhao was. He had checked up on all the names listed on the end credits of the music video and thus knew the youngster who had been placed as the front. However, this was their company policy, so he did not say anything. He guessed that, from what he knew about Duan Xianji, this youngster that had been chosen to act as a shield would have received lots of benefits as well. Ming Song was just here to see his benefactor and did not intend to involve himself with any of Silver Wing's internal affairs. Ming Song gave Fang Zhao a kindly glance, like that of an elder. His look was partially encouraging, partially sympathizing, and the remainder was courtesy. Nodding his head slightly, Ming Song retracted his gaze and continued to wait. In his heart he wondered which great master from the industry would show up. However, the techniques and methods used in the four movements were unfamiliar. Within the industry, he had asked at least half but had had no luck. Could they have been under a confidentiality agreement and thus did not dare to tell the truth? But seriously, there was not even a little bit of information. Who could it be? Ming Song pondered hard. Fang Zhao was puzzled by the look Ming Song had given him. He walked over to a chair and sat down. Duan Xianji coughed lightly. President Ming. Ming Song looked over, not understanding the situation. Duan Xianji pointed at Fang Zhao. This is the person you are looking for. The composer of the four movements in the 100-year period of destruction. Ming Song. He glanced at the seated Fang Zhao, then twisted his neck over to look at Duan Xianji. Seeing Duan Xianji nodding once again, Ming Song's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. So the shield that was placed in front of the masses by Silver Wing was actually an armored tank capable of besieging a city? Before coming, Ming Song had thought about all the possibilities. Whether it was someone he knew, whether it was someone he had good ties with, whether local or foreign, whether famous or unknown. He had spent a lot of time thinking this through, but when he really heard Duan Quanji confirming it, Ming Song was momentarily shocked into silence. After around a minute of silence. Fang Zhao. Ming Song still found it slightly difficult to imagine. This was totally unexpected. Just listening to the four movements, the thought had never crossed his mind that the young person who was not even half his age would actually be the one he was looking for. That's me, Fang Zhao replied. The composer of all four movements of the 100-year period of destruction. That's right. That is unexpected. After saying that, he felt that his words might have been a little inappropriate. It sounded as if he was looking down on Fang Zhao. Ming Song hurriedly said, "Sorry, what I meant to say is that it is rare to see someone so young produce that sort of work. It just feels so astonishing." As he went on, Ming Song lowered his head and laughed, took a deep breath, got up and bowed toward Fang Zhao. "Thank you. And I apologize for my lack of manners just now." Ming Song meant the look he had given Fang Zhao when he entered. Thinking back about his gaze that was filled with sympathy, Ming Tsang felt a bit embarrassed. "You are welcome, President Ming. I'm just a composer of music." Being able to contribute to the treatment of the whole virus was an unexpected blessing. "I am glad too." Fang Zhao indicated for Ming Tsang to sit down and talk. Now, he was still just a 20-plus-year-old nobody. It would not be right for him to let the deputy president of the highly esteemed Yenzhou Music Association remain standing. "It's not just you. Back then, when Professor Xue first met me, he was very surprised too," Fang Zhao told him. "Professor Xue? Is Xue Jing Professor Xue?" Ming Tsang asked. Yes. Ming Tsang knew that Duan Xianji would not lie to him. And with Xue Jing's name, it verified the authenticity of this matter. The 4 movements of 100-Year Period of Destruction were really composed by a recently graduated youngster in his 20s. After confirming, Ming Tsang dragged Fang Zhao away and he talked for quite a bit. Not as an elder or as a deputy head, rather he conversed with Fang Zhao as a fellow music professional and as a father. He told Fang Zhao about the research into Fang Zhao's works and about his son's treatment progress. They chatted for an hour and only stopped and Ming Tsang received a call. A friend from abroad had arrived in Yenzhou and was looking for Ming Tsang, so he had to leave. Before leaving, Ming Tsang thanked Fang Zhao once more, and they exchanged contact details. Ming Tsang also said that he would drop by whenever he was free to look for Fang Zhao for some discussions. As Ming Tsang left Silver Wing Tower, he made a call to Xue Jing. "Teacher Xue. You know that Fang Zhao?" Although Ming Tsang might have been a deputy head of Yenzhou Music Association, when facing the elder generation like Xue Jing, he was still very respectful. When Ming Tsang was still schooling, Xue Jing had taught him. In a more formal setting, he would address Xue Jing as Great Master. Receiving the call from Ming Tsang, Xue Jing was caught by surprise at first. But after remembering the situation with Ming Tsang's son, he understood. "I know him. You got the truth from Duan Xinji?" Xue Jing laughingly said. "I'm just leaving there." What a big shock. Ming Tsang was also smiling. It was really unimaginable. On his way, Ming Tsang thought back to his discussion with Fang Zhao. He realized when Fang Zhao was face to face with him that it did not feel like he was talking with a deputy head of Yenzhou Music Association. There was no nervousness or restraint coming from Fang Zhao as they conversed. It was really just a talk between 2 ordinary people who shared a common industry. "You do know that I received an assignment to compile a textbook," Xue Jing said. "Yes, I heard some mention of it within the community. Many said that you were getting foolish with age." Ming Tsang was in good spirits and joked with his old teacher. "But at your age, it seems like you no longer care about reputation or benefits." Xue Jing sighed ruefully. "Oh, I am foolish indeed, but there is someone even more foolish." Ming Tsang could hear gratification and admiration from those words. "Who are you talking about?" "Just Fang Zhao." "Oh. Is he one of your contributors?" Xue Jing was compiling a textbook on symphonic structures. Ming Tsang understood the logic of wanting to use the 4 movements as an actual example. "No. He is the deputy editor. If not for Silver Wing's plans, I would still want to publicly announce it right away." Xue Jing briefly went over with Ming Tsang the contents of the file that Fang Zhao had sent him. He trusted Ming Tsang's character and was not afraid that he would divulge anything. Hearing Xue Jing's unconcealable delight and appreciation through the communication device, the originally smiling face of his became serious. "Ming Tsang, I hope to pass on something genuinely meaningful and valuable. And not some elaborate assembling of shoddy work." This was what Xue Jing said to Ming Tsang before he ended to call. An hour later. On the homepage of Ming Tsang's personal social platform, a piece of information was posted. "Today I got to meet the composer of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. A surprising yet admirable person. Ming Tsang's post triggered a buzz within the industry. But whoever asked, Ming Tsang only replied with this: everyone will get to know the mysterious composer in 2 days. Silver Wing Media will publicly announce it. Ming Tsang's words were quoted by many media reports. Silver Wing also had intentions to push forth with it. They wanted to guarantee Polar Light's popularity and continuous topics for the voting during the next few days. Other than these few bits of news, they also wanted to guarantee as much media coverage as possible. Thus, there was going to be Polar Light's first interview. This sort of interview was to let people understand this virtual idol and bridge the distance, so he would not just be limited to an image in a music video. This was a channel to attract more fans and boost popularity and was advantageous for future development. Polar Light's interview had been arranged by Silver Wing Media beforehand. Whether they could attract audiences or boost his popularity, it was in the hands of a Silver Wing team that was more experienced than Fang Zhao. The person in charge was more experienced as well. The other members of the project team only needed to work according to the arrangements and did not need Fang Zhao to keep an eye on things. As for Fang Zhao, he was called up by Xue Jing to help compile materials for the textbook. Fang Zhao's thoughts and techniques written in the file could not be pasted straight into the book. They still needed some amendments. As Fang Zhao was purely a composer, he had no experience with compiling and writing books. Xue Jing found communicating online to be too much of a hassle. Hence, when he asked Fang Zhao about his working schedule and found out that Fang Zhao had no pressing matters to attend to personally, Xue Jing pulled Fang Zhao over, making it easy for them to discuss and work together. On the second day after Polar Light's first interview was announced, the fourth day of online voting, a Silver Wing Media representative officially dropped a bombshell. A beaming presenter appeared on screen and said, "Everyone has been paying attention to the production team behind this virtual idol, trying to guess the number of great masters that were behind the 100-year period of destruction. The following name list contains the real members behind the scenes of the Polar Light project team, including the composer of the 4 movements." On the screen, the 2 presenters faded, and a big and bright credits list appeared. Polar Light project producer, Fang Zhao. The 100-year period of destruction for movements composer, Fang Zhao. The 100-year period of destruction for movement songwriter, Fang Zhao. Vocals, Pang Pusong. Main production team members, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Pang Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Wing Tian, Stiller, Zhang Yu, Rodney. All the audiences online. Are you F***ing with me? Let us compare the ending subtitles of the 4 movements of the music video, 100-year period of destruction, with Silver Wing's latest news. Was there a difference? Was there? Had they just added songwriter and composer to the 4 movements of 100-year period of destruction? What treachery! After I heard the gossip, I had been waiting here since early morning, only to be made a fool. This is merely a scheme to make a fool out of others, as there isn't any change in the music video subtitles. This was not the end, though. As one scrolled up the subtitles, it revealed the undisplayed detailed name list. For example, remixers, classification songwriters, recorders, background singers, consultants, or whoever in whatever department that contributed to the whole spectrum of the project, in order of importance. Why does symphony remixer and electronic music songwriters only show Fang Zhao's name? And there is only one consultant. Fang Zhao. Do you think we will believe that? He. We. Will. Not. Reply. Is there a problem with the producers, composers, or consultants? What about the consultant team that was mentioned? Why is there only one person? I am guessing Silver Wing purposefully found a few people with the same names. Yes, this must it. I am so quick-witted, which is why I can identify all the similar names. The media who were initially enthusiastic about the headline-grabbing news were also stunned. Now, how were they going to write the news with this? Was Silverwing trying to make a fool out of others early in the morning? The editor-in-chief of Qian City's famous media company Prairie Fire, Qian Cheng, drummed his fingers while silently looking at the words on the company's television screen. "Boss, what do we do? Should we issue an article?" "I noticed that others have already published," said a staff member beside him. Qian Cheng looked at the sent message from his employee. Written on it were different categories of news from Yenzhou, all ready to trend, no matter if they was real or fake, ramblings, gossip, or even conspiracy theories. "Wait a while," Qian Cheng said while setting the messages aside. Prairie Fire was not some short-sighted media company. Though they might publish rubbish at times, they still needed the rubbish to attract readers. He understood that there were a significant number of readers who would read his news. Hence, they should not do anything rash just because of Silver Tower's ridiculous issue. 2 minutes later, Qian Cheng received 2 sets of news, which turned his grave expression into a smile. He handed the 2 messages over to his editorial staff. "We can publish now." Though many people might have received a rude awakening from Silverwing's news, at this point of time, they still tended to believe Prairie Fire more. In these turbulent times when other small and medium media companies were issuing uncredible news, Prairie Fire chose to survey the situation as usual. Their patience was thus rewarded with the issuing of a statement citing a new direction from Yenzhou Music Association's deputy head, Dina. Only 2 minutes had passed since Silverwing's bombshell when Dina had announced her views on the issue. "During the issuance of the second movement, I once said that, behind the scenes, there was an excellent symphony remixer and electronic music composer. Moreover, I have tried to derive an explanation for this by asking many others on the noble style that is unheard of in the industry, but I was left without an answer. Only through Ming-Tsang yesterday was I able to understand the truth. I always thought that the background symphony remixer and electronic music composer had to be pioneers of the industry. However, it now seems that not only are they the same person, but he is also a fresh graduate that graduated from university less than a year ago. The youngster will indeed be a force to be reckoned with in the future." A momentary confusion spread across the people who read this news. What should we make of the situation? Is Dina trying to mislead others just like Silverwing? During the heated discussion, Prairie Fire again published another piece of cited news, but this time, it was from not Dina but Ming-Tsang. Ming-Tsang had posted a photo he'd taken with Fang Zhao before he left Silverwing. Underneath, he'd written, "As mentioned, I met my benefactor 2 days ago. A surprising yet admirable person indeed." So the person beside Ming-Tsang in the photo is Fang Zhao. The same Fang Zhao mentioned in the subtitles. There is no doubt that it is him. I graduated with him. I can provide proof. The 2 public issuances from Prairie Fire caused much hesitation among the public. Since both Yenzhou Music Association's deputy heads Ming-Tsang and Dina had already given their assurances, it couldn't be a scam, right? Did this mean it had to be true? Silverwing had not just lumped people of the same name together. Was Silverwing's fictitious producer really the same Fang Zhao as shown in the music video's credits? Composing, songwriting, remixing, and consultancy were all done by the same person. Sigh, how scary is that? After the assurances from these 2 high-ranking music industry officials, the layman could only marvel at the brilliance of this young musical talent. However, those in similar professions felt shocked, as they found it hard to believe that someone could achieve such an impossible task. It seemed like Prairie Fire's previous prediction of a famous consultant backing Silverwing's production was entirely wrong. 2 professors who'd given their comments regarding the first movement, Professor Bradley from the Yenzhou University's history faculty, who specialized in the period of destruction, and Professor Koda from Yenzhou Academy University of Science and Technology, who specialized in animal mutation during the period of destruction, both fervently expressed their interest to interview this young consultant, who held simultaneous roles on academia and also his life story. Musical professionals who were in the same industry also expressed their disbelief at this news. The strong influence of the song, which brings to life the era of the period of destruction, can only be produced by someone with extraordinary skills. How can a fresh graduate produce a song that has such strong influence? Apart from readers who found it hard to accept this news, even the manager of Silver Wing's music composing department thought that Fang Zhao was an extraordinary musical freak. Before the recording, Fang Zhao was researching interesting sounds and melodies of the new century and also artistic works from the preceding era. As the computer skills of the 21st century were not that proficient, Fang Zhao had provided guidance to the electronic composers to produce the tune that he expected. In every single movement, with the hundreds of electric instruments and sounds, Fang Zhao simultaneously had taken on the roles of symphony remixer and electronic music composer to produce this brilliant musical piece. Meanwhile, the former head of Silver Wing's virtual project, Master Glyphitz, who was currently resting in Jinggan City, was sick again. Overshadowed and unable to compete, reality was the best medicine. After hearing the news from the employees back there, he finally gave up all thoughts of going back to Silver Wing. All this while, he had been trying to come to terms with his situation. However, after hearing the news, he once again suffered a huge emotional setback. Of course, unavoidably, he still gave his opposing views. I have analyzed Fang Zhao's previous works, and they do not match up to this style. For the identities of the producers of the 100-year period of destruction, I still maintain my previous stance. There could even be more big news incoming. Has anyone checked on the identity of Fang Zhao? We can't just let Dina and Ming-Tsang guard it without us knowing, right? Though some people might have fancied Hehe, my dear, when it had first appeared on the New Pioneers chart, in the experts' eyes, there were many more inadequacies than the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction. The difference was merely too vast to compare. Though I have heard that Fang Zhao's results have been excellent, we must note that Qian Music Academy has many remarkable students. I was also unable to observe anything spectacular about his previous works. To such suspicions, Qian Music Academy quickly issued a reply. Some people are just unable to listen to the explanations of others and have a stance of, as long as I am unable to do it, nobody else can. Hence, you must be the one with the problem, and I am definitely right. What fools these naysayers are. At present, the fashionable style of music was different from symphony structures. However, composing was just like cooking. Though one dish might not be your forte, you might be able to produce another dish that is of a high standard. Perhaps Fang Zhao was merely able to find his own forte and was able to grow into it. In the world of art, these things were fairly common. It would be unusual if such a thing did not happen. Composing, creativity, and epiphanies were very mysterious things. You might be helplessly lost at one moment and bursting with inspiration in the next. One should not look down on others, as there were many talents in the world, though some might take longer than others to shine. The topic of whether or not Fang Zhao was the true creator of the 100-year period of destruction was still undergoing a heated debate online. Silver Wing welcomed such discussion. As long as it remained a hot topic, they would naturally find a way to allow observers to vote. However, Fang Zhao was not in the office over the last 2 days, as the company did not currently require him to do anything. Moreover, there were lots of media personnel lying in wait near the office. Some were awaiting other celebrities, but some were awaiting him, the latest hot topic. In the past, when he'd had no reputation, even if his name was included in the credits, no one would come looking for him. Even if he stepped out, he was not afraid of being recognized. Now, even on a public train, he would be approached by others. News on the internet spread too quickly. Thus, Silver Wing had arranged a private car with a personal driver to fetch him every day from his residency to Xue Jing's house. He had set off earlier today. Before embarking on the journey to Xue Jing's house, Fang Zhao had told the driver to take him to a bookshop. His notebook was full, and he preferred drafting on a hard copy notebook when composing. He had no fear of it being stolen, as his scores were written in codes that nobody else except himself was able to decipher. Xue Jing had introduced to him a shop that specialized in selling such hard copy notebooks. Many other producers with similar habits liked to use their notebooks, as it gave them a sense of comfort. In the antique shop, the shop owner who was beyond his middle-age years hummed a tune while looking at the latest entertainment news. When Fang Zhao stepped into the shop, it so happened that the news simultaneously featured his graduation picture from Qian Music Academy. The shop owner looked at Fang Zhao before turning back to the screen. Recognizing him, he turned back to Fang Zhao and greeted him with a warm smile, "Welcome." As there were many people who frequented his shop to buy notebooks, including great masters, although he might have been momentarily stunned, he was able to regain his composure fairly quickly. "Whichever notebooks you like, feel free to browse around. There are samples at the top and pens at the sides for you to test out." As Fang Zhao did not have any strict criterias on the type of notebooks that he preferred, he merely tested a few samples that Xue Jing introduced him to before making his purchase. Only when he was leaving the shop did he find out that he was unable to proceed. Fang Zhao silently watched the people approaching him. His first instinct would have been to draw his gun. Luckily, he did not manage to feel any murderous intent, and he remembered that this was not the end of days, thus, he was able to control himself. "Good day, I am an intern from Prairie Fire's music department. Could you please provide us with your views on the doubts that have been raised against you these past 2 days? Do you have any other evidence to prove that you are indeed the original PR producer of the 100-year period of destruction?" The interviewer stuttered as he looked at Fang Zhao's emotionless eyes. Although he was unable to notice any obvious anger in Fang Zhao, he suddenly felt a lack of confidence. Even his voice started to break apart, as though someone had pointed a gun to his head. He quickly retracted his hand that was clinging on to Fang Zhao's car upon his gaze. As Fang Zhao stood by his car door, his eyes swept the surroundings and realized 3 people surrounding him. 2 guys and a girl, all in their 20s. Probably all interns who had not yet graduated either. As it was the start of February, Qian City's weather was not too fine. It was colder than usual and there were strong winds. All 3 of them were not well protected, with their noses and faces turning red from the cold. Fang Zhao thought for a moment before passing them a card. "Photograph it when you are back. And don't forget to send it back to Silver Wing when you are done," Fang Zhao said, stepping back into his car. The driver quickly sped off, though he had never expected Fang Zhao to be approached by the media here. Why was he getting so much attention when he was not even a famous singer or movie star? The 3 personnel who had approached Fang Zhao waited for him to leave before moving their somewhat rigid legs while looking at his card. "What the F***ck?" After taking a good look at the design of the card, the person's hand trembled and almost dropped the card before quickly grabbing tightly to it. Is this really true? Fear, fiery. On the small card was an image of a bird in the form of an S-shaped flame, looking as though it was about to ignite and burn others. Previously, Fiery Bird Sound Effects Deputy Department Head Yu Chuan had left a mini projector regarding the opening scene of Battle of the Century for Fang Zhao. Besides that, he had also given Fang Zhao a storage card that was meant for Fang Zhao to store his completed composition on. It was a very secure means of storage and had been jokingly coined by people within the industry as an invitation card. Only people that had been invited by Fiery Bird could receive such a card. Duan Qianji had left a message for Fang Zhao the previous day saying that, should anyone approach him, he could just produce the outstanding card with the Fiery Bird insignia emblazoned on it. Duan Qianji had discussed with Yu Chuan and had obtained his clearance. As long as Fang Zhao did not divulge information regarding the composing of a piece for the opening scene, it was all right. On the other hand, the mini projector containing the opening scene was not suitable to be handed out. Duan Qianji had asked Yu Chuan, if the card were to fall into anyone else's hands, would there be any consequences? Yu Chuan had confidently replied, as long as the music piece has not been stored inside, falling into others' hands doesn't matter. Losing it is of no concern either. We have our methods to retrieve it. When he saw the 3 interns a while back, Fang Zhao had examined their attire and equipment. The Prairie Fire internship was also real. Besides, the 3 of them exuded the air of newbies. It did not matter who he handed the card to. Since he had run into them, so be it. After they had taken enough photos and reviewed the authenticity, he would get it back. Handing it over to Prairie Fire was in line with Duan Qianji's interests. Fang Zhao was not worried that those people from Prairie Fire would hide the card. Even though the people there really loved finding nonsense topics to attract the attention of the masses, they were still a rather reputable and popular media organization in Yenzhou's entertainment circle. They would not dare to do such a thing. Besides, Fiery Bird's representative had said that they had means of retrieving it, so there was nothing to worry about. Fang Zhao had done up a part of the composition for the opening scene of Battle of the Century. However, he felt that it was not enough and required amendments. Once he was done with Xue Jing's side, he would make the adjustments. Anyway, the matters with Xue Jing were almost done, at most another 2 days. Fang Zhao had headed to Xue Jing's place with a laid-back attitude. The 3 interns that had been left behind shivered in the chilly wind. They looked around and hurriedly kept the card, afraid that if they were any slower someone might see them. Luckily, it was still early, and the shop was not that eye-catching, so nobody's attention was here. Interns like them had been dispersed to various locations. The superiors had given out a few locations and required that someone lie in wait. As editors were busy with work, this task fell to the newly employed interns, and they were made to run errands. At this sort of location where the target might show up, meeting the target was good fortune. Just that they had never expected that their luck today would be so great. Not only catching Fang Zhao at the location they were at but even receiving such an important piece of evidence. The 3 of them hurried back to Prairie Fire's headquarters and looked for a senior that had graduated from the same school as them. Chief editor Qian Cheng was skimming through newly received information when he saw a young editor under him leading 3 interns over. "Boss. My juniors stopped Fang Zhao today." "Oh." Qian Cheng's gaze never left the screen. He just asked, "So what are the results?" He did not place much hope on the interns. Even if they managed to stop the target at the location they were stationed at, there was no guarantee of getting the desired information. Fang Zhao did not say anything, he just handed this over. The editor indicated to his juniors to bring it out. The intern fished out a pouch from his pocket with slight reluctance. Opening the pouch, he took out the card. During the journey back, the 3 of them had touched the card a number of times. This was Fiery Bird's storage card. A storage card only granted to certain collaborators. The average person had no chance of touching it. Qian Cheng, whose eyes were still glued to the screen, shot a little glance to at the side. He paused for a second and stood up with a whoosh. Fiery Bird's storage card. Where did you obtain it? There were no pirated copies of it. Those who tried were already in jail. It was given by Fang Zhao, the intern muttered. Fang Zhao? Why does Fang Zhao have this? Holding the card, Qian Chen circled the spot twice and pointed at the 3 interns. Come to my office and give me a detailed breakdown of the entire encounter. In the afternoon, Prairie Fire released yet another piece of news in the middle of a live broadcast. Recently, there has been non-stop discussions regarding the original composer of the 4 movements in the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. I believe that many people just like us are waiting for the next compelling testimony. Today, we were fortunate enough to encounter teacher Fang Zhao and asked for his thoughts regarding the doubts posted online. After that, teacher Fang Zhao gave us this. 4 photographs appeared, taken from every angle. On each of the photos was a card. The S-shaped insignia on the card was very distinct. Whether it was really a coincidental encounter, nobody even cared. Everyone's attention was on the 4 photographs. Teacher Fang Zhao had meant this for all the detractors familiar with Prairie Fire. Prairie Fire, which was neutral, had taken a stance. Now that they saw the 4 photographs, they would understand Prairie Fire's opinion. What did I just see? The fabled invitation card. This is Fang Zhao's. From whom did he get it? Impressive. Where are the people who yesterday said that Fang Zhao has a powerful hidden backer? In your faces. Fiery Bird never hides in the shadows. Fiery Bird was the #1 game company worldwide. Every single game produced by them had very high standards. Production requirements were stringent. For sound effects, from interlude music for loading screens, to accompaniment music, all the way to subtle sound effects that would not raise an eyebrow, attention was given to the finest detail. As for background music, that was really high-end and custom-made. Fiery Bird would absolutely purchase the exclusive copyright. Other than in the game, it would not appear anywhere else. Certainly, exclusive and closed off. The music used in the production of their games alone might not necessarily have good reviews, but Fiery Bird was essentially a game company. They picked music based on the suitability. However, in the past, those that had received invitations were relatively reputable and capable great masters. Therefore, in the eyes of the masses, people capable of receiving an invitation were esteemed masters. First-rate games and top-notch custom-made music, this was the impression the masses had all along. Regardless of whether or not a composition would be used, receiving an invitation card was a testament to one's capabilities. Going through the list of parties who had received the invitation, which one of them was not at the rank of a great master? Which one of them was not from a rather reputable studio? Even if one had not attained that rank, they would have made people take notice. Never before had there been a fresh graduate in his 20s that had received an invitation. Especially among Fiery Bird's faithful fans, gamers of every age group, they did not believe that Fiery Bird would make an exception. If Fiery Bird had given Fang Zhao an invitation, there could only be one possibility: Fang Zhao was capable enough to deserve it. Soon after, Prairie Fire released some statistics and a list of all known invitees in the past 100 years. This year, Fiery Bird had issued quite a number, but the reason was still undisclosed. Xian Cheng had tried to inquire about the information of the other invitees but had had no luck. However, he believed, even if their identities were publicly announced, there still would not be anyone younger than Fang Zhao. The youngest invitee in 100 years. Fiery Bird only had a history of 100 years, and Fang Zhao, among all the people ever invited, was the youngest. If he did not have the capability, would Fiery Bird's 100 years of reputation be put on the line? Although it was not known what sort of sounds Fang Zhao would be making for the game, the number of people doubting that he was the real composer was shrinking. The evidence displayed in front of their eyes was just too dazzling. Yenzhou Music Association's deputy head Ming Tsang and Dina had already stepped out to verify it. Do you believe it now? Still not believing? Good. What about Fiery Bird, then? Nothing to say now, right? However, just when everyone had accepted the fact with great difficulty in discussing Fang Zhao being the youngest ever invitee, yet another piece of news caused a sensation. If it was solely watching this piece of news, the scope of influence would only have been limited to the music industry and the academic world. However, being released now, it caught the attention of all parties. Xue Jing had posted an article on his social platform mentioning that he was compiling a textbook, New Voices in Symphonic Compilation. The article mentioned the process of his compilation, the contents of his book, as well as people he would like to thank. Included inside were 2 photographs that caught everyone's attention. The first was a photograph of Xue Jing in the process of compiling in his study at home. The long-retired Professor Xue Jing was sitting there, leaning over slightly to discuss something with the person at his side, and the person beside Xue Jing was the Fang Zhao that had been dominating all the topics over these few days. The second photograph was a page in an electronic book that listed the New Voices in Symphonic Compilation chief editor and deputy editor, as well as 10 other contributing parties. Inside, the list of contributors contained many familiar names. For example, Ming Tsang, Dina, and a few other celebrated foreign persons in the music scene. However, they were only contributors. Whatever contents were contributed by them in the book were not major. Xue Jing's name was in the column of chief editor, that went without saying, but what surprised people was that the column for deputy editor actually listed Fang Zhao. It was known that, for such a compilation of teaching material, to be acknowledged as a deputy editor, sufficient material had to be provided for the book. The tail end of Xue Jing's article cleared up any doubts that people had. At least a third of the contents in this book were written and compiled by Fang Zhao. Inside, he has written about his experiences and techniques used when producing and composing. It also includes any difficulties he faced when producing the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction and how he tackled it. Everything was written and nothing was hidden. Anyone with an interest in symphonic structures should take a look. I'm sure everyone learned a little back in secondary school. New Voices in Symphonic compilation will be launched in 2 weeks' time in both electronic and paperback forms. Please look forward to it. Following Ming Tsang, Dina, and Fiery Bird, yet another hammer had been dropped. How much ability and potential a virtual idol had depended on the team's decisive function. This was something that the masses followed closely. As for Fang Zhao, he was the core of this team. Now, this core was starting to glow. Yanbei City, retirement facility. The nurse at the facility had come to promptly deliver dinner for the elderly living here. However, after pressing the doorbell without any response, and just as she thought that the house was empty, the door opened. It had been opened using the central command system by someone inside. The nurse entered the house and saw no one. The voices of 2 elders drifted out from one of the rooms. Walking in, she found 2 elders huddled together, watching the news on the screen. "Dinner is served, retired leaders," the nurse whispered. No response. The nurse raised her voice and repeated her message. She heard back this time. The old lady turned her head and smiled apologetically. "Just leave it there. We'll eat later." Her gaze returned to the computer screen. The nurse was curious what kind of program had so captivated the 2 elders, but professional ethics prevented her from peeking. She could only hide her curiosity. The 2 elders remained glued to their computer screen after the nurse left. "I'm not done yet." "What the hell are you doing?" The old lady scrolled the page back up. "You're too slow," the old man grumbled. But he didn't stay idle while he was waiting. He saved a screen capture of the page so he could send it to a few old friends later. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother read the news occasionally, but they never followed the entertainment headlines. But after Fang Zhao's visit on Memorial Day, the 2 elders had started scanning the entertainment items when reading the news every day. Their great-grandson had left a deep impression. They were free all day anyway. Reading an extra section of news took minimal effort, so they were on top of the controversy in Yenzhou. The 2 elders had watched the Yenzhou military recruitment video too. They loved the theme song, so they searched for it online to download. They ended up watching the music video and the credits at the end of the video. Initially, they'd thought their great-grandson had a namesake, until Silver Wing revealed the truth. The old man and the old lady were naturally worried about all the skepticism online. This was family, after all. They were upset by the insults and condemnation. They had no jurisdiction outside of Yenzhou, but the least they could do was stick up for their own on their home turf. Even though they were retired, they still wielded some influence. Their former colleagues, veterans formerly under their command, and other young ones could respond to the allegations online. But before the 2 elders could act, a mountain of evidence in favor of their great-grandson started piling in. The 2 deputy heads of the Yenzhou Music Association, the world-famous computer game studio Fiery Bird, and the renowned master composer Xue Jing, they all vouched for Fang Zhao. Ha! Now they have nothing to say, right? Great-grandfather Fang slapped his leg in jubilation. He didn't know the deputy heads of the music association, but he had heard of Fiery Bird and had come across some of their products. As for Xue Jing, they knew the name well. Xue Jing had already made a name for himself and the two elders were still in school. The name Xue Jing might have been alien to today's youngsters, but great-grandfather and great-grandmother had followed his career trajectory closely. Journalists had closely documented his evolution from genius to promising young talent to famed teacher to master. He had a profound influence on several generations. So the two elders were especially excited to see Xue Jing's fulsome appraisal of Fang Zhao. They also pre-ordered the electronic and paper versions of Xue Jing's new textbook, New Voices in Symphonic Composition. They would receive it once it launched. Soon, the two elders also started noticing new categories of results when they searched for Fang Zhao's name. Medical journals. Silver Wing genius composer Fang Zhao cracks the code, Yenzhou whole virus researchers announce breakthrough. The Yenzhou research team had published their latest round of research results. Breakthrough wasn't an embellishment or exaggeration. They had genuinely achieved great progress. Researchers from related fields were now flocking from other continents to join the team. Even if they couldn't join, they wanted to observe. Yenzhou was on the cutting edge of whole virus research. History journals. Respecting history, a discussion of the chaotic entertainment industry under capitalism. The article lashed out at the trashy productions that emerged in a capitalist context. The movies that took historical liberties aside, historical films had to stick to history. It was understandable if you had to fudge for artistic purposes, but you should be meticulous when it came to the core elements of the movie, no? Otherwise, the billions of lives sacrificed during the period of destruction would come off as a joke. The music video for the fourth movement of the Period of Destruction series was held up as a counterexample. But most folks in the entertainment industry laughed off articles like that. As long as we rake it in, who gives a damn what you have to say? If you're so smart, why don't you get into film production? As for the kid who composed the series, you just watch, he's not going to last long. Silver Wing is trying to milk its profits now, that's why they're tooting his horn so aggressively. When the buzz dies down, no one will remember him. How many shooting stars emerge every year and die an anonymous death? When a tree is burnt down, all that's left is ashes, a Yenzhou producer commented. But great-grandfather and great-grandmother didn't know about the industry gossip. All they noticed was that Fang Zhao's name kept popping up in music, entertainment and current affairs headlines and on TV shows. In some cases, his name was mentioned in passing. In others, he was the centerpiece. Did I save the photo just now? Yup. Did I save the picture of him with Xue Jing? Yup. After saving yet another screen capture, the two elders realized it was late. They heated their dinner and had some of it, but great-grandfather was in a hurry to find a conversation companion. When great-grandmother was taking out the trash, she could hear her husband's loud voice projected from their neighbor's room. Hey, old Yang, let's not discuss matters of state today. Let's talk about our descendants. Do you know the kid who's been in the news? That's my great-grandson. He's in the entertainment industry. It's a tough industry. Unlike the other celebrities, he's just a composer, but he's already composed an epic series of 4 songs at such a young age. Great-grandfather Fang tried to sound humble, but in reality, he was bragging hard. At this point in his monologue, he lifted 4 fingers, then retracted 3. One of the songs was used in a military recruitment ad for Yenzhou. Neighbor old Yang. What's going to happen if things continue down this path? I'm worried he's too young and can't cope with the pressure. I heard even that company Fiery Bird has sought him out as a collaborator. Oh, you know about Xue Jing, right? He's the one your mom always invoked as a role model for you. The guy who's 10 years older than us. My great-grandson co-edited a textbook with him. He's the deputy editor. Old Yang. Have you been browsing the web? Have you read the news? No. Let me show you my news clippings. Old Yang, get lost. When great-grandfather Fang returned, swaying his head and whistling an off-tune melody, he noticed his wife wearing a knowing smile. What are you smiling about? Great-grandfather was puzzled. Did you forget something? Great-grandmother asked. Great-grandfather pondered the question. I watered the plants on the balcony already. Who cares about that? Then what are you talking about? Great-grandfather was still confused. Great-grandmother had no illusions about her husband's memory. Don't you remember what you said and little Zhao left on Memorial Day? You remember what you promised? It finally dawned on great-grandfather. Did I promise him? He was in no mood to chit-chat anymore. Great-grandfather paced in circles in his room, then called Fang Zhao via videoconference. Fang Zhao had just returned to his office after having dinner with Xue Jing. Something the matter? Of course. Why else would I call? Am I bored out of my mind? Great-grandfather glared at his great-grandson. Great-grandmother laughed. They were retired. They had all the time in the world. You're in your office? Great-grandfather asked after examining Fang Zhao's backdrop. I just got back from Professor Xue's. Great-grandfather wanted to smile, but a thought struck him and he turned serious. I was going to bring that up. I've been following the news these past few days. You've done a good job, but at times like this, don't let all the fanfare get to your head. Don't get carried away. Keep a level head. Great-grandmother glared at her husband. Weren't you bragging about him just now? And now you want him to stay grounded? Such a reversal. But great-grandmother agreed with great-grandfather. Even though they were in quasi-retirement after quitting the military, they had gone through quite a bit and witnessed others' ups and downs. They understood that the brightest stars always made for the biggest targets. Fang Zhao was one of their rare descendants who had made a name for himself. They didn't want his success to be fleeting. Fang Zhao's parents were gone, so as elders, it was their duty to offer a few words of caution. Both great-grandfather and great-grandmother had much to say. Fang Zhao had already heard similar advice from Ming Tsang, Xue Jing, and Duan Qianji. When you became famous, controversy naturally followed. You were going to face heat whether you were doing the right thing or not. People would seize on you to advance their own causes. Some of the noise would be helpful, some harmful, but this was a necessary rite of passage on the road to success. In reality, Fang Zhao was not bothered much by all the feedback and pontification. He was someone who had been through a lot. In his previous incarnation, he was older than Ming Tsang and Duan Qianji. He wasn't that much younger than great-grandfather, great-grandmother, and Xue Jing. The apocalypse was a different period than the new era, but Fang Zhao had been exposed to the vagaries of life. Great-grandfather was still rambling on. If you can't settle down, you could take a trip. Do you need bodyguards? One of my old army buddies owns a security company. Do you want me to send you a few guards? There's no need. The label has taken care of it. The bodyguards should arrive tomorrow, Fang Zhao responded. The bodyguards your label has hired may not be up to par. What is their training? I hear they're former special forces. Oh. That gave great-grandfather pause. In any case, keep your composure. Let your colleagues deal with all the other crap. You just focus on writing your music and editing your textbook. Got it? Got it. Okay. That's it. Great-grandfather ended the call, went to his bedroom, and removed a box from his nightstand. So you've decided? Great-grandmother asked. Great-grandfather sighed. You know, sometimes you might as well rely on yourself. I have no use for the gun anyway. Don't you still have yours? If we need one, we'll use yours. I'll lend mine to the kid. He might not need it, but it's just for peace of mind. The second day after Fang Zhao spoke with great-grandfather was a Saturday. Second uncle did not have to work, so he borrowed a car from his colleague and made a 4-hour drive from Yanbei City to Qian City. The previous night after dinner, second uncle had decided to head out and chit-chat with a bunch of friends from the same housing block. He had seen all the news and information regarding Fang Zhao and, in the past 2 days, had chatted with people in the vicinity. Previously, Fang Zhao had bought candy for the kids within the vicinity. Fang Zhao had also come to stay with second uncle on Memorial Day. Lots of people had met Fang Zhao here, thus, when the news erupted, many people recognized him and dragged second uncle out to chat every day. As he was preparing to leave last night, he had received a call from great-grandfather Fang. Having always been the one to make the call, there had never been a situation where great-grandfather Fang had taken the initiative to contact him. Seeing the terminal displaying the word "Grandpa" gave second uncle a scare and made him think that something had happened to great-grandfather Fang. However, great-grandfather Fang only asked about the situation with Fang Yu and then inquired as to whether second uncle had any plans on Saturday. Upon finding out that second uncle did not have to work and had no other arrangements, he asked if second uncle could make a trip to Qian City. It was rare to be assigned a task by great-grandfather Fang, and second uncle was feeling excited. He immediately went to borrow the flying car from his colleague, and early on Saturday morning, he went to the retirement facility, received an item from great-grandfather Fang, and pledged to complete the task successfully before driving straight for Qian City. Fang Zhao had received a message from great-grandfather Fang on the second day. Great-grandfather had something to give him and second uncle would deliver it over, thus, on Saturday morning, Fang Zhao was up early and waiting at home. Second uncle followed Fang Zhao's given address. As he neared this district, the car's inbuilt computer beeped a speed limit warning, and the security personnel requested identification, a verification number, and other information. Only after all that was he able to drive to Fang Zhao's block. Fang Zhao was already waiting in his top-floor penthouse. Seems like this area's security measures are rather stringent. You probably don't have to worry about being disturbed. Before coming, second uncle had been worried that, with all the attention Fang Zhao was getting, his lifestyle would surely be disrupted. But seeing the tight and secure environment, he felt at ease. Indeed, there are not many disturbances. Fang Zhao guessed that Xue Jing had purchased the place all those years back to avoid trouble too. If he was still living in the Black Street, reporters would have already been camping outside his door. Maybe some journalists even knew the Black Street rules better than the tenants themselves. Great-grandfather Fang wanted me to pass this to you. Second uncle did not know what great-grandfather Fang wanted to give to Fang Zhao, nor did he check what it was. He did not even touch the tea upon entering the house, choosing to hand over the wrapped box to Fang Zhao straight away. After delivering the item, second uncle did not stay long. Knowing that Fang Zhao's situation was safe and well, he did not worry anymore. Since he seldom came to Qian City, he took this chance to find a couple of old friends for a chat. After second uncle left, Fang Zhao tore off the wrappers on the box and input in the passcode great-grandfather Fang had given him to unlock it. Opening the box, he saw the black gun that was lying inside. The black gun in the box did not have a casing. The body of the gun emanated an icy cold glare. From the gun structure, it was different from the one he had picked up from the Black Street. He had seen this sort of gun in games before. There was also a note inside the box which read, "If you want something done well, do it yourself." Below it was another line, "Only for self-defense." Looking at the gun and the note, Fang Zhao laughed. He burned the note, kept the gun, and sent his great-grandfather a return text, "Received." Fang Zhao had still thought that he would need to raise his reputation even higher before asking great-grandfather Fang for the gun. Little had he expected that great-grandfather Fang would send it over that quickly. Great-grandfather Fang had sent the gun over mainly because he had made the deal with Fang Zhao. Other than that, he felt that being a celebrity was dangerous, as attention would always be on Fang Zhao when he went out. What would he do if he ran into a crazed person? He might also run into unscrupulous people with bad intentions. Fang Zhao did not have any reliable friends in Qian and could not completely trust Silver Wing. Even if they arranged a bodyguard for him, how much assurance was there that he could be completely at ease? The world would always have crazy people who would do crazy things over small matters. What would he do if he encountered such a situation? Great-grandfather Fang felt that his great-grandson was an artistic youth who would not be able to raise his arms in a fight. With a gun for protection, the two elders would be more at ease. Upon receiving Fang Zhao's reply, great-grandfather Fang had more words for Fang Zhao. Don't think that having a gun makes you invulnerable, be wary whenever you head out. A long-winded speech from great-grandfather Fang, who at this moment treated Fang Zhao like an ignorant doll. You think too much. I know how to handle a gun. I won't use it anyhow. You know my ass. Sigh, whatever. Youngsters nowadays just will not listen. You are really overthinking. Right now I'm only slightly famous, I still cannot compare with all those big celebrities. There won't be much trouble at all, Fang Zhao replied. Great-grandfather Fang nagged on a little longer before ending the call. Having obtained the item, there was no longer any need for Fang Zhao to stay home, so he headed to the company. He submitted an application with Duan Qianji, an application to head out and gather materials. Great-grandfather had said something right. He had suggested Fang Zhao head outside more often. Even though he was not affected by all the discussions in the outside world, he had decided to take a walk to somewhere a little far. The accompaniment piece for Fiery Bird's game was not yet complete. Fang Zhao wanted to head out to look for inspiration. When he did his worshipping at the Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs, he got quite a bit of inspiration, but it was still not enough. Fang Zhao decided to visit other cemetery for martyrs in other continents. He had long wanted to visit the graves of his old friends. Silver Wing Media's top floor office. Duan Qianji was listening to reports. There were still 2 days till the end of online voting for the Rising Dragon poll. The standings for the 3 candidates were all very close, with each candidate having over 20 million votes. Yet the gap between them was less than 1,000. At present, Polar Light's votes were the lowest, but looking at the total quantity, 1,000 votes was in fact an insignificant gap. One could say that all 3 candidates were evenly matched. Seeing the application that Fang Zhao had sent, Duan Qianji frowned. Head out to gather materials. And to other continents to gather them? Was there a need to visit every continent's cemetery for martyrs to look for inspiration? However, Fang Zhao had no pressing assignments to handle even if he stayed within Yenzhou. Regarding Polar Light's development plans, Fang Zhao had already seen and given his approval. Furthermore, since many media organizations were keeping an eye on Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji thought that letting Fang Zhao out to avoid the limelight was not a bad idea. After some consideration, Duan Qianji agreed. Even if Polar Light was not chosen for the endorsement deal, if Fang Zhao's completed piece was selected by Fiery Bird, it would not be that bad. Duan Qianji thus approved his request and even arranged for an intercontinental flying transport for Fang Zhao. The assistant I arranged for you can only reach Silver Wing at night. He has a flying license and will accompany you to gather materials. He will double up as a bodyguard too. An hour later. Silver Wing Tower 50th floor. Virtual Projects Department. Zhu Wen had finished a game and came out to stretch his legs. A young man around his age had walked in, his eyes throwing curious glances all around. May I know who you are looking for? Zhu Wen asked. The young man walked over, smiling. Hi, I'm the new assistant assigned to Fang Zhao. That's you. Zhu Wen had heard Fang Zhao mention that the superiors had arranged for an assistant come bodyguard for him. He had never expected it so quickly, though. However, the person in front of him did not look special. This person was of a similar height to Zhu Wen, and his body was not well built, unlike the large chunks of muscles seen in movies. However, since it was arranged by the top, Zhu Wen kept whatever doubts he had to himself, smiled, and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhu Wen, the Virtual Project Department's top technician. Nice to meet you too. I'm Zhuyu. May I ask if Fang Zhao is in? Zhuyu asked. Boss is in his office, that way. Zhu Wen pointed Zhuyu in the direction. Okay. Thanks. When Zhuyu arrived at Fang Zhao's office, Fang Zhao was just arranging the last piece of a manuscript that he was going to send over to Shui Jing tonight. Hi, Boss Duan arranged for me to come over. Starting today, I am your assistant. Is there anything you require me to do? Zhuyu asked with a smiling face. Fang Zhao raised his head and looked up at him. After thinking seriously, he said, yes. Could you feed the dog? The self-feeding machine broke. It has not yet returned since it was sent for repairs. Zhuyu, sure. Although it was not what he had expected to be doing, Zhuyu went about it seriously. The dog seemed to dislike him. Whenever he got close, the dog would run. After Fang Zhao completed the manuscript, Zhuyu drove him over to Shui Jing's place. During the trip there, he had thought that Fang Zhao would ask him some stuff about his duties in the special forces and had already prepared what to brag about. Unfortunately, other than stating the address, Fang Zhao did not say anything much. When they reached Shui Jing's place, Fang Zhao instructed Zhuyu to head back first. He was going to stay at Shui Jing's place and finish the last bit of proofreading. You have 1 day to pack your stuff and prepare the flying transport. We leave at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Fang Zhao told him. Where is the destination? Zhuyu asked. I will let you know when the time comes. As soon as he finished, Fang Zhao headed inside. Zhuyu watched as Fang Zhao's back view disappeared. Shaking his head and pursing his lips, he said to himself, TSK. An artist. On Monday, Duong headed upstairs to look for Fang Zhao. Duong was very pleased recently. As the head of the newcomers department and Fang Zhao's manager back when he was a newcomer, Duong had received lots of compliments and congratulations when Fang Zhao's popularity was on the rise. In the elevator, whenever he ran into other managers he knew, they would all come chat Duong up. Old Du, when you were the manager of the newcomer composers, what means did you use to excavate a fine gem like Fang Zhao? Composing, songwriting, remixing, what an all-round talent. Duong was especially pleased. I don't even know myself. I just kept digging and I found myself a gem. Today, the head of operations, Julian, had wanted to throw a celebration and had invited everyone to have fun. Thus Duong personally headed to the 50th floor to ask if Fang Zhao wanted to go with him. But when the jubilant Duong reached the 50th floor, there was no sign of Fang Zhao. Where is your boss? Duong asked Zhu Wen. He headed out to gather materials, Zhu Wen replied. Headed out to gather materials? Isn't that like a company-sponsored trip? Duong felt extremely envious. When will he be back? We don't have a clue either. A minimum estimate would be between 10 days and half a month, I guess. The world was made up of 12 continents, 8 normal continents and 4 special continents. The 8 normal continents were ordinary residential continents. The other 7 normal continents besides Yanzhou did not have many differences. The 4 special continents, however, were relatively unconventional. Zhuyu had expected Fang Zhao to pick the closest continents to Yanzhou, Lizhou and Lizhou. However, he had not expected that, on Monday, Fang Zhao would tell him that their destination was Muzhou, one of the 4 special continents. Muzhou was a huge agricultural continent. In the 12 continents, it played the role of a granary. 80% of the world's natural foodstuff was produced in Muzhou. In this age where synthetic food was the norm, the prices of natural foods had increased. Muzhou's produce would have been even higher, especially those produced at Muzhou's Su family farm. These could be considered a luxury good, but many people bought them. Many families with conditions would purchase natural foodstuffs straight from Muzhou, and affluent families would purchase agricultural produce directly from the Su family farm every month. Other than that, Muzhou also had many tourist attractions. When people from other continents were sick of life in the city, surrounded by skyscrapers and a concrete jungle, they loved to relax in Muzhou, to see the vast and expansive earth and the clouds in the clear blue sky. Muzhou was vast but sparsely populated. It was said that, many years ago, when the great general Su Mu had led his people and reclaimed Muzhou, he had aired his views. He had wanted to build a few more farms at the land they had reclaimed. After that, when the new era was established, Su Mu had really gone ahead with his plan. However, some people chose to leave Muzhou and headed to other continents that were developing. They felt that, compared to other continents that were rapidly building skyscrapers and cities, Muzhou was simply full of peasants. Less than 1/10 of the original inhabitants had chosen to stay behind in Muzhou, and after that, there were still people that left gradually. Thus, the people remaining were not many. Even today, among all the 12 continents, Muzhou still had the lowest population. Suiyu had been to Muzhou once. Back then, he was on an exchange exercise with the forces and thus did not have much time for sightseeing. However, what left a deep and unforgettable impression were the boundless farmlands and pastures. The flying transport they were on had an optimal flight height. The transport was transoceanic but could not handle flying out of the atmosphere and into outer space. Upon entering Muzhou, Suiyu flew the craft lower so that Fang Zhao could view the vast fields and winding rivers from the window. Suiyu was a rather talkative person. Since he got an all-expenses-paid trip so soon after becoming an assistant, he was in high spirits. As Fang Zhao did not seem to say much, Suiyu tried to find a topic to talk about. "Can I call you boss? Director Duan said that you would be paying my wages. Since I'm your subordinate, I should be calling you boss, right?" Suiyu asked. "Sure." Fang Zhao had no expectations when it came to how people addressed him. "Boss, what made you pick Muzhou first? Could it be that you had wanted to travel here all along? I think you already know this, but Muzhou is really not too bad. Here the people lead a carefree and leisurely lifestyle. Have you heard this saying? Muzhou's landlords are very much like dogs." This was people from other continents teasing Muzhou. Of course, the saying carried some envy and jealousy as well. Muzhou had many landowners, and the family of Su Mu, a great general of the founding era, were the largest landlords and the richest amongst all the landowners. If only I was a Muzhou citizen. I could have received a large farm or pasture from my parents and been a leisurely landlord. Then I would hire some cheap labor from foreign continents and get them to work the land or herd animals. I wouldn't need to keep an eye on them much, as long as they could use machines, it'd be fine. Then I would fly my transport and travel the world. Perhaps I could even be like the Su family and own my own spaceship. Every month I could head to a foreign planet for an extended holiday. Oh, those days! Compared to other continents, the pace of life in Muzhou was much more relaxed. The thoughts that Suiyu had were not just limited to him. Many people who came to Muzhou also had the same daydreams. However, that is only wishful thinking on my part. There are restrictions in Muzhou. Even money won't necessarily allow one to purchase land here. In Muzhou, only those who had stayed behind with great General Su Mu during the founding era were given land. This was the rule set down by Su Mu. Even if people from other continents migrated over, they could only purchase a small piece of land for a farm. Only if there were special circumstances where the Su family would treat one specially, only then could someone obtain a sizable piece of land. Suiyu's face was green with envy as he spoke. In short, I really admire this Su Mu person. He had vision. The descendants of those that followed him to take back Muzhou are all big landlords. As long as they own a piece of land, they can enjoy all they want. What a bunch of nouveau riche. I heard that before the end of days, Su Mu was a cow herder. Shepherd, Fang Zhao interrupted. What? Before the end of days, Su Mu was a shepherd, not a cow herder, Fang Zhao replied. Oh. The meaning is similar. My history isn't that good, I can never get my facts right. Zuiyu remembered that Duan Qianji had let him see Fang Zhao's information. It had stated that Fang Zhao's history was very good, especially the history of the period of destruction. Compared to many reputable historians, his knowledge was not inferior. Looking at the color of the sky and checking the weather forecast, Zuiyu asked, "It is going to rain soon. Seems like it will be a heavy downpour. Should we continue on our way to Qingqing, or should we find a place to wait it out?" The Qingqing that Zuiyu mentioned was not a town but a city. It was the capital of Muzhou as well as the political and financial hub. Muzhou's government was located there as well as the Muzhou Cemetery for Martyrs. Fang Zhao also browsed through the weather news for this area of Muzhou. After a short consideration, he said, "Let's stop first." Got it. Zuiyu searched for a place nearby where he could land. There is a farm ahead where we can land the transport. I shall send them a request. Many of the larger farms in Muzhou were equipped with garages meant specially for flying cars, vehicles, and other transports, as there were always many tourists who come to Muzhou, be they free and easy or following tours. Sometimes, should they encounter special situations which required them to take temporary shelter, they would have to stop at the nearest farm. Stopping was not free, though. There was a fee to be paid. The amount depended on how much the owner's family decided. If the farm owner wanted to collect more, he would. If he was in good spirits, he might even let them stop over for free. The farm owner has agreed. $10 per hour. Zuiyu laughed as he saw the offer. Seems like this farm owner is in good spirits today. That is a cheap price. I knew a guy that came to tour Muzhou. When he stopped, the fee was a few hundred. Fang Zhao paid for an hour first as he did not know the situation at the farm. If it was bad, they could leave straight away. If the condition was fine, topping up more to rest a while longer was no issue. The traffic light at the farm had already lit up. Zuiyu steered the vehicle to make a descent. Two people dressed in the working attire of the farm ran over. They should be workers that the farm owner employed. Fang Zhao had only just stepped out from the transport when he saw a young employee hurry over to him and ask, "Do you require food and lodging? We provide guest rooms for tourists at a cheap price. Today the owner is in a good mood, so prices will be very cheap. Do your energy cells require changing? We have most mainstream energy cells here, we charge according to market rate." Fang Zhao had not replied when he heard woof woof woof. It sounded like a large dog. The sound became louder and closer. In no time, Fang Zhao saw the figure of a large black dog that was over a meter tall. Perhaps it had seen an unfamiliar flying vehicle and caught the scent of strangers and came bounding over to stand guard. It did not get too close, standing about 20 meters away, howling at Fang Zhao and Zuiyu. The fur on its body seemed like it was going to explode. This was a descendant of a meritorious service dog that had been in Muzhou. After the end of days, service dogs were no longer needed on battlefields anymore. Every continent had some service dogs. Other than those that remained with the military, many were kept as pet dogs and bred from generation to generation. Now, the majority of descendants of such service dogs living in the city only kept the appearance of their ancestors but not their temperament. They still grew big, but as people in the new era no longer required them to do much, most had become docile and meek. However, Muzhou was a special exception. After the founding of the new era, Muzhou's service dogs were split into two portions. One portion remained in the military as combat dogs and continued training. The other portion were trained as shepherd dogs and became the farm owner's helpers. In Muzhou, killing dogs was prohibited. Many farm owners held greater regard for their shepherd dogs' lives than those of tourists. As Zuiyu faced the black dog baring its teeth and howling at them, he thought to himself, this is a real dog. How could Fang Zhao's curly hair back in the 50th floor of Silver Wing be considered a dog? It can only be considered a toy. Although the black dog looked huge, its juvenile nature could still be seen. This was not a fully grown dog. Its primary function on the farm was probably not to herd the animals but rather to stand guard. The black dog was quickly led away from the garage by a worker. Fang Zhao scanned the rest of the garage. Other than their flying transport, there were 5 flying cars and 1 other large transport. There is a tour group here, Suiyu told Fang Zhao. Approximately 20-odd. When the weather did not look good, tour groups were the first to look for a place to land. Certain places in Muzhou had weather that was extremely unpredictable. The weather forecast would issue a more detailed announcement 1 hour before any changes. Other than Fang Zhao and Suiyu, the others had found this place as soon as they'd heard the announcement. After all, this was the only place in the vicinity that seemed big enough for flying vehicles to land. After arranging the accommodations, the farm employee told Fang Zhao, "Today is the competition day. The owner as well as owners of smaller neighboring farms are viewing the competition here. There is a tour group from Jizhou as well who have gone ahead to the viewing hall. A relative of the owner is taking part in today's competition, so the owner is in a good mood and has invited everyone to watch. The competition is going to start at any moment. Do you guys want to go? Refreshments in the viewing hall are all free." Besides being famous for agriculture and tourism, Muzhou was famous for one other thing, Muzhou's sheep herding culture. Muzhou's sheep herding competition had existed since the founding of the continent. In the beginning, it was Great General Su Mu who had organized it to add some entertainment and bring the people closer. He had believed that, in life, work and entertainment went hand in hand. However, back then, the competitions had been on a much smaller scale. Today, the sheep herding competition already had 500 years of experience and had a proper system and rules. The feelings that Muzhou citizens had toward this sheep herding competition was something the people from other continents were incapable of understanding. This was an entertainment activity that had followed generation after generation of Muzhou citizens. If one spoke to a Muzhou citizen about a celebrity, even if it was an international superstar, a Muzhou citizen might not necessarily find him familiar. At most, he would remember the name or the face and maybe have an impression of roles the superstar might have played, but if one were to speak about a famous Muzhou shepherd dog, they would be able to recite the color of the shepherd dog's fur, its height, age, affiliation, competition years, awards, etc. They could even trace its lineage back 3 generations and spend an entire hour just talking about it. As for which farms the shepherd dogs belonged to, this was everyone's favorite leisure topic. Therefore, it was not that Muzhou had no entertainment industry, just that their entertainment industry was different from that of other continents. Shepherd dogs having a higher standing than tourists was not without reason. Fang Zhao was a hot topic back in Yanzhou but was not necessarily that well known in other continents, let alone Muzhou. Until now, Suiyu had only seen a few lines regarding Fang Zhao in an electronic medical journal. There were no mentions in other magazines and news. However, this was beneficial, in a sense. Suiyu's job would be much easier, as he would only have to double up as an assistant and driver. When Fang Zhao had been looking up information on Muzhou, he'd come across an introduction to Muzhou's sheep herding culture and a few videos of the competition. He had not yet had the chance to experience a live broadcast of the competition. Fang Zhao and Suiyu unpacked lightly in the guest room before following the farm employee to the viewing hall. There were still 40 minutes left until the start of the competition. When Fang Zhao and Suiyu reached the viewing hall, it was already packed and very lively. The 400 square meter viewing hall was like a small theater. The best positions for viewing were occupied by the farm owner and his neighboring farm owners. The invited tourists were all situated at the sides and allowed free seating. When the two of them reached the hall, only the table right at the side of the hall and a few seats in the corner were empty. According to the arrangement of chairs, one table could seat around 4 to 6 people. However, since the members of the tour group were all not that familiar with each other, some tables only had 2 or 3 members. Fang Zhao did not mind where he sat as long as he could see the large screen. Here. The employee had brought them in through a side door. Fang Zhao then sat down at a table to the side. After Zhuyu entered, he shot a glance at the people situated near the main and side doors of the viewing hall. The corners of his mouth curled slightly before he straightened them out. When entering, there was a security check, and weapons were not allowed inside. However, when Fang Zhao and Zhuyu had entered, the guys standing guard did not hear any warnings from the scanning apparatus. Fang Zhao noted that in the middle of the viewing hall, it was very obvious who the owner's family were. Their seats were the best and biggest. Their area took up about 10 square meters, and 2 dogs guarded the area they were in. When the flying transport was landing, they could check the farm as well as the owner's information. This farm was the Shanmu farm. The owner was Wu Yi, an 80-plus-year-old man. In the new era, 80-odd was considered middle-aged. Wu Yi looked robust. He was a tall and burly man with a fierce face, who spoke in a low and muffled voice. When Fang Zhao and Zhuyu entered, he shot a glance at them and paid them no more attention after, choosing to discuss with the other farm owners his predictions for today's competition. Nowadays, people did not take part in the sheep herding competition. Instead, teams of shepherd dogs from individual farms would take part. The teams had minimum of 6 and maximum of 10 dogs. Every competition would have 100 sheep released on a field. When the shepherd dogs were released, the timer would start and only cease when all 100 sheep were inside a fenced area. The team that took the least time would be that day's winner. The 7 teams here would be placed according to their times. Every competition day, there would be guessing activities with attractive prizes to be won. Fang Zhao took a look at the prizes for today's activity. Guessing the first place correctly, one would be able to win a cash prize with a 2-fold bonus. Guessing first and second place, one would be able to get a 5-fold bonus. Guessing first, second, and third would grant a 12 times bonus. Guessing the first 4 places would grant a 35 times bonus. Guessing the first 5 places would grant a 100 times bonus. Getting all standings correct would grant a 200 times bonus. Every competition day, the number of participants varied, as did the prizes of the interactive activities. According to the Muzhou's shepherding competition rules, one entry was $5. Purchasing one entry and getting the day's standings all correct would let one win $1,000. For Muzhou tourists, $5 was an insignificant amount. Many people would try their luck and take part. Of course, those that could guess correctly were few and far between. In the tour group, there were quite a number that were visiting Muzhou for the first time. They did not understand the farms at all and were even more puzzled by the participants taking part in today's competition. Reading an expert's online analysis. It just made them more confused. Thus, many people strained their ears to listen to the conversations between the farm owners in the center of the viewing hall. After all, these farm owners were speaking loudly, so there was nothing wrong with openly listening. In a while, they would follow suit and submit their entries. The large screen was showing the situation at the competition grounds. Currently, they were having pre-competition interviews with some of the participating farms. The farm Fang Zhao was resting at was near the eastern border. The competition was on the other end of Muzhou's eastern district, close to Muzhou's central district. The weather there was bright and sunny, unlike the dark clouds that were gathering here. The weather at the competition is not bad. Who knows, Big Sis Carla might take home first place easily, one of the smaller farm owners said to Wu Yi. Team number 3 in today's competition was Wu Yi's cousin's farm's team. His cousin's farm was called Carla Farm and had a carrot as its symbol. Therefore, people who were familiar with it liked to call it Carrot Farm. I have high hopes for them too. Wu Yi's face was full of smiles. He was in a cheerful mood. He then submitted his entry for the activity, with his cousin's farm as his pick for first place. Ho! 1 million. That's a lot of faith, man. Another small farm owner spoke in an exaggerated tone after glancing at Wu Yi's entry wager. Then I shall buy some too, for big sis Carla, 500,000. To show my support for her. Me too. However, I only have a small farm, not as lavish as you guys, 100,000 to show my support. As Wu Yi and his fellow farm owners happily chatted, the tourists sitting to the sides had complex looks on their faces. They had heard that the people of Muzhou were nouveau riche, but they had no idea of the wealth a normal-looking little farm had. Today, they could consider themselves as having experienced it. This group of people did not have to go to work, did not have to slog their lives away. Just by watching their own lands, they could play around freely. Envious. Jealous. Almost dying from jealousy. Hey, you guys from overseas, are you interested in playing a little? When you are in Muzhou, how can you not take part in these activities? Who knows, you might even win yourself some money, one farm owner told the people in the tour group. The tour leader only smiled and replied, I also bought one entry. A small gamble only. However, many members of the tour group were interested now and chatted with some of the farm owners there. The farm owners shared with them a bit of their own experiences and explained to the tour members the rules of the competition and things to take note of, such as how to know which was the team's lead dog, how to see them finding the lead sheep, their running positions, coordination, and other things. Boss, do we follow? Zuiyu asked Fang Zhao. Zuiyu did not have much money to play with, just enough for a small gamble or two. There was no way he could match up with the rich landowners who dumped in thousands in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Zhao was different. How much Fang Zhao would earn from the 4 movements, Zuiyu was very clear on that. Fang Zhao replied with a groan but did not say anything, instead continuing to browse through information and videos online on the participating shepherd dog teams taking part in today's competition. As Wu Yi was chatting, he swept a glance across the room and realized that all the tourists were gathered together and discussing. Only the 2 latecomers to the side were still sitting down seriously watching past videos of teams' performances in past competitions. One of them was even writing stuff down on a notebook. TSK, acting like they know a lot, Wu Yi muttered. He had seen many foreigners who came to Muzhou and took part in these activities. They went through all sorts of analysis and calculations, but at the end, they achieved not a damn thing. Muzhou's shepherd dogs were not something that foreigners could easily understand. Even when a few experts on dog species and behavior came here, out of 10 competitions, if they could guess 5 correctly, that was already not too bad. There were also foreign livestock owners who thought that they knew a lot coming to take part, but in the end, they left in silence. Therefore, Wu Yi's advice to foreigners was to place less trust in online analysis and instead follow their gut feeling. Who knows, they might even win. All the analysis online was just a smoke screen meant to make people muddled. There were no professionals who could pass on their experience in Muzhou, nor was there anybody who could have consistent winnings. The submission for entries ended 10 minutes before the competition started. Fang Zhao submitted his entry 2 minutes before the deadline. Beside Fang Zhao, Zuiyu stretched his neck over and copied Fang Zhao's entries. He did not know what he was doing, so he just blindly followed the artist. Originally, he had only wanted to purchase 1 entry, but after some consideration, he added another 2 zeros behind it and submitted 100 entries. 1 entry cost $5, so his total wager was $500. After all, he had already started work. The wages that Fang Zhao paid were not less than $500, losing it all did not really matter. He just took it as a contribution to Muzhou since he had come all the way over. Great General Su Mu was the person he admired most, after all. Several generations of mechanical dogs had been developed for shepherding purposes, which enabled farm owners to better monitor their flocks, but good OL shepherd dogs were still preserved. When the weather was bad or other forces of nature affected the electricity supply or the broadband grid, those silhouettes that breezed through the pastures like wind came in handy. The people of Muzhou wanted to preserve their shepherd culture, even though it had been questioned by natives of other continents many times. The shepherding contest had lost its purpose from General Su Mu's days and turned into a profit-making business, they alleged. Still, the contest continued until present day because the people of Muzhou kept benefiting from it. Each season of competition lasted a year, from the beginning of the calendar year till the end. The competition format at the beginning of the year was straightforward. Teams that placed well in the first round of competition would advance to the next round. Each round was progressively more difficult. Fang Zhao and company were taking an early round action, so the tasks weren't that challenging. Fang Zhao had never been a shepherd before, but he had heard about the profession quite a bit from his pal Su Mu during the end of days. When his friends had gatherings, Su Mu loved to talk about his shepherd days. Toward the end of the apocalypse, when he no longer remembered what normal life was like, Su Mu had a crystal-clear memory of his days as a shepherd. His management skills as a general had derived from his tenure as a shepherd. Fang Zhao had also learned about shepherd dogs from Su Mu. Su Mu's squadron had the most battle canines. It also included several canine auxiliary units. After the devastation of the end of days, sheep had evolved from their original form before the apocalypse, but after careful breeding by agricultural scientists, sheep of the shepherding variety had reverted back to their original state quite a bit. However, they were still larger in size than before and less meek in personality. The broadcast of the competition began on the big screen. Team number 1 has set off, the commentator announced. The first challenge evaluated the shepherd dog's ability to round up sheep. For Muzhou's old hands, this was a telling skill that revealed the team's competence. The respective farm owners coached their own shepherd dogs. In the early days of Muzhou's shepherding competition tradition, human contestants were allowed to direct their shepherd dogs, but eventually this proved to be too easy, so people were barred. The shepherd dogs had to act independently. Their trainers could only watch from afar. They had only 3 opportunities to intervene. When their dogs were struggling, the farm owners could ask for their images to be projected onto a designated area of the grassland. They would use hand signals and a conducting baton to instruct their dogs. The first team ran into trouble soon. Dog C of team number 1 is out of position. It's veered off path, off course. It still hasn't corrected itself, the commentator announced loudly. Oh, team number 1's farm owner has asked to instruct by projection. He has no choice. If the dog isn't corrected, they'll jeopardize their chances when they lose sheep. It was easy to miss sheep if the dog attacked a single flank. The task was only complete when the dogs shepherded all 100 sheep into the pen. Thus, single-flank shepherd dogs didn't make for great competitors. Even the single-flank dogs that had been retrained would relapse. That was what was happening in team number 1. The farm owner wasn't mad. He just asked for instruction via projection with a resigned laugh. Using hand gestures and a baton, he redirected the out-of-position dog to the correct location. Thanks to his owner's intervention, the shepherd dog that had veered off course corrected itself, but that resulted in a delay. Their final time was 8 minutes and 5 seconds, not a great result. At competitions of this level, finishing under 7 minutes was considered a good time. When team number 1 wrapped up, team number 2 took off. One of its dogs was too aggressive and bit a sheep, causing it to bleed, which resulted in a penalty of 15 seconds. The second team finished in 8 minutes and 1 second, slightly better than team number 1. The third team was the most hotly discussed team among farm owners before the contest. Many of the tourists had bet on it placing first. Oh, team number 3 has adopted a circular approach. Moving into position, a blockade formation. Beautiful, the commentator yelled. The farm owners in front of Fang Zhao started getting excited. My little babies, fall into position. Pay attention. Don't mess up now. Wu Yi climbed onto his reclining chair and screamed at the top of his voice, which crowded out all other noises. Keep up. You're a bit off. Come back. That's a good boy. The farm owner was so agitated, it seemed like he wanted to run onto the pasture and give the dog that had veered off course a little kick. Head dog, follow the head dog. Good. Very good. Yes, that's the one. Stay in control. Fang Zhao watched on the big screen TV as the scampering shadows barked loudly as they herded the dispersed sheep into a single cluster. As for the farm owners, whether they were ringside or watching on the big screen, they looked like they had been injected with amphetamine. Even the dog next to Wu Yi was glaring at the screen. Meanwhile, the tourists that were sitting nearby were a bit spooked by the show of emotion. They had probably never thought anyone could get this excited watching dogs herd sheep, but a few of the younger tourists were also quite engaged because they had placed money on the third team. Even though they were clueless about positioning and blockades, they could figure out the gist of the action and read the timer in the upper right corner of the big screen. When the dogs of team number 3 had successfully rounded up the sheep and steered them into the designated pen and the commentator announced, "Mission complete," the farm owners howled. 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Team number 3 from Carrot Farm is in first place. They have a 2-minute lead on the second and third teams. Looks like our champion has been decided, the commentator said. The winning result for the round was outstanding. After the teams finished, the big screen played expert commentary of team number 3's performance. The analysts broke down the limb movement and change in direction of every single dog using slow-motion replays, lavishing praise on their physical qualities. Big Sister Carla's farm is going to be famous again, the owner of a smaller farm said enviously. I'll have to ask Big Sister to lend me a helping hand, then. Wu Yi was happy for his cousin's team. Do you know who the lead dog was from the team that competed just now? King Kong. He's the father of our dog Chubby Black. Hey, where's Chubby Black? Chubby Black. Wu Yi kept yelling for his dog. Soon, the black dog that had barked at Fang Zhao and company in the parking lot surged forward, wagging its tail vigorously and whining for attention. Come to think of it, the dog was indeed a bit chubbier than the shepherd dogs that had just taken part in the competition. Wu Yi dragged Chubby Black to his side and kept talking. Many of you may not be familiar with the name King Kong, but I'm sure you've heard of its great-grandmother Tornado. Oh, you mean the dog named Most Valuable Dog about a dozen years ago? Word is it was worth tens of millions. That's it. That's it. That's the one. So, strictly speaking, Chubby Black comes from quite the royal lineage. As talk began of former MVDs and royal bloodlines, the tourists went blank. Amazing. A shepherd dog was actually worth more than all of them combined. After bragging about his dog's lineage, Wu Yi nursed a glass of wine and glanced at the opening formation of team number 4 on the big screen before turning toward the tour group. So you're blown away by how much Muzhou shepherd dogs are worth. You know, most humans from other continents don't live as well as our dogs. It was a stinging comment, but coming from a Muzhou native, it wasn't mean-spirited or derogatory, just a factual description. Muzhou natives treasured their shepherd dogs. Some of their famous dogs enjoyed greater stature than people from other continents. That was why many shepherd dogs in Muzhou were more obnoxious than people, totally milking their edge over the human race. Lots of folks from other continents want to move to Muzhou, but unfortunately, Muzhou land is not open to foreign ownership, Wu Yi said as he kicked up his feet. Some of the lessons Wu Yi had learned were passed on generation to generation from his ancestors who were the original settlers. He had heard some of these stories since he was a young boy. The most important story was the tale of the folks who left for other continents when the plot was first being cultivated. To each their own. There was no need to pass judgment. But if you wanted back in when the farmland was bearing fruit? Sorry, why don't you stay where you are? From an emotional standpoint, those folks who left and regretted it were viewed as traitors. Thinking purely from self-interest, no one wanted newcomers to stake claims on their land or future plots waiting to be cultivated. A protectionist stance was necessary. If you decided to leave in the first place, don't bother coming back. That was why Muzhou residents presented a united front. Few outsiders had been able to land a major piece of farmland in Muzhou since the continent's founding. But there were other ways of obtaining land in Muzhou. Among the prizes for punters who placed bets on the shepherding competition was land. Many foreigners dreamed about winning a piece of land from the competition venue of Muzhou's shepherding contest. The problem was that few outsiders realized that dream. Wu Yi laughed as he watched, on the big screen, the fourth and fifth teams post poorer times than the third team. The competition was evolving as the commentator had predicted, with team number 3 taking the title early on. But he wasn't as ecstatic as the tourists expected. They thought to themselves, he's living up to his reputation as a member of the Muzhou Nouveau Riche. All this prize money is nothing to him. Meanwhile, members of the tour group who'd bet big money on team number 3 taking first place were now quite excited. Suiyu looked at his betting slip and smacked his lips. I was right, can't count on this artist type too much. But the farm owners turned serious again when the final team in the competition, team number 7, set off. When the third team emerged, the farm owners had been delighted. They'd chatted loudly and gesticulated wildly as they cheered the team on. But they looked less emotional when team number 7 appeared. Their eyes were burning with anticipation and hidden angst. The seasoned tour guides thought to themselves that their intuition was that the 7th team was what the farm owners were truly looking forward to. Who said you could only place bets on one team? Some of the farm owners might have bet on teams entered by their friends out of loyalty but also placed other bets in secret. Team number 7 burst out of the gates in fine form. The commentator got emotional again. The 8 dogs of team number 7 have adopted a pear-shaped formation. Good, very good, they've set up a blockade. They've rounded up the flock in no time. They're dissolving the blockade now. Beautiful. Perfect coordination. Now they're attacking the sheep. Pay attention to their eyes. Check out the gaze of the head dog. Keep your eyes on the head dog, team number 7's a dog. This is a dog with a kamikaze aura. It's tracked down the head sheep now. They had a brief stare down. The dog has the upper hand. Impressive. This is its first shepherding competition, but that was the best performance of the day. I sense a future star in the making. The commentator oozed passion. Viewers could hear him pounding his table. Judging from the force of the pounding, they knew his hands had to hurt. The best shepherd dogs could control the head sheep and contain its emotions with a stare. The stare was more effective than barking or biting. The sheep are arriving in the pen. They're all accounted for. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Team number 7 has taken a commanding lead and clinched first place with their time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds. The tourists who were thinking they had just won big were now dumbfounded. Team number 7 is first. Team number 3 has been bumped to second place. How is that possible? Suiyu also froze. He glanced at the final ranking on the big screen, then looked at his betting slip. He coughed lightly, picked up his mug, and wolfed down a glass of water to calm down. Suiyu had followed Fang Zhao's lead in placing bets. Unlike folk who had only picked the champion or predicted the entire ranking, Fang Zhao bet on the order of the top 5 finishers and placed a 20,000 entry buy. And Fang Zhao's prediction had been spot on. When the standings came out, some people were delighted, while some were anxious. Now only sighs came from the previously high-spirited tour group. However, most people wanted to try their hand, and losing some money did not make them regret. They were more curious regarding the farm owners who had placed their bets on team number 3. The farm owners there were not disheartened. Their faces were still smiling as they discussed the possibility of Team Number 7 breaking into the top 4 of the Eastern region and how the lead dog of Team Number 7 was so incisive. Shobei Farm seems to have great ambitions this year. In the previous 2 years, they were just a mid-tier team. I heard that this year they have a trump card they've been hiding. Shobei don't even need to buy any ads this year. That dog is the best advertisement. Who knows how many investors they will pull in this year. I'm so jealous, man. On the screen, the on-site commentator seemed to really like the lead dog of Team Number 7. Shobei Farm's Team Number 7 has achieved first place today. The lead dog, Dog A, is today's most valuable participant. Let's take a look at its information. Today it is celebrating its first birthday as well as being a debut participant, the golden-colored shepherd dog, Gold Colt. Lots of people here are rushing over to get a photo with Gold Colt. Lots of tourists from other continents are here as well. After watching the introduction on screen, Zhuyu whispered to Fang Zhao, "Boss, how did you know that dog would win?" Feeling, Fang Zhao replied. That dog really looked more menacing than the rest and had a penetrative stare. Perhaps many people had felt that, when it led the herding, it would be very impulsive. However, in reality, it did not attack that incisively. It was restrained and very smart. Just like a well-trained soldier, it knew how to execute its tasks at the right moments. Indeed, it led the other dogs in its team well and carried out the instructions that it had honed on normal days to perfection. When Fang Zhao was checking up on the information of the participating teams, he'd felt a sense of familiarity when he came across that dog. It reminded him of combat canines during the end of days. Although Gold Colt was still some way from a combat canine in the new era, as a shepherd dog, it had done very well. Coupled with some of the experience that his old friend Su Mu had imparted to Fang Zhao back then, he had chosen Team Number 7 for first place. As for the rest of the teams, Fang Zhao had used information from analyses of past results to make his decision. As some luck would be involved, and for positions 6 and 7, the variables were way too high, Fang Zhao had only bought an entry for the first 5 positions. Oh, seems like Muzhou farm owners are used to these activities already. They don't even feel anything after lumping that much money for nothing, someone muttered. Wu Yi heard that and snickered in his heart. Feel nothing? How could that be? Did he really think that all that money fell from the sky? It was just that this time his older cousin was taking part, so he had to give some face. When the time came, other than all the literal support, he still had to place his bets and show them to the others. This was proof of his support. Who knew, maybe if his old cousin was happy, she might send him a puppy. Why was he not dejected? That was because, when he had placed his bets, at the same time, his wife had placed $1 million on Team Number 7's Shobei Farm. Although he really had hoped his older cousin's farm would win, her farm's strength was limited. Comparing the teams, Shobei Farm had been making waves in the scene this year. Thus, he had let his wife place a side bet. They did not make any money from the 2 bets combined and instead paid out some transaction fees, but those additional fees were insignificant. As long as they did not make a large loss, he was still satisfied. The other small farm owners would have placed bets on Team Number 7 secretly as well. They just would not openly declare it, especially not to people from other continents. They actually looked forward to the foreigners following their bets. Despite losing, they were still able to make a contribution to their own continent. Muzhou spent a large amount of funds on improving the land, crops, and livestock, as well as technological advancements in construction. Every year, the sheep herding competition would bring in a lot of funds from the hands of foreign tourists. This made the farm owners very happy. They found joy in swindling others. Wu Yi was very happy to see the foreign tourists losing money. As he glimpsed the hanging heads and dejected spirits of those people, he was secretly delighted. But when his gaze fell on Fang Zhao's table, he paused. Hey, the 2 youngsters over there, you placed bets too, right? How did it go? Wu Yi loudly asked. Looking at your expressions, you must have hit your predictions, right? The farm owners were not good for nothings. If they had not even had half a brain, how would they have steadily managed medium-sized farms? Judging body and facial expressions was not that hard. The two men there had smiles on their faces. Even if they had not made a windfall, they had certainly hit a few bets. Someone managed to hit the prediction for first place. The people from the tour group looked toward Fang Zhao's table with curious gazes. Fang Zhao was not smiling because of his winnings, he was smiling as he remembered how Su Mu had talked about training his shepherd dogs. Hearing Wu Yi's question, he replied, "Our luck wasn't too bad." "Really pick team number 7? A smaller farm owner asked in astonishment. He knew that before the competition, even many people in Muzhou had tipped team number 3 as a favorite. It was only that the owners here had received some secret tips, only then did their intentions change. If even their own people would not have picked team number 7, why would foreigners even consider that? Besides, in previous competitions, team number 7's results were not impressive. It was only because they had changed a dog that they rose to prominence. Foreigners placing bets on Shobei Farm was indeed unlikely. Looking at that dog, I felt that it was not too bad. Fang Zhao raised his chin toward the screen. On the screen was a recap on the performance of team number 7 and an analysis of the lead dog, Gold Colt. Not just that, Wu Yi said abruptly. Since you could see team number 7 having a chance at victory, you surely would not have just placed a bet on first place. How many places did you buy? You bought second and third, right? Friend, share some knowledge with us. How many positions did you buy? With that, Wu Yi stood up, walked over, and stood facing the table where Fang Zhao was seated, a warm smile on his face. Top 5, Fang Zhao replied. What? Wu Yi thought that he had not heard correctly and asked again. I bought the top 5 positions. All hit? Our luck wasn't too bad. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, and then a wide smile appeared on his face. Awesome. Let's be friends. You guys are first-time visitors. If you need any advice, feel free to ask me. I haven't seen anyone hit the top 5 in a really long time. To think that it would be on my farm, too. That's great. Come, order more, order more. Wu Yi instructed the employees to bring more food out. He had to have a good chat with this person. Top 5? Did he mean placing a bet on the placings of the top 5 positions? The other tourists that were listening to the conversation were flabbergasted. After all, one wrong entry would mean failure. Unless all 5 of his picks were in that exact order, only then would it be considered a win. Wait a minute, let me see the odds for predicting the top 5 positions, 100-fold. How much did that little fellow wager? No idea, shall we ask him? Heyish, people would not say how much they wagered. Asking him would be a waste of breath, an elder said in an experienced tone. As soon as he said that, they heard Wu Yi asking the same question. How many entries did you submit? Wu Yi asked. 20,000, Fang Zhao replied. Wu Yi. The smaller farm owners who had gathered around. The people in the tour group. A small child aged around 8 or 9 who had followed his parents on the tour asked his father in a hushed voice. That older brother said that he submitted 20,000 entries, and one entry is $5. That means that older brother waged $100,000. If he hit the prediction for the top 5 placings, that is a 100-fold payout. That means it is $10 million. The child's father laughed and said, that's right. He had wagered $10,000 on team number 3 to win behind his wife's back. He had hoped to bask in glory after winning and telling his wife and child to buy more stuff, but now, he would just keep his mouth shut. If I remember correctly, I heard that you are friends from Yenzhou. A few of the smaller farm owners had warm smiles on their faces too. In certain places, people forged friendships over literature. In certain places, they bonded over alcohol. As for Muzhou, they possibly bonded over sheep herding. When talking about other stuff, such as farming or businesses, they tended to be more reserved. For all the things said, nobody would know whether one spoke the truth or if it was all CR*P. It was not possible to check whether whatever the tourist said was true or not. Unless it was seen personally with one's eyes, there was little credibility. But sheep herding was different. Watching a competition was interaction. As for those that were able to wager and make the right picks, the farm owners were always willing to talk to such people. They treated them as decent people who were capable. Therefore, after knowing that Fang Zhao had made a wager and correctly predicted the top 5 places, their attitudes toward him changed immediately. They saw him as a fellow enthusiast. Originally, there was only Fang Zhao and Zuiyu at the table. Now, the table had become crowded. There were some farm owners who could not find a chair and hence pulled some over from the neighboring tables to squeeze in with them. The core of the viewing hall had shifted from the central area over to the table at the corner. Guessing the top 5 is not easy at all. The strength of the 3rd and 4th placers are about the same. I believe you when you said you got lucky. However, if it was all luck, that would be a joke. Friend, you have owned a shepherd dog before, haven't you? Wen Yi asked. Never had one, Fang Zhao replied. The farm owners put on a show of disbelief. If one did not understand shepherd dogs, how could they make such accurate predictions? Luck. Even if luck was a component, it only accounted for a small portion. You definitely have a shepherd dog, and not just one, a farm owner at the side exclaimed. I really don't. I do have a dog, just one. I picked it up from the streets. It's rather small, not a shepherd dog, Fang Zhao replied seriously. Zuiyu imagined that little curly-haired dog running into the pastures and barking at the flock of sheep. However, the flock of sheep would pay it no mind and continue grazing on the grass. That scene made Zuiyu want to laugh. After that, Wu Yi invited Fang Zhao to join his family for dinner. In Muzhou, when a farm owner invited someone to have dinner together with their family, it meant that the farm owner regarded the person as important, it was a show of approval. As for the rest of the people in the tour group, Wu Yi did not care about them. Regarding them, they did not have a common interest, so they could stay wherever was pleasant to them. Fang Zhao asked Wu Yi about Muzhou's history. The information he'd seen online would still be different from hearing the words of a local. Wu Yi spoke of a lot, of the stuff that could be found online and that which could not. When he heard Fang Zhao mention the Su family, Wu Yi felt that perhaps Fang Zhao wanted to form relations with the Su family. Till today, Muzhou is still the Su family's Muzhou. Sheep herding competitions are also organized by them. If you want to find someone from the Su family to discuss business, that might be quite hard. If you want to gamble on the competitions, listen to a word of advice. Don't show off. Earning more or less is enough. With your foresight, splitting up to earn over a few rounds is fine too. But if you keep winning large amounts, I fear it may get you noticed. I'm not saying that the Su family will take action or do anything, but there could be trouble. It was because Wu Yi had seen Fang Zhao wager so much money and be so accurate. He felt that Fang Zhao's character was good, that was why he told Fang Zhao all this. In Muzhou, among those that can accurately predict the top 5, as well as all the other positions, the Su family makes up 70%. If you had not told me that you had no relations whatsoever with the Su family, I would have thought you to be an illegitimate child of theirs. Rich families have their own problems too. If you are looking to build relations with people of the Su family, make sure you think carefully and pick the right person. Otherwise it could be troublesome. Wu Yi only dared to say this much in front of Fang Zhao. Anything more, he was unwilling to say. Wu Yi was overthinking. Fang Zhao had no interest in the matters concerning the younglings of the Su family. The one he was familiar with was Muzhasa's Su family's Grand Master. The weather was decent the next day, so Fang Zhao didn't linger in Shanmu Farm. He set off for Qingqing. Wu Yi was sad to see him leave. He had enjoyed discussing shepherding with Fang Zhao the day before. The more they had talked, the more he had realized how knowledgeable Fang Zhao was. He had offered advice that could be applied to raising shepherd dogs in Muzhou, which made him more enthusiastic about his guest. He had pleaded with Fang Zhao to stay longer to no avail. When Fang Zhao left, Wu Yi saw him off in person. "Do drop by if you have time. You can bring curly hair. He can have a friendly matchup against my dogs. My farm pales in comparison to the big farms that can host formal competitions, but there's enough land to run around. You know, dogs are fast learners. Even if he doesn't know how to shepherd, he'll pick it up after hanging out with my dogs for a bit. When you visit in the future, don't worry about the lodging fee, just give me a heads up. Let me know if you need any fresh produce and the like. I'll save some for you ahead of time." Wu Yi rambled on as he directed workers carrying bags of produce onto Fang Zhao's flying transport. Wu Yi felt he'd learned a lot from his conversation with Fang Zhao yesterday and should make it up to him. Wu Yi thought it impolite to take advantage of a younger friend that way, so he prepared quite a few gifts for Fang Zhao. Even though, as a general rule, he didn't like foreigners, he welcomed folks like Fang Zhao. That was how he operated. If he connected with someone, he would treat that person extra well. If not, he wouldn't bother with a single look. Weather conditions were stable during the flight from Shanmu Farm to Qingqing. The journey was smooth. Although Muzhou was made up predominantly of fields, every continent had its major cities. Just like in other continents, you could find high-rises in Muzhou. It was just that the buildings were spaced out, so black streets were unheard of, and every city was equipped with a shepherding competition venue, which served as an entertainment center and a site of cultural preservation. As Muzhou's capital, Qingqing was home to many large farms, and it boasted a lavish central business district populated with skyscrapers with unique designs. It was also equipped with the world's largest shepherding competition venue. Traveling from Qingqing's suburbs to its central business district was like moving from one extreme to another. One was the natural abode of farms and ranches, the other a high-tech hub of the new era. Qingqing had dedicated parking spaces for flying transports, but the movement of foreign aircraft like Fang Zhao's was limited. They were barred from the Martyrs' Cemetery. To get to the cemetery, Fang Zhao's party had to find an alternative. After parking his flying transport, Fang Zhao called a cab. The makeup of the Martyrs' Cemetery in Muzhou was similar to the one in Yenzhou. It consisted of a square, a grand monument, an area for scattered graves, a public worship area, and a memorial hall. But the Martyrs' Cemetery in Muzhou had a unique feature, which was widely known, a burial site for service dogs. The Martyrs' cemeteries in other continents also housed decorated service dogs, but not as many as the one in Muzhou. The Muzhou Cemetery was also the only one to dedicate an entire area to service dogs. Fang Zhao also knew that Su Mu's squadron had been the one with the most dogs. During the war, many of the dogs had been sacrificed. Their purpose had been to fight side by side with mankind and take their place in deadly missions, so it made sense that Su Mu had built a dedicated burial site for service dogs during the new era. The reason shepherd dogs in Muzhou enjoyed a rarefied status also had to do with the burial site for service dogs. The area was marked by a sculpture of Su Mu and a dog. Fang Zhao knew the dog well. Out of all the dogs Su Mu had raised, this one held a special place in his heart. When Fang Zhao's previous incarnation had passed, the dog had still been in combat with Su Mu in Muzhou. After being reborn into the new era, Fang Zhao had learned from history books that the dog had saved Su Mu's life. Otherwise, Su Mu would have been missing among the founding generals of the new era. But the dog didn't live to see the new era. Fang Zhao underwent an ID check when he reached the core area of the cemetery. It took some time because Fang Zhao was a foreigner and therefore scrutinized carefully. Suiyu's ID check took even longer. Here's the deal, outside of Yenzhou, many special venues will require thorough vetting. It's a pain in the ass, Suiyu told Fang Zhao. Even if you're cleared at the entrance, you might get vetted again when you reach the cemetery's core area. Cemetery guards. Right. The guards assigned to the cemetery have especially strong instincts. They're usually loaned from the police. The cemetery is a fixed rotation in the force. Their sense of smell is even better than a dog's. One of our instructor's army buddies was certified as a cemetery guard. He was assigned to the cemetery's core area every Memorial Day. Just as Suiyu finished his sentence, they were approached by a guard. They had just set foot in the core area. He must have noticed something about me, Suiyu whispered to Fang Zhao. Suiyu was former special forces. It was understandable if he set off alarms. Suiyu volunteered his ID when the guard approached. After checking Suiyu's ID, the man turned to Fang Zhao. Excuse me, your ID please. While he was checking Fang Zhao's ID, the guard glanced at him a few times, especially when he noticed that Fang Zhao listed composer as his profession. He gauged Fang Zhao carefully, as if in disbelief. When the officer left, a curious Suiyu asked Fang Zhao, "Why did it take him longer to check your ID?" Suiyu was puzzled. "Probably because he thought I am a bigger threat than you are," Fang Zhao responded. Hee. Suiyu didn't buy the explanation. Fang Zhao paid no attention to Suiyu. He approached a tall tombstone and examined its carvings. The carvings depicted a battle in Muzhou. It featured a few service dogs and a few humans joking around. They were less serious than soldiers in battle, even casual. This was a group of old friends. One of them was Fang Zhao's previous incarnation. Fang Zhao smiled at the carving, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Fang Zhao left the big tombstone to examine the rows of smaller tombstones behind it. When he approached, he noticed someone sitting by the first tombstone in the first row. He looked around 13 or 14, a bit chubby. He was hugging his knees, so his face was obscured. Judging from the pool of water on the ground and the ongoing drool, you could tell the chubby kid was sleeping. Sleeping in a cemetery? And by the first tombstone in the first row of graves in the core area of Muzhou's largest martyrs' cemetery at that. And he had drooled profusely without reprimand. Considering how vigilant the guards were and the cemetery's strict security protocols, this was a far-fetched scene. Unless the kid was someone special, like a member of the Su family. Only a Su could get away with sleeping in the cemetery without being kicked out by security guards. "Hey, kid." Fang Zhao gave the teenaged boy a gentle push. "Huh? What's up?" The boy lifted his head, still drowsy, and wiped the drool by his mouth with his right hand, then repeated the motion with the back of his hand. He shivered and shrank his hand abruptly just as it was about to touch the tombstone. He then wiped the hand on his clothes and turned to examine the tombstone, breathing a sigh of relief when he made sure it was untainted by his saliva. Fang Zhao knew who the boy was the instant he saw the boy's face. It was Su Ho, a member of the Su family. His immediate family had been in the news. Fang Zhao had come across his picture when he'd searched for news reports about the Sus. Su Ho had an older brother and two younger sisters. They were named Wang, Ho, Jiang, and Xiang respectively. Su Ho's father had quite a few lovers and produced children out of wedlock as well, so there was plenty of competition among his offspring. Su Ho's brother Su Wang was a nerd studying at the Academy of Agricultural Science. His two younger sisters were still young. As for Su Ho himself, well, he just liked to eat. Folks in Muzhou were waiting to see which of his children Su Ho's father would gift a farm. There was even a bet going on. The Su family was a big family. Su Ho's father was one of its more accomplished members. Su Ho's family had been in the news recently. It had been reported that Suho's father said at a recent reception that he planned on giving one of his farms to one of his children. He did not specify the recipient. The people of Muzhou loved their gossip, especially when it came to Muzhou's storied Su family. They paid attention every time Suho's family was in the headlines. Suho might have been one of the reasons behind the tight security in the core area. Even though it had been some time since Memorial Day and the number of visitors had dwindled, it wasn't normal for the core area to be this empty. When he found his bearings, the chubby kid wiped his mouth again and stared at Fang Zhao and Zuiyu with alarm. "Who are you?" He then scanned his surroundings, relaxing once he realized there weren't any uniformed guards around. "We're here to pay our respects." Fang Zhao examined the wound on the chubby kid's forehand. "This is from kowtowing, no? Shouldn't you get it looked at the hospital?" The wound was a piece of cake, considering the level of medical treatment in the new era. It would heal in 2 days. "No." The chubby kid was furious when he heard the wound being mentioned. "I'm not getting it treated." Fang Zhao didn't press the kid. He examined the wound more closely and asked, "This is from kowtowing? Seems like you kowtowed more than a few times." "No kidding. I kowtowed 49 times. Su Ho touched his wound. "Were you kowtowing before General Su Mu?" Fang Zhao asked with a laugh. The wound wasn't fresh, it looked a day old. It looked worse than it was because the kid had refused treatment. Children his age were hard to figure out. Su Ho fumed. "No. I just need to kowtow 3 times for General Su Mu. I was sent to kowtow in Yenzhou." "Yenzhou? Which relative in Yenzhou would require so many kowtows?" Fang Zhao asked. "He's not a relative. He's the late friend of a family elder. We send someone to pay our respects every year. My older siblings misled me into believing that, the more I kowtowed, the more the spirit of the deceased would watch over me. But when I got back, they said it was the gesture that mattered and called me a fool." Zuiyu wondered. "Your older siblings probably didn't expect you to be stupid enough to believe them. This level of intelligence, is he really a member of the Su family?" "We're from Yenzhou. Let's see if we know the person you kowtowed for." Zuiyu asked. "You're from Yenzhou. Have you heard of Fang Zhao?" Zuiyu, "Yeah." Zuiyu knew that the chubby kid was not talking about his own boss. Given his boss's age and status, how could he have a member of the Su family paying him respects every year? The chubby kid was still trying to cover up what he had just said. But anyone who had half a brain could guess what he was talking about. A Fang Zhao that would make a member of the Su family travel to pay their respects every year would most probably be the one lying in the Yenzhou cemetery for martyrs. "You mean the one in the cemetery for martyrs?" Zuiyu glanced at Fang Zhao as he was asking Su Ho. He really wanted to know what it felt like when people with a martyr's namesake were discussing that particular martyr. Fang Zhao's face was smiling but he did not say anything. He just listened to the conversation between Zuiyu and Su Ho. "That's him. Do you know what sort of person he was?" Su Ho asked curiously. Before being sent to Yenzhou, he had done some research online on Fang Zhao. There were too many Fang Zhaos, as it was a common name, but there was only one who was an important martyr. Unfortunately, the internet had too little information on him and much of it was incomplete. Therefore, he had gotten to know a little from his brothers and sisters who told him that Fang Zhao had been a good friend of the Su family's Su Mu. His gravestone in Yenzhou was second only to Yenzhou's great general Wu Yan. "Oh, him. I know. Back in history classes, they talked about him." Zuiyu scanned his surroundings, and there was no immediate danger. The cemetery guard was still watching them. This made Zuiyu feel more at ease to tell his story. As the guards were watching the area here, should there be any danger, the guards would surely detect it first. As long as they moved out, Zuiyu would have time to promptly react and protect Fang Zhao. Actually, Zuiyu knew little regarding the Yenzhou martyr, Fang Zhao. Most of his knowledge was from his secondary school classes, and after that, through others' hearsay. However, he could still manage bragging a little in front of Su Ho. All the stories that people knew were apparently good stories that sang the praises of the martyrs and their glorious achievements. As Zuiyu narrated the stories in Yenzhou's history books, Su Ho sat in front of the gravestone. Fang Zhao stood aside and listened quietly. The stories were somewhat unfamiliar and exaggerated. However, this was not the first time he had experienced such stories. Back when he had visited the Yenzhou cemetery for martyrs before Memorial Day, there were people in the memorial hall telling stories that mentioned him. Those stories had been way more exaggerated. He silently laughed and shook his head as his eyes looked up toward Su Mu's gravestone. Su Mu's gravestone was similar to Wu Yan's. 2 lines of a brief biography, followed by his contributions toward Muzhou. Compared to Wu Yan, who was a generation younger, Fang Zhao had been closer to Su Mu and the others of the same generation who had experienced the peaceful era and struggled together during the end of days. Visiting the tombs of his old friends left Fang Zhao feeling complicated. This was a feeling that he did not know how to describe. When he was reborn and saw the new era that his old friends had helped found, Fang Zhao had felt a little envy. But if those own friends of his knew that he had been reborn 500 years later, they would probably be jealous, right? Zuiyu talked non-stop for half an hour. The face of the cemetery guard who was watching had begun to twitch, probably thinking of a plan to remove him from the place. When Zuiyu finally stopped, Su Ho still could not get enough of it. What's next? Could you tell me how Fang Zhao, Great General Mu Su, Great General Lu Shi, Great General Wu Yan, and the other martyrs met during the apocalypse? Su Ho asked, anticipating the story that was to come. There is too much to finish in a day, Zuiyu replied. In reality, he himself did not know. The knowledge he had stored on this matter was nearly all used up. Fabricate a story? That would be disrespectful to the martyrs, so he did not say any more. Anyway, all you need to remember is that all the martyrs buried in cemeteries on every continent, whether they were well known or nameless, each and every one deserves our respect and admiration. Especially those who have gravestones near the front, they are all great people, Zuiyu concluded. Su Ho felt a little disappointed that there would be no more stories. Rubbing the wound on his forehead, he smiled and said, I guess. He had heard plenty of stories of how his ancestor Su Mu had reclaimed Muzhou. He had also watched many films and shows of that period. Every youth in their secondary school days would have a superhero dream, and his idol had been Su Mu. When he had been given the task of going to Yenzhou to pay respects, he had been more than happy to do so. After all, he had grown up hearing stories of Muzhou and other related stories. As for the other leaders during the end of days, he had not known much at all. If things were as Zuiyu had said, Su Ho felt that all his kowtowing was worth it. Originally, he had been misled by his elder siblings, but after listening to Zuiyu, he was no longer as pissed. Once his anger had subsided, Su Ho realized his forehead was hurting quite a bit. He also knew that continuing to stay here was not a good idea. If he happened to run into a media company looking for news, it would be troublesome. As Su Ho got up to leave, he turned to Zuiyu and told him, your stories were not bad, let's be friends. When I'm free, I'll pay a visit to Yenzhou and hang out with you guys. Su Ho felt that the two he had just met were decent people. Although he was not smart, he could still feel the kindness or malice coming from people. As for these two, they did not ask about the matters of his family or seem to have any purpose of wanting benefits. By making friends with them, it would be easy to find them when he got bored and wanted to listen to more stories. This is my contact number, I am Su Ho. After he gave out his own name, he watched for Fang Zhao and Zuiyu's reaction. I know. Your photographs appear periodically in entertainment news. Try not to wander around recklessly, it would be better if you bring along a bodyguard. I have seen many of you rich kids from rich families get kidnapped because they run around without a care, Zhuyu advised while adding him as a friend. Su Ho glanced at the person beside Zhuyu. What about you? Let's be friends too. My name is Fang Zhao. Su Ho. Su Ho walked a few steps toward the exit with a blank face before he turned back and faced Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Zhuyu explained, this is my boss, Fang Zhao. He shares the same name as the Fang Zhao that you kowtowed to. Oh. Su Ho scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He knew that there were many people who shared the same name as the martyrs. It was just that, meeting under these sort of circumstances, there was bound to be a little awkwardness. What you just mentioned, about other continents, do they send someone over to pay respects every year? Fang Zhao asked. A while back, when Zhuyu had been telling his story, Su Ho had mentioned that. Just that he had not elaborated and Zhuyu had not taken note of anything special. Every year, when people from other continents traveled to Yenzhou's cemetery for martyrs, they would pay respects to the martyrs. This was very normal. Did I mention it? Su Ho scratched his head and thought for a moment. Oh, right. Actually, I am not too sure myself. I only heard about it before. Just like our Su family assigns someone to pay respects, other continents have families who do the same. The timing might not necessarily be the same, but they usually visit within a month before or after Memorial Day. As for which families, I'm not too sure. Yesterday, when I was there, I ran into someone from Shizhou. Fang Zhao laughed and did not ask anything further. He told Su Ho, hurry up and go home, those people seem to be looking for you. Get the wound on your forehead treated as soon as possible. Even if you are angry, don't take it out on yourself. Head injuries that don't get treated in time make one stupid. Zhuyu thought to himself, boss, you know that you are lying to a kid, right? However, Su Ho believed it. He already did not consider himself to be smart. If he became more stupid. Save me. Su Ho shouted as he ran toward a squad that had just entered the core cemetery area, making the squad members assume that Fang Zhao and Zhuyu were trying to kidnap Su Ho. Some even drew their guns. However, the leader of the team was frowning, probably from hearing Su Ho's account and realizing that it was totally different from what that had assumed was happening. Thus, he instructed his team members to put away their guns and then flashed Fang Zhao a courteous smile. With that, the entire team surrounded Su Ho as they left. A faint sound of someone being berated came from outside the cemetery's core area. The scoldings were not meant for Su Ho. It was probably some paparazzi or some nosy bystanders who were being reprimanded by the cemetery staff. The young masters of rich and powerful families. Zhuyu sighed, although he did feel a little glad. Our luck this time round isn't too bad. We got to meet a young master. Speaking of all these families of great generals who founded the new era, they are all publicly known as aristocratic families. Boss, imagine how awesome it would be to be descendants of such great people. Fang Zhao only smiled but did not say much. He stood silently before Su Mu's gravestone before moving on to the next gravestone as he had done before at Yenzhou's cemetery of martyrs. This was not Fang Zhou's main battlefield, but some names were very familiar to him. Even if they were not that familiar, he still had some impression of the names. There might not have been a grave for Fang Zhao here, but there were still people here that remembered him. To still assign someone to pay respects after 500 years, even if it was a formality and the people went with the mentality of completing a task, Fang Zhao had nothing bad to say. Even for people related by blood, feelings would fade over time, more so after many generations and without any blood relation. For someone like Su Ho to really kowtow, and kowtow over 10 times at that, was a rare sight indeed. After leaving the cemetery, they arrived at the plaza in front of the giant tombstone. Standing in the plaza, they could see the front of the core area's magnificent monument. As Memorial Day had already passed some time ago, there were not many people here. After Memorial Day, the working class had gone back to work and students had gone back to school. The paparazzi that were following Suho had left as well. People in the cemetery were quietly walking through the plaza, probably having paid their respects to somebody. There was no longer any Memorial Day buzz and the plaza seemed spacious and empty, occasionally with other sounds. A gust of wind blew through, causing the falling leaves to creating a light scraping sound as they hit the stone floor. This was really the most common scene in the cemetery. Fang Zhao's footsteps slowed and he inclined his head slightly, as if to resolve something. What's wrong? Suiyu thought that Fang Zhao had discovered something abnormal and immediately became alert. However, looking all around him, he found nothing amiss. Listen, Fang Zhao said. What? Suiyu still did not understand. Listen to the sounds. Suiyu listened carefully but still did not find anything worth his attention. Boss, what did you hear? The sound of gravestones. Suiyu. Suiyu scratched the goosebumps that appeared on his arm and asked, do gravestones have sounds? Yes. Every single gravestone, whether big or small, near or far, will have their own sound. So do the trees, people, and even the stone floor of the plaza. The entire cemetery has its own voice. Fang Zhao stopped in his tracks, closed his eyes, and let his arms hang down, not moving at all. Suiyu. My boss is a crazy fellow. A gust of wind blew across. Even though the wind brought about a gentle warmth, Suiyu shivered, cold sweat dripping down his back as all the hairs on his body stood up. Boss, we have to respect science. Fang Zhao had not meant to scare Suiyu, but neither was he talking nonsense. He was seriously listening. It was just different from what Suiyu imagined. The sounds that Fang Zhao heard were converted into a sort of language deep within his brain, music. Emotions, scenery, and sounds were sources of inspiration. Although back in Yenzhou, Fang Zhao's walk in the cemetery had provided him with a rough draft, he had still felt that there was something lacking. Now he was looking for it slowly. Muzhou's cemetery gave Fang Zhao a different feel. The emotions, scenery, and sounds were all different. The melodies playing in his mind were different too. As Fang Zhao listened, he adjusted the melodies in his mind until they suited his ideal result. However, as Fang Zhao was in the process of soaking in all the inspiration, Suiyu was different. He would subconsciously examine his surroundings for anomalies, then turn back in the direction of the tombstone to see if there were any changes. He had doubts about having accepted the job of assistant. Perhaps he felt that he did not suit this profession, or perhaps, after having spent some time beside Fang Zhao, he had become crazy too. Each time Fang Zhao walked a little, he would stop to listen. Sometimes he would listen for an extended period, other times he would only listen for a short while. When the time came for them to leave Muzhou, Suiyu let out a sigh of relief in his head. He was relieved to finally leave this place. However, when he thought about having to visit the cemeteries in other continents, he felt a little disheartened. If it was as Suiyu expected, for the following continents, they would head straight for the cemetery for martyrs in each continent. Unless it was late or there were sudden weather changes, only then would they stop to rest. As the destinations were rather clear-cut, even if there were any delays, it would only be for a short while. Shizhou, Tongzhou, Jizhou, Lazhou, Nizhou, Rongzhou, Mazhou, Jianzhou, Liezhou and Huangzhou, every continent they went to was the same circumstances. Suiyu had the same experience in every continent, repeating it 10 times up till the point where he could remain calm and enjoy the scenery whenever he saw Fang Zhao appreciate the mysterious sounds of the cemeteries. On February 25, Fang Zhao and Suiyu returned to Yenzhou. As Fang Zhao walked into the virtual projects department on the 50th floor, Zhu Wen and the others were all there. They carefully observed Fang Zhao's facial expressions. They were worried that Fang Zhao would get angry over the results of the online voting for the endorsement deal. For the endorsement deal for Battle of the Century, according to the votes of the public, Polar Light remained in third place, losing to first-placed Miyu by only 300 votes. With the huge number of voters, this was a tiny disparity. But still, even losing out by 1 vote was a loss. Losing was just losing, there was no doubt. Now, the results of the voting were still on the internet. They might have received assistance from Lijo voters, but the other 2 companies were not going to sit idly by. They had also campaigned intercontinentally for votes. Thus, Zhu Wen and the rest were worried that Fang Zhao might be moody from losing the vote. If the superiors were in a bad frame of mind, the underlings would be out of luck. Fang Zhao knew the results of the vote, but he did not express anything. First, this was just an online vote organized by the media and not one officially organized by Fiery Bird. It was only a disguised inquiry to see public opinion and would not yet decide who the spokesperson was. Second, operations and publicity had been in charge of this matter. Fang Zhao had only completed the tasks he was required to. He had left the other matters in the hands of Silver Wing staff. If there is nothing else important, do not disturb me, Fang Zhao said, going into his office. Watching the door close, Zheng Huang said, "Is Big Zhao going into isolation again? Seems like this time he gained quite a lot." Indeed, he gained quite a bit. Zuoyu pointed at the Muzhou specialty products that were placed to one side. "This is all that we gained. Free of charge." Zuoyu briefly recounted their experiences on this trip, placing added emphasis on Fang Zhao's unusual behavior when he was at the cemetery. Zhu Wen sympathized and patted him on the shoulder. "Get used to it. You just have to know that the mind of an artist is not something normal people can understand. Anyway, up till now, I still don't understand him." Fang Zhao did not know that the people outside were discussing him. He did not have the time or mood to take notice of them anyway. He organized all that he had gained from this trip and turned on the mini projector given to him by Fiery Bird Sound Effects Deputy Head Yu Chuan. He started making amendments to his score sheet, which he had adjusted many times before. The next day, after a night without sleep, the musical piece was finally completed. Fang Zhao made a call to Duan Xianji. "We can arrange for the recording." The storage card that he had given out for photographs had already been returned. Now, all that Fang Zhao needed to do was record the completed piece, fit it with the animation, and store it onto the card. February 28. Huangzhou, Fiery Bird Headquarters. Sound Effects Department Head Hua Li knocked his forehead with his fist and took a few deep breaths. After that, he plucked out his earpiece and asked Yu Chuan beside him, "What do you feel about this?" What they had just been listening to was the 11th demo piece. It was not yet completed, just a portion. The final draft had not yet been submitted. Given Hua Li's and Yu Chuan's capabilities, they could naturally deduce how the completed piece would sound just from the demo piece and the first draft. Yu Chuan also pulled out his earpiece and shook his head. If the final draft does not have many changes, then it is just like that. If you hear the tune on its own, it seems quite good. However, if you add it to the animation, just like the previous few, there is just something lacking. Hua Li sighed deeply. Pondering a while, he asked, "Is there still no news on the other 8 invitees?" 7 masters have replied. 2 of them will submit their demo piece and first draft by tonight. 5 others have said they tried their best but were unable to come up with anything. They will return the card and projector to us. "Isn't there one more?" Hua Li asked. He had sent Yu Chuan to deliver 19 invites and they only had 18 replies now. Where had the last one gone? "There is still one more, Fang Zhao. Until now, there has been no news from him," Yu Chuan replied. "Fang Zhao? That freshly graduated 20-something fellow?" Hua Li knew who Fang Zhao was, because amongst all the great masters, a youngster like him had appeared and that left a lasting impression. There were still the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction, something that Hua Li listened to every day. When we went to invite him, he personally agreed to it. It's just that there has been no news at all, Yuchuan answered. Let's wait a little while more. When Huali finished speaking, he heard a new message notification from Yuchuan's side. Yuchuan was surprised. Fang Zhao replied saying the recording went somewhat smoothly. The completed piece together with the final draft have been stored inside the card. He has already contacted our Yenzhou division, and they will send it over to Huangzhou very soon. Completed piece. That was what Huali paid attention to. After pondering for a while, he said, ask who is in charge of the storage card at Yenzhou's side. Get them to send the contents over through an encrypted channel. Yuchuan was also curious. He contacted the Yenzhou person and requested they send the card's contents right away. Listen. Huali put on his earpieces once again. Yuchuan put on his earpiece and broadcasted the music file that he had just received. At the start, both of them did not have any expressions, but as the tune hit the 20-second mark, excitement could be seen on their faces, and their expressions became rather serious. After 1 minute, both let out a deep breath. When the broadcast reached the 1.5-minute mark, Huali pressed the pause button and yanked his earpieces out. To the sound effects studio. Yuchuan had the same intention. The both of them hurried to the sound effects studio and turned on the opening scene animation before broadcasting the received file at the same time. Outside the studio, the rest of the people from the sound effects department were guessing what had happened after both the head and deputy head had hurriedly rushed in. Thinking back to how they had been recently discussing the accompaniment music for the opening scene, they wondered which great master had sent a new piece that satisfied the two. Thus, the entire sound effects department began discussing why the two heads were rushing and which great master had just sent in their work. Inside the sound effects studio. The best audio and projection equipment in the entire Fiery Bird company was installed right here. Both the head and deputy head watched the opening animation and listened to the musical composition over and over. After completing their 5th time, Huali clapped his hands on the table and exclaimed, "This is it. Just like that. Are you not even going to consider the other pieces?" Yuchuan asked. He had the same opinion as Huali. It was just that some of the others had not yet sent in their final drafts. Were they really going to come to a decision now? Wasn't it too early? No need. Just this. Huali knew that there were others that had not yet sent in their final drafts, and there were even 2 that had not yet sent in a demo piece or a first draft, but Huali had dealt with these people for many years already. He knew the styles of these people, there were no big surprises. I have no idea how those from the music industry would evaluate this. I'm just looking at this as a game from a sound effects department head's point of view. It is just perfect, it is the most suitable accompaniment for the opening animation. It fits perfectly. Huali said. Composing, arranging, remixing, directing, producer of Polar Light Virtual Projects team. Huali looked at the information on Fang Zhao. Back when he had first seen it, he had been shocked and not been able to believe it. But now he had no doubts. He had heard this phrase before. In this world, there will always be an omnipotent crazy fellow. Sighing ruefully, Huali got up and left the studio. Contact Fang Zhao, we can begin discussions. Duan Xianji had not been in a great mood originally. Polar Light had lost the online poll and a whole host of sarcastic comments had followed. Even though she had gone through the same routine countless times before and was mentally prepared, she was still disappointed. After all, it was the first time Silver Wing had successfully launched a virtual idol. Maybe she had set her expectations too high because they had gotten off to such a great start. Then again, even though they lost, they didn't lose by a big margin. And it was still far from clear who Fiery Bird would pick in the end. As her train of thought made this twist, Duan Xianji started looking forward to Fang Zhao's progress on the Fiery Bird score. Just as she was pondering the matter, she got a call. It was her assistant. What? We've been picked? So soon? Duan Qianji listened to her assistant's briefing in disbelief. Fang Zhao had just submitted his data card yesterday and now Fiery Bird had made up their mind. This was the score for the new game's opening animation. 18 other masters had been invited to submit scores. How come they had decided so soon? If she hadn't vetted Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji would have wondered if Fang Zhao was in cahoots with Fiery Bird. Otherwise, how come they had decided on the scores so quickly? Duan Qianji was thinking Fiery Bird's sound effects team would have to convene a meeting to sift through the submissions and take a vote. The whole process would take 2 or 3 days at least. But the fact of the matter was that Fiery Bird had decided yesterday. The reason they had waited until today to make contact was because they were still debating how to compensate Fang Zhao. Fiery Bird's custom was to invite submissions from composers and then offer a price based on the final submissions. Even pieces that ultimately weren't placed would be evaluated and paid for. This was a practice that industry insiders were familiar with and didn't take issue with. What are they offering? As a businesswoman, this was Duan Qianji's foremost concern. Fang Zhao was signed to Silver Wing, but after the completion of the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series, he had signed a new contract. The deal gave Fang Zhao a certain degree of freedom. It was a quasi-partnership. He could take jobs on his own other than his assignments from Silver Wing, but he had to notify the company. He was also banned from defecting to another label before the end of his contract. Compared to other composers, these were already exceptional terms. This was an act of generosity on Duan Qianji's part. She cherished the fact that she had landed someone who could carry a virtual project, someone talented enough to rival the entire Flying Pegasus cooperative. Duan Qianji had moved on the new contract quickly after consulting Fang Zhao, but it was never made public, listed only as an A-grade contract in the label's internal database. As for Fiery Bird's assignment, this was a collaboration between the game studio and Fang Zhao, not between the studio and Silver Wing. In this case, Silver Wing was riding on Fang Zhao's coattails, so regardless of how much Fiery Bird offered, the sum would be pocketed by Fang Zhao entirely. But now, Silver Wing's fate was intertwined with Fang Zhao's. The better his work, the higher his pricing, the better prospects for Silver Wing. But Duan Qianji wore a puzzled expression after hearing her assistant's response. That's what they said. Okay, got it. After ending the call, she instructed her driver, when we reach the office, head to the 50th floor, not the top floor. When she arrived, the entire virtual projects department stood in attention. The big boss was dropping by. Of course they had to be on hand to welcome her. Zhu Wen was a little nervous. He was afraid of Duan Qianji. Even though he had been to the top floor with Fang Zhao quite a few times and was less nervous now, he was still tense. The others didn't fare much better. Thinking back to the Polar Light interview they had completed a while back, they didn't remember any big hiccups. The technical aspects and director had been confirmed well in advance. Hang Pusong's dubbing had gone smoothly. He had delivered his lines according to the script. There shouldn't be any issues. Why was the big boss visiting now? Surprise inspection? Even though Duan Qianji wore a faint smile, she still projected a serious aura. The 50th floor went silent and everyone became extra cautious. The only calm person was Fang Zhao, who arrived even later than the big boss. Fang Zhao had rushed back from home after getting word from Duan Qianji. He ended up being slower than his boss. You're here. Duan Qianji's smile deepened. I have some news. Your score has been picked by the Fiery Bird sound effects department. The only people present were the core members of the Polar Light project team. Their discretion could be counted on and they could use the morale boost. That was why Duan Qianji didn't bother keeping the news a secret, although she didn't specify where Fang Zhao's score would be used. She didn't have to elaborate. Fang Zhao knew what she was talking about. Fang Zhao was happy to find out that his work had been chosen by Fiery Bird, but he wasn't over-emotional. He merely smiled and waited for Duan Xinji to continue. She wouldn't have come to the 50th floor in person just to share that piece of news. Duan Xinji observed Fang Zhao's facial expression. She was impressed that he could maintain his composure. The head of Fiery Bird sound effects team, Huali, has approached us with an offer. As you would probably expect, they will definitely pay more for the chosen piece than the other submissions, but they haven't offered an exact price yet. They want to give you a choice. Duan Xinji paused before continuing. Do you want to get paid in cash or receive Fiery Bird's once-in-a-decade limited edition gaming console instead? For most of the people present, this was a no-brainer. Who would go for the gaming console? Most people would choose the former without hesitation. If the pay was meager, that would be cause for consideration, but the amount was no doubt generous. That Liezhou film studio had spent 10 million to license one movement exclusively for a month. Fiery Bird wouldn't be cheap. After all, everyone knew that Fiery Bird was loaded. But after Duan Xinji asked the question, Zhu Wen and the other tech geeks, whose ears were perked, looked conflicted. Even though this had nothing to do with them, they still wondered how they would choose. Such a tough call. Cash. Of course, regular Joes like them liked cash even though they were already getting paid handsomely with the success of the Polar Light project and the rise of the virtual projects department. Who would turn down more cash? But the other choice was a Fiery Bird console. It was the latest once-in-a-decade release, a limited edition console. Who knows how many of them Fiery Bird would make? It couldn't be more than a handful. Word had already traveled in tech geek circles that Fiery Bird's new console would be significantly more advanced than their last console. It was rumored the console was developed in conjunction with army technicians. Tons of folks had been dying to get their hands on one. Zhu Wen had never thought something like this would happen to someone he knew. A real tough one. Such a tough call. How would I choose? But before Zhu Wen and company became consumed in mock indecision, Fang Zhao had already given his answer. I want the console. Duan Xinji's expression was one of resignation when she heard the answer. She felt she had fallen behind the times. It was hard for her to figure out what was going on in the minds of these youngsters. While he had still been working on the Period of Destruction series, Fang Zhao had applied for gaming equipment. During quite a few of Duan Xinji's previous visits, Fang Zhao had been gaming in the department's dedicated gaming room when she arrived. When she had heard Fiery Bird's offer from her assistant, she had a hunch that Fang Zhao would make the unconventional choice. You're positive? Duan Xinji asked. Positive. Then send a message to Yuchuan. They're waiting to hear from you. The person who had reached out to Duan Xinji had been Huali, the head of Fiery Bird sound effects team. Why hadn't Fiery Bird contacted Fang Zhao directly? Because Fang Zhao was napping at home and had set his bracelet to alert him to calls from VIPs only. Yuchuan was not listed as a VIP, so his call went unannounced and unanswered. Duan Xinji left after chatting with Fang Zhao a bit more. Boss, a Fiery Bird console. Zhu Wen's eyes burned with envy. When is it arriving? Can I touch it? Can I take a picture with it? I want to show off. The limited edition consoles are the most advanced consoles. It's hard to put a price tag on them. Boss, I think you made the right call. Even if you suffer financially, you'll be rewarded spiritually, said an equally jealous Rodney. Fang Zhao sent Yuchuan a message. Yuchuan immediately responded, the console will arrive between late August and early September. The exact timing still has to be confirmed. The console is still being tested. We'll give you a heads up before we send it out. You've made the right choice. You'll make a decent profit if you resell it. In reality, Fang Zhao wasn't as conflicted as others thought he might be. For someone who had survived the apocalypse like him, money wasn't a big deal as long as he had enough to cover his expenses. Of course, no one would mind making more money, but in contrast, Fang Zhao was more curious about a gaming console from the new era. He liked to try out new things in the new era. Plus, he was also looking forward to Battle of the Century. The right hardware was a must. He could only enjoy the game if he had the proper console. That afternoon, Silver Wing announced that Fang Zhao's score had been picked by Fiery Bird, but again, the statement didn't mention where the score would be placed. Still, the news itself was enough to dispel some skeptics. He was really chosen. Who knows? We only have Silver Wing's word for it. No one can back up their story. Are we sure this isn't a charade staged by Silver Wing? I don't think they would stoop so low as to lie, but there will be so many scores in the game. Fang Zhao may have written some token sound effect that doesn't feature prominently in the game. Who cares? It's just another composer, not an A-list celebrity. To respond to the noise, Silver Wing released an additional video. It was an excerpt from an interview with a few key members of Fiery Bird's production team. Silver Wing had isolated a comment from Huali, the head of Fiery Bird's sound effects team. Huali said the sound effects for the game had been more or less completed. He also thanked the composers that worked on the scores and mentioned Fang Zhao by name. Fang Zhao is composer full of surprises. We look forward to working with him again. The fact that Huali identified Fang Zhao as a composer suggested Huali held him in high esteem. It was confirmation of Fang Zhao's talent. The interview of the few key members of Fiery Bird's production team was broadcasted to the entire world. Everyone who paid attention could see it, and Fang Zhao's name became known by more people. However, not everyone cared about it, mostly only those within the industry paid attention. Not bad, Fang Zhao. Ming Tsang was the first to contact Fang Zhao after seeing the interview. A lot of people had said that Ming Tsang had totally become a Fang Zhao fanatic. Nowadays, the information posted on Ming Tsang's social feed was mostly concerning his son Mingyi. At the same time, he would mention Fang Zhao. Therefore, people close to Ming Tsang, whether they were in the industry or not, had also become familiar with Fang Zhao's name. Actually, I know of a few invitees who received the invitation from Fiery Bird. I didn't expect that you would land it in the end. When Ming Tsang had gone down to Silver Wing to personally thank Fang Zhao after the fourth movement was released, a foreign friend of his from the music industry had come to visit, stating that he had urgent matters and wanted to meet. Hence, Ming Tsang had to leave Silver Wing and head home early. And that friend was one of the other invitees of Fiery Bird this year. As he had signed a confidentiality agreement, he had only told Ming Tsang what could be revealed and listed a few difficulties he had encountered. Even if Ming Tsang did not know what the animation was or the scenery, he knew about the difficulty of creating an accompaniment piece. He had even invited a few friends who specialized in soundtracks for games and films to come over for a discussion. In the end, even a bunch of influential people in the industry still could not compete with that youngster. This year's invitees were to make a piece for a portion of the game. Since the final piece had been selected, the other submissions would not be used anymore. Knowing this bit of information, Ming Tsang felt a little rueful, yet at the same time he felt a sense of pride. Look, a person of Yenzhou, and still a youngster. Just as Xue Jing, who was compiling teaching materials, had said before, the new waves of the Yenzhou music industry would most likely to rise on the backs of Fang Zhao and other youngsters. By the way, Fang Zhao, do you know Qian department? I can rope you in. In the global context, creators would very often unite and join forces to cooperate and fight over more resources and opportunities. Some of these organizations were formed with the alma mater of an academic institution as the core, while others were spontaneously formed by private organizations. The globally renowned organization, Qian Department, was one of many. The group that Ming Tsang wanted to pull Fang Zhao into the core of was Qian Department. The group currently had 99 members. With Fang Zhao, it would be an even 100. All of them were from the music industry. A third of them were similar to Ming Tsang's grade and were rather reputable within the Yenzhou music industry. Even if Fang Zhao did not pay attention to news regarding the industry, he would still find those names rather familiar. Of the remaining two-thirds, half of them were older members who had not yet achieved a status similar to that of Ming Tsang, and the remaining half were youngsters who had started to make a name for themselves. Of course, these youngsters only had a reputation within the music circles. If in the context of the entire entertainment industry or the whole of Yenzhou, not many would have heard of them. Ho! Fang Zhao. Should have roped you in a long time ago, exclaimed a professor who was still teaching at Qian Academy of Music. The younger ones will surpass us in times to come. From what I understand, Fiery Bird sent out over 10 invites this year, right? This time, only inviting Fang Zhao from Yenzhou and, in the end, picking his piece. I'm really curious to find out what sort of piece it is, said a retired professor who had established his own orchestra and performed across the globe. Mostly it was the bunch of big shots in the industry that said anything. Occasionally, some middle-tier members would add in a line or two. As for the youngsters who were at the lowest point, they still did not dare to hastily interrupt. Fang Zhao was probably the only exception. Greetings seniors. In terms of seniority, Fang Zhao was still considered a junior. However, in terms of influence, Fang Zhao indeed had the qualifications to compare with the seniors. Refuse to accept it? If you refuse to accept, produce an invitation card from Fiery Bird, or for those in pop music, show your sales volume. Cannot produce it? If you cannot produce it, then shut up. Letting one's strength do the talking was a rule that many industries had. Even if one had the experience but not the capability, their rank would be at the back, just like the people in the middle tier of the organization. I wonder what the price Fiery Bird quoted was. Fang Zhao, are you at liberty to share? Someone asked. I am curious too. Sigh, I have come into contact with various games company and even recommended a few of my students. However, none of the companies can become like Fiery Bird. Should there be any good assignments, many teachers would give opportunities to their favor pupils. For example, if a film or gaming company approached those masters to request a soundtrack or composition for their film or game, these masters would come up with various reasons why they were unable to do it personally or alone and hence rope in their own students, slowly giving them a chance to take the stage. This was something many graduates in the new era would experience. However, this sort of situation was not required by Fang Zhao at all. Teacher. He did not need the help of a teacher to get a recommendation. He had already made a name for himself with the 4 epic movements as well as personal recognition from Fiery Bird sound effects department head. Would he still need referrals? There would probably be people who would look him up, right? What everyone was curious about though was definitely the fee that Fiery Bird would pay to Fang Zhao. You don't have to give a concrete number. Just an estimate would be fine, it is rather secure here, Ming Tsang said, at the same time letting Fang Zhao know that the people here were rather tight. This sort of thing could be partially mentioned here, as it proved one's ability, and they were not just comparing achievements over here. Ming Tsang continued, of course, there is no need to force yourself if you are unable to reveal it. Everyone here understands it well. Yes, everyone here is just curious, but we are not forcing you. If you are under a confidentiality agreement, we totally understand. Everyone here has experienced it before, a professor from the Qian Academy of Music said. Right, I collaborated with Fiery Bird before, on the game that was released 10 years ago. My composition was used as background music for a 30-second interlude. Back then, they paid me over $10 million. I heard that there were people who received even more, for example, those longer opening animations or those more pivotal interludes. Pieces that by them would garner a rather high fee. Your situation should be similar to mine. I just want to know, after 10 years, whether the fees are any different, said a musician who had already founded his own studio. Hey, maybe Fang Zhao did a composition for their feature-length film? Even if he is not able to hit that standard, who knows, maybe he could do so in future, someone jokingly said. They all, of course, did not think that Fang Zhao would be picked to create the background music for the feature-length film in the game, but some fun and laughter within the group was normal. It's alright, say only if you want to do so. No one will blame you if you choose not to reveal, said the current headmaster of the Qian Academy of Music. But his thoughts were different from his words. Fang Zhao's situation could be considered an accomplishment for me too. I could brag about this for a year. If I know Fiery Bird's quoted fee, I could bring it out to brag even more when I go abroad to take part in exchange programs. Look, our school's alumni, less than a year after graduating, Fiery Bird offered him X millions. Awesome, right? Shocking. Frightened now. Thinking of that situation made the headmaster feel excited as he anticipated Fang Zhao's figures. Gaming console, Fang Zhao replied. What? Ming Tsang was puzzled. Fiery Bird gave me two choices, cash or a gaming console. I chose the console, Fang Zhao replied. Then, the group suddenly went cold. Including Ming Tsang, who had continuously helped to liven up the atmosphere, everyone seemed to lose their voices. No one had the chance to break the sudden silence of the group, because Fang Zhao received an international call. Su-ho. Fang Zhao was surprised. I just saw that Fiery Bird interview. Su-ho's tone was a little unnatural, slightly stiff. Impressive. And then? Fang Zhao could not believe that the chubby kid had called him just for this. Then, are you interested in investing in a farm? Su-ho stammered out. Are you having trouble? Fang Zhao asked. Cough, a little. What Su-ho encountered was not a slight problem but rather quite a large and troublesome one. In order to compete with his half-brothers and half-sisters who shared different mothers, Su-ho had decided to work hard. He had set himself a faraway target, to win the sheep-herding championship. Even though 500 years had passed, the impact of the period of destruction still lingered. Every continent had many lands that were not suitable for planting crops. Other continents would construct buildings on such land. In Muzhou, this was under the jurisdiction of the Land Resources Department. Every year, they would give out a few such lands that had been treated and were now suitable for growing stuff. And every year, the prize for the grand champion of the sheep-herding competition was a newly released piece of land. Everyone who had given their opinions to Su-ho regarded his goal as very far indeed. The sheep-herding competition was already underway, and it would be too late to take part now. However, Su-ho received the news that the owner of a participating farm wanted to sell off their land, hence, Su-ho had frantically borrowed money and bought the farm. He had been scammed. He did not know who had set him up, but Su-ho had fallen headfirst into it. Not only was the purchased farm devoid of anything, even the competing dogs on the farm had already been transferred out. Su-ho did not have the guts to continue asking his elder brother and mother for help. More importantly, he could not let the other members of the Su family know. Needless to say, if this matter was made public, many people would laugh at his stupidity. Just at that moment, he saw the web broadcast of Fiery Bird's interview. Hearing Fang Zhao's name and checking up on it, he realized it was the same person he had met at the cemetery. This excited him, and he made a call to Fang Zhao straight away. Hearing Su-ho's simple explanation, Fang Zhao did not say anything. Fang Zhao's silence made Su-ho feel apprehensive. He was worried that Fang Zhao would not be willing to help. However, shortly, he heard, "Sure, I will help you. On account of your forehead, I will help even if it means losing money," Fang Zhao thought to himself. Really? Thank you very much. Do you know anyone who owns shepherd dogs? I hear a dog barking, do you own a dog? At that moment, Suiyu was teasing Curly Hair, provoking a series of barks from him that Su-ho heard. I own one, but it's not a shepherd dog. No worries, bring it along the next time you come to Muzhou. We can let it try out some sheep herding training. Su Ho had not hidden the fact that he had bought the farm from Fang Zhao. He had only mentioned that, although the farm's land was huge, the soil was no longer suitable for planting anything. Muzhou's farm owners were not as carefree as people thought they were. They paid attention to the weather, agriculture, farming soil improvements, and crops. All of that was knowledge they needed to know, and it was stuff that they personally paid attention to. However, there would always be lazy farmer owners who were ignorant and let their arable soil go to waste after a time. The plot of land that Su Ho had bought was just like that. The images and information he had received were totally different from what he'd seen personally. The land had already wasted and he had been tricked. If he wanted to plant new stuff, he would need to hire a professional to make amendments. As for the ones who had tricked Su Ho, they had played on the urgency of Su Ho's need to find a farm. All he needed was a little push to fall for it. It was rather evident that the ones who had tricked Su Ho knew him very well. Just by using one's brains a little, it was easy to guess who they actually were. However, Fang Zhao had no interest in the trivial matters of the Su family. Once he attended to the matters at hand, Fang Zhao was going to submit another application to go overseas again. Collecting materials again? Duan Xinji felt her head aching. Nope. This time it is to expand my professional service, Fang Zhao said. Duan Xinji felt it was funny. Expand his professional service. Are you able to garner support or get an advertisement? Muzhou advertisements were still a tough ask even if one was famous. Polar Light's development plans within the continent had already been arranged. There were two paths that could be taken. One was if Polar Light was selected for the endorsement deal, the other was if he did not get selected. Whichever path it followed, Polar Light was Silverwing's most promising virtual idol. Duan Xinji had no plans to let it go to waste. Fang Zhao had given Polar Light such a gorgeous debut. If they let this trump card get ruined, Silverwing Media did not deserve to be among the three big entertainment companies of Yenzhou. Fiery Bird's eventual spokesperson would be publicly announced in May. During this period, Silverwing Media would release a war movie in which Polar Light would have a role. Therefore, the entire virtual projects department except the producer, Fang Zhao, was busy as usual. Although his original job was a composer, Silverwing did not need him to be in charge of every film that they made. Otherwise, why did Silverwing have so many other composers on their payroll? Was Flying Pegasus a bunch of useless good-for-nothings? Thus, now that Fang Zhao had accomplished all his work at hand and was idle, and since Su Ho had a situation over there, Fang Zhao decided to go over for a bit. This time around it was different. Other than Fang Zhao and Zuiyu, the flying transport had one more dog. Perhaps it was his first time on board a flying transport, as Curly Hair did not seem at ease and was pacing around impatiently, finally deciding to lie beside Fang Zhao's legs. Looking at the dog beside Fang Zhao's legs, Zuiyu said, "Boss, is it appropriate to bring this dog over? The dogs at Muzhou are generally larger, just like that black dog we saw at Shanmu Farm, wasn't it big?" Actually, that was still a puppy. As for this dog, compared with the professional shepherd dogs at the farms, it is little more than a toy. Wouldn't it get bullied over there? And if you consider the builds of the sheep, and looking at this dog, it might even be scared of the sheep. Fang Zhao, who was reading a history book said, "Curly Hair has a high IQ. He learns fast too. When the time comes for him to learn herding with those professional sheep dogs, even if he can't herd, learning more is always beneficial." Following the coordinates the Su Ho had given, Zuiyu flew the transport to a farm situated in the eastern part of Muzhou. It was different from all the other farms that were full of vitality as they flew past. This farm seemed desolate and nothing was going on. Even the grass on the pastures was sparse. A few lifeless dogs were lying at the side yawning, too lazy to even react as they saw a flying transport approaching. Su Ho was already waiting there with an embarrassed smile on his face. "Brother Zhao, you have arrived." Su Ho rushed forward. "Call me Master Zhao," Fang Zhao told him. Yes, Master Zhao. Su Ho did not care what Fang Zhao wanted himself to be called. Now, Fang Zhao was a rich man, and it was hard to find a person who could help. Furthermore, when Su Ho had looked up information on Fang Zhao, Su Ho had come to admire him. He had heard that, in the past, they would call rich men something master. There were people who still used the term in Muzhou, so Su Ho did not find anything wrong with addressing him that way. First, tell me the current situation. The honest truth, do not conceal anything. You have only one chance. Fang Zhao looked at Su Ho. He would not ask how Su Ho had gotten tricked first. The kid had pride, and harping on that matter would be met with a little resistance. One would learn from his own mistakes. As long as he was not an idiot, he would gain something. Facing Fang Zhao's unreadable expression and stare, Su Ho felt all the skin on his body tightening up. As if it was his grandfather staring at him before he received a scolding. Su Ho shrunk back and lost all trace of his normal arrogant self, yet he also let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Fang Zhao would deride him for getting conned, but he had not expected that Fang Zhao would not mention it at all after arriving. Looking around at the predicament he was in, Su Ho recounted the entire matter honestly. Oh, it was like this. Among Su Ho's attendants were some that knew how to manage a farm. Su Ho then recounted what had been told to him to Fang Zhao. After the farm was bought, they were unable to find the sellers to return it. A lawsuit was also impossible. Since he had already bought it, rather than spending more time to trace down the con men, why not settle the situation before them and come up with a solution to bring the dead farm back to life? Bringing it back to life was not that hard, the only difficulty was the funding. Was cash required to fix the soil? Was cash required to purchase seeds and livestock? Was cash required to build large sheds and pens? Was money required to hire workers and experts? If the soil was not good, how about fixing up the irrigation system first? An irrigation system would cost quite a bit too. Su Ho's voice became softer and softer. Even he felt embarrassed to continue talking about the matter. He was not familiar with managing a farm and had not studied much agriculture and farming. The amount of help he needed was by no means small. Most importantly, he needed to assemble a sheep herding team. His motive for purchasing the farm was to buy out a shepherd dog team as well as their accumulated points and take part in the Eastern region's sheep herding competition. Now, if he were to shift his attention to the farm, wouldn't the order be reversed? So your most pressing issue is to find dogs and a trainer? Fang Zhao asked. That's right. The next round of competition is in a week's time. If we miss it, our ranking will drop even more, Su Ho replied. What plans do you have? I was thinking of getting a few dogs that can herd, borrowing is fine too. A lot of participating dogs in the sheep herding competition are borrowed too. As long as they can coordinate, it will be fine. Oh, and a training field. I'm afraid that this place is current unusable. Su Ho felt an aching in his heart when he thought about the farm that was totally empty. All that money in exchange for a lifeless farm, that were firstly without sheep, secondly without dogs, and thirdly without a pasture. Totally nothing at all. Su Ho had originally wanted to find people he knew for help, but after some thinking, he was afraid of getting conned once more. Brother Zhao. Master Zhao, do you know any farm owners who own dogs, sheep, and a pasture? Su Ho asked cautiously. Dogs, sheep, and a pasture. Fang Zhao had just thought of a person. Wait a moment, let me contact someone, Fang Zhao replied. Sure. Hearing things turning for the better, Su Ho was suddenly full of vigor. Nobody else came to Fang Zhao's mind but Wu Yi, the owner of Shanmu Farm, who they had encountered on their first visit to Muzhou. Fang Zhao contacted Wu Yi and asked him whether he was interested in taking part in a sheep herding competition and working together. Fang Zhao selectively mentioned the matter regarding Su Ho to Wu Yi. Even if Fang Zhao had not said anything, news traveled fast, and Wu Yi had some idea of what had happened. Choosing what to make of it was up to Wu Yi himself. This really lifted Wu Yi's spirits. The competition between the younger generation of the Su family such as Su Ho did not threaten him here, so a partnership of mutual interest was enticing. Wu Yi's farm in the eastern region was not considered large, but he was not a man without ambition. It was just that there was a limit to his funding and he had not assembled a sheep-herding team before and could only support his relatives who were capable enough and hoped that it would bring him some benefits. However, now, he felt that these benefits were not able to satisfy him. Fang Zhao's proposal excited Wu Yi. Even if he was not able to gain much benefits, his own farm's shepherd dogs would gain a chance at free training. The procedures and expenses would also be handled by others. This was the best possible scenario he could have. Wu Yi gave his affirmation. He was thinking, if his own dogs from his farm performed well at the sheep-herding competition, he would sign up for next year's competition. Even if he did not get a good position, appearing would also raise up his farm's name in the eastern region, which was still a good thing. Wu Yi's decision came as no surprise to Fang Zhao. Most Muzhou farm owners were not stupid, especially those from bigger or medium-sized farms. They were not farm owners but businessmen. They were not the happy-go-lucky good-for-nothing people that the external world perceived them to be. Although Wu Yi was a person who had no lack of ambition, he was still considered an upright person. Under the current circumstances, cooperating with him was the choice that was the fastest and most beneficial for both. After confirming the time, Fang Zhao brought Su Ho to Shanmu Farm. Su Ho did not look at anything else but the land. The farm that he had bought was bigger than Shanmu Farm but totally did not have the liveliness of Shanmu Farm. Ha ha ha, we meet again. Wu Yi had been waiting at the garage. When he saw the transport land, he went over to exchange greetings, and he introduced himself warmly. He might not have thought highly of Su Ho, but he did think highly of Fang Zhao. I heard that Shishan Farm was bought by someone, but I didn't expect it to be you, Wu Yi said. Shishan Farm was located at the western side of the East District. There were not many reputable farms there and the facilities were not very good. On normal days, there was not much sense of belonging. It was only because a sheep-herding team from that area had caught the attention of everyone. But the information on the internet was very different from the truth. Only those that had personally been there knew the actual situation. Wu Yi had also only heard about it in private from a friend who liked to investigate. However, the information online was inconsistent with reality. This sort of situation was rarely seen, so even if they knew about it, no one would mention it. They only paid attention to the sheep-herding competition. Never had they expected that it was Su Ho who had bought the farm. Given Wu Yi's decades of experience, even without asking, he could tell that there had been a trap involved and Su Ho had fallen into it. As for why Fang Zhao had entered the mix, Wu Yi was not sure. However, as long as he was able to benefit from it, Wu Yi was willing to play dumb. The grass on this field grows really well. Totally unlike the farm that I bought. It hasn't even revegetate yet. Even though Su Ho did not know much about farming, comparing the farm he had just bought to the one before him, the difference was clear as day. If he could not even see that, he would be blind. Over here, our field revegetate early. Wu Yi did not ask why the grass on Su Ho's farm had not regrown yet, he just led Fang Zhao and Su Ho's party to the field where the sheep were at. Fang Zhao, is this the little fellow that you own? Wu Yi eyed the curly-haired dog that was following Fang Zhao's legs closely. Yeah. This dog looks quite smart. In a bit, my farm's bingo will do some demonstrations. Let's see how much it can learn. When Wu Yi spoke, he seemed rather pleased. The bingo he spoke of was the shepherd dog on his farm with the best temperament to be a lead dog. Taking Wu Yi's car, in no time, the party arrived at where the flock of sheep were at. Wu Yi's farm had over 300 sheep and only 7 shepherd dogs, but not every shepherd dog was capable of carrying out instructions precisely. There were workers to tend to the livestock as well as mechanical dogs. The mechanical dogs that farm owners used were not at all like dogs, the shape was totally different. They were invented to provide assistance for herding livestock, so people coined them mechanical dogs. Wu Yi and the other farm owners could control these mechanical dogs from their homes and observe the situations at the pastures. The car stopped on a plot of higher ground as they stood there watching the sheep being herded. At this current period, pastures have to be changed frequently, so we cannot just leave them in one field. Today, we might let the sheep graze here, tomorrow, we will bring them somewhere else, Wu Yi told Fang Zhao and Su Ho. From what he saw, one was an amateur from a foreign continent and the other one was an ignorant young master of the Su family. As an experienced party, he had to show off a bit of his professional knowledge. In this season, we cannot let the herd walk too quickly. There is a need to control their speed, to obstruct the stronger sheep and wait for the weaker ones. Sometimes I will use this sort of job to train the shepherd dogs to complete it. As he said this, Wu Yi shouted in that direction, "Bingo!" Among the few dogs that were herding the sheep, a large dog with brown spots sprinted over. It had a rugged body, its fur was glistening brightly, and it was extremely quick-witted. Seeing Fang Zhao and the rest of the party, it did not bark or show any intention to attack. It just looked at Wu Yi, and only after Wu Yi made a hand sign did it run over to his side. "Fang Zhao, what does your dog normally do? Can it understand simple oral commands?" Wu Yi asked. "Simple oral commands are fine." Fang Zhao had not deliberately trained Curly Hair, but probably because it had interacted with the people in the department for quite some time, it could understand simple words. It should probably know fetch and follow. What about directions? Left, right. Never mind, how about we see whether it can herd sheep first? Wu Yi brought Fang Zhao and the rest close to the flock. Su Ho watched the dogs surrounding the flock curiously. Some of them let out low warning growls and showed an intention to attack. It was only when Wu Yi made a hand sign that they stood down, wagging their tails as they headed to Wu Yi. Giving each a reward, he instructed them to continue standing guard. Wu Yi then pointed at some stray sheep a short distance away from the flock. "Go herd those sheep that have wandered too far away from the flock, Bingo." In the next moment, Bingo rushed out. The sheep that had strayed off were driven and ran back toward the herd. As for Bingo, he slowed to a walk upon nearing the flock and turned back. "See, it is just like that. Although it might look simple, training takes time, and most of my shepherd dogs have been trained since they were young. Matured dogs whose qualities have been determined already are not suitable. Fang Zhao, your dog is not suitable for herding sheep, but a little training might be beneficial, and it might learn a thing or two. Look, there is still another sheep in front. Why don't you let small Curly Hair try it out?" Wu Yi said. "Curly Hair, go try it out. This is not how you train a dog." Wu Yi saw Fang Zhao standing there not moving and looked a little helpless. He thought to himself. A foreigner is just a foreigner. If training dogs was really that easy and they did exactly as you said, I would already have brought my farm's dogs to take part in a competition. Of course, Fang Zhao knew that really training a dog was not like this, but he had found out early on that Curly Hair's capacity for leaning was very impressive. Furthermore, he had gradually started to understand a lot of words. Thus, he was just trying it out by saying this. Just as Fang Zhao finished his sentence, Curly Hair left and scampered over to the lone sheep. Curly Hair was not as big as Bingo. When compared to the sheep, it was even smaller. The hooves of a sheep could crush him easily. As Suiyu had expected, the sheep was not bothered as Curly Hair walked toward it, unhurriedly chewing on the grass. At most, it lazily raised an eye to look as Curly Hair neared it but showed no sign of a reaction. The curly-haired dog was at a loss and turned back, not knowing what to do. Still no good. This dog has no killing intent. Wu Yi sighed. When most shepherd dogs cannot make a sheep move, they bark or threaten to bite. Your dog is too small. It probably does not dare to do so. However, it is normal for an untrained dog to do this. How about I get somebody to bring a small sheep over and let it build up a little courage? Carnivores have an innate knack for hunting. Deep down, it definitely has the instinct to do so. With a little training it will learn. Looking over at Curly Hair, he realized that it was observing the few shepherd dogs, probably trying to imitate them. There is no rush, wait a moment. A minute passed, then 2 minutes. Wu Yi tore off a bit of straw and placed it in his mouth while chewing the end. This was his habit when he was bored. I wonder whether we should. Wu Yi had not finished what he was saying when he saw the curly-haired dog lower its head and face the sheep in an attacking position. The originally unbothered sheep that was chewing on the grass stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, with a thud, the sheep took off as if it had stepped on a spring. Behind it, the curly-haired dog chased after it closely. Su-ho's gaping mouth could swallow an egg whole. So sheep can run that fast? The straw in Wu Yi's mouth fell. This is my first time seeing it too. The sheep seemed like it was running for its life and rushed straight into the flock of sheep. The originally peaceful flock that had been grazing became restless. As for the curly-haired dog, it stopped as it neared the flock. The restless flock took a while before calming down. Wu Yi turned towards Fang Zhao. That dog. Is it part wolf? Otherwise, why had that sheep run as if its life was in danger? Suiyu asked, what do you think? I think that it is rather suitable to herd sheep. He then told Suiyu, head to the transport and bring over my equipment case. Fang Zhao had prepared an equipment case before leaving for Muzhou this time. Suiyu had seen it and heard that in it were tools for gathering materials. At least a minimum of 6 shepherd dogs were required to participate in the competition. Therefore, according to Wu Yi, they were going to pick 6 and add Curly Hair in for a total team strength of 7. As an old, experienced farm owner, he personally took charge of training. Although there was less than a week till the next round, with additional practice, they should be able to get it together. Fang Zhao let Curly Hair go over before turning to Su-ho beside him. What are you standing around for? Go over and learn. Fang Zhao told Su-ho, who seemed like he was watching an interesting scene. Ah. Su-ho was at a loss. I have to learn herding too. When the time comes, is it you or Wu Yi who is going to be standing at the instructor's position? Fang Zhao asked. Su-ho was silent. Most of the time, the instructor's position at the sheep herding competition was where the respective farm owner or their successor stood. There would be recording and broadcasting of the instructor's positions during the competition. Standing there was a mark. Fang Zhao's question was to ask if Su-ho was going to stand there proudly and publicize himself when the time came, or if was he going to give the chance up to Wu Yi. Su-ho was temporarily at a loss. Looking at the flock of sheep, he stammered, but there are no more extra cars. If there are no cars, you still have your legs. Running? Su-ho wanted to object, but under the stern gaze of Fang Zhao, he shuffled over in that direction. In fact, Su-ho wanted to enjoy standing on the instructor's position at the sheep herding competition, just that standing there required too much investment. He was not familiar with any of Shanmu Farm's dogs. Would they listen to his commands? If the shepherd dog team was capable of acting independently herding sheep, Su-ho would not mind just standing there as a decoration. But now, this was a newly formed team, and it was impossible for them to reach that standard. Sigh. Just try it out. Su-ho ran over to where the flock of sheep were and observed Wu Yi's hand gestures and commands when training the dogs. Wu Yi also understood Su-ho's intentions and explained to Su-ho as he was training the dogs as well as allowing the dogs to have more interactions with him. Su-ho had brought along 3 people. His attendants saw to his dietary and personal needs and doubled up as bodyguards. However, Fang Zhao did not let the 3 bodyguards help Su Ho. All he allowed them to do was ensure Su Ho's safety and not worry about the rest. Su Ho also agreed, therefore, the 3 bodyguards stood some way off, watching the little fatty Su running around with the dogs and sheep. Fang Zhao noticed that, at the start, Curly Hair did not blend in well with the team and was not familiar with many commands. However, after an hour, his mistakes were much fewer, and he could correctly carry out Wu Yi's instructions to herd the sheep. Although it was not a very good blend, they managed to herd the sheep with some difficulty. Fang Zhao felt that sheep herding opened a new world for Curly Hair. This dog was very strange, it could learn very quickly, but up to now, it had never shown any signs of menace or intention of attacking the people around it. Although it would have its own thoughts, it never hid them. It was just a dog that was as straightforward as one could get. After the apocalypse, many new things appeared. Was this dog one of them? Fang Zhao thought to himself. Boss, I brought your equipment case. Zhuyu placed the case he'd taken from the flying transport at Fang Zhao's side and looked over at the field. Oh. Little Curly Hair seems to be doing quite well. However, he looks like he still doesn't fit in. Zhuyu had no experience at sheep herding, but he could still see that Curly Hair was not fitting in well. The dogs of Shanmu Farm were excluding Curly Hair. Many times, when they were running according to Wu Yi's instructions, they would steal Curly Hair's spot. Soon, Fang Zhao replied. Zhuyu did not understand what Fang Zhao meant by that, but in no time at all, he realized that the shepherd dogs were having a conflict. When Curly Hair was running, he was obstructed by Bingo and his position was stolen. This time, Curly Hair was angry, and his low growls were like a declaration of war. Bingo also did not continue to run forward. He turned around and faced off with Curly Hair. The 2 dogs were barking at each other. A distance of about 1 meter separated them. Both their bodies were taut, bearing teeth and claws, making low threatening growls. Su Ho wanted to go over but was stopped by Wu Yi. A pasture only has 1 lead dog. That is the rule. From what Wu Yi saw, this pasture was Bingo's domain. Now that the small Curly Hair had joined, if it had taken up a subservient stance, all would have been well. However, that little fellow was rather passionate and had no intention to back down, instead provoking the original lead dog. Wu Yi did not stop them. A real battle between 2 dogs might result in accidental injury to people. He controlled the mechanical dogs to fly over and stand by to prevent any bloodshed. However, what surprised Wu Yi was that, where the 2 dogs were facing off, Bingo's growls were gradually getting softer. His erect ears had also drooped. Wu Yi knew then that Bingo was terrified. Terrified? It was actually terrified of a dog half its size. Even if body sizes were not compared, if another dog threatened its position on its own turf, how could he get terrified that fast? Wu Yi glanced over at Fang Zhao and received a hand gesture of "continue" from him. For the time being, they were not going to look into what caused the incident to happen. They just continued training as per usual. However, Bingo no longer tried to snatch positions this time, which made Wu Yi feel depressed. The original plan to let Bingo be the lead dog had been shattered, and adjustments would have to be made. Control the area. Good, very good. Maintain distance. Positions, pay attention to the positions. Bingo. Faster, what are you afraid of? Run forward faster. Wu Yi directed them a while before letting Su Ho try, no hand gestures, just oral commands. Letting his employees in charge of herding watch over, Wu Yi walked over to Fang Zhao and downed half a glass of water. His face was still gloomy. Fang Zhao, that dog, did you really pick him up from some street in the city? Are you sure you did not pick it up from some laboratory or some alien planet? You watch too much television, Fang Zhao replied. As shepherd dogs were very smart and well known in Muzhou, there were many dog-related films. The virtual idols that were most popular in Muzhou were not humans but dogs. However, other than the scenarios he saw on film, Wu Yi could not think of any other explanation. According to logic, Fang Zhao's curly hair was not a purebred descendant of a service dog, and the whole world knew that the IQ of Muzhou dogs were the highest in all the 12 continents. Dogs that could herd were not stupid, but now, Bingo was losing out to a small curly-haired dog whose origins and lineage were not even known. Comparing IQ and vigor, it had lost. Wu Yi could not understand at all. Sitting on the grass and chewing on a strand of straw, he felt a little heartache. His outlook on life had been changed. If it really continues like this, the lead dog, would it be that little curly-haired dog? When the time comes for the competition, the audience wouldn't mock them, would they? No way. Wu Yi's shrewd mind had begun working. If they do not think highly, that would be less people betting, and the payout odds would be very high. As the sheep herding competition progressed, the rules for the rewards would change too. As Wu Yi watched his 6 dogs nearby herding sheep alongside that curly-haired dog, his eyes started to shine with glee. Midway through a break, Su Ho came over to discuss something with Fang Zhao. He wanted the dogs to listen to his instructions at the next competition. For that, he would need the selected dogs to approve of him. Curly hair was not an issue, but the other 6 dogs saw Wu Yi as their master. Unless Wu Yi renounced them, they would not take anyone else for a second master. Wu Yi said to make them approve of me in the shortest time, other than interacting with them when herding, I would need to eat and sleep with them to increase my time spent together. From what I understand, I have to treat myself as a dog, Su Ho said. What about your own decision? Fang Zhao asked. Su Ho scratched his head. I think that if that can help us win, it is not that big of a deal. Fang Zhao laughed and did not continue the topic. Instead he said, I heard that if you get in the top 8 of the Eastern region, there is a 5-minute dedicated advertisement segment. Yes, yes, yes. When Fang Zhao mentioned this, Su Ho then remembered, for normal sheep herding competitions, although there was an introduction for each farm, the time frame for each was not much, just a few brief lines on each farm before they introduced the dogs' accomplishments. But at the Eastern Region Finals, where the top 8 were cut down to the top 4, when they decided the qualifications, there would be an opportunity to exhibit themselves. And that period was when everyone in Muzhou would be paying attention. If we do get that chance, I will make sure to make myself even more handsome for the shoot. Su Ho had started thinking of how cool and dazzling his image would be at the finals. Thinking of this, he felt inspired. Master Zhao, for the publicity film, would you personally craft the background music? Of course. Ha 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 ha. Su Ho laughed excitedly and ran toward the flock of sheep. He felt that, in a while, he would be able to ride dogs into battle. Wu Yi walked over and suspiciously asked, what's up with that little fellow? Previously, he had seen the little master looking listless, but now it seemed he was all perked up. And what are you doing over here again? Seeing what Fang Zhao was doing, Wu Yi forgot about his previous question. He saw Fang Zhao attaching a fingernail-sized object to the curly-haired dog's head. A sound recorder, for collecting material. After attaching the equipment, he patted curly hair. Go on. Is straw nice to eat? Fang Zhao asked upon seeing Wu Yi chewing on yet another stalk. Wu Yi had a profound look on his face. You wouldn't understand. The 4 seasons are contained inside a stalk of straw. Walking over to Fang Zhao's side, Wu Yi listened to the sounds of the earpiece. It was all the sound of wind. This should be the sounds from the curly-haired dog's recorder. However, this was a very common sound. Why would Fang Zhao need it? Did he need to collect this sort of material? Totally not understanding, Wu Yi curiously asked, so composers like you have an interest in common sounds like this? Fang Zhao laughed and shook his head. You wouldn't understand. The world is contained within sounds. Wu Yi. First time meeting some who can pretend better than me. Shepherd dogs did not have easy jobs. Every day, they would run at least 30 kilometers. If they needed to consistently change pastures, the distance was even greater. For arduous tasks, sometimes they might even cover 100 kilometers in a single day. However, there was no way Suho could compare with the professional shepherd dogs. Without a car, and given his weaker constitution, using just his 2 legs would be an impossible ask. Luckily he was only playing the role of an instructor. There was no need to frequently run with the dogs. However, just slowly following them and shouting commands non-stop was enough to tire Suho till he was on the verge of collapsing. When they were heading back from the pasture, Suho rode the car back. He was too tired to run anymore. At dinner, Suho ate with the dogs. That did not mean that he ate dog food, but rather, after feeding the dogs, Suho would have his own food beside them. When it came to sleeping, Suho slept in the kennel. However, the place where the dogs slept on the farm had rather decent living conditions. Not as good as Suho's own home, but it was better than some of the living quarters of normal employees. People from Muzhou said that the shepherd dogs lived better than the average working-class person from another continent, and that was not without reason. This also caused a lot of jealousy and hate among others. Their lives could not even be compared to a dog's. With Suho sleeping in the kennel, his 3 bodyguards could not wander off too far. They had to stay nearby and monitor the area where young Master Su was. During the day, Suho was dog-tired. At night, he could just lie down in the kennel and fall asleep straight away. However, there was a strange laughter coming from the kennel. Hee hee. Hi hey hi. Ha 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 ha. The 3 bodyguards cautiously headed over to check it out. They realized it was their young master having a dream. It was probably a good dream, as he kept laughing. The dogs in the kennel had looks of irritation. Bingo let out a dissatisfied whimper before changing positions and continuing to sleep. The shepherd dogs were tired out and left the guarding of the farm at night to Chubby Black and a few other specially trained guard dogs. The Suho was pushed by the paw of a nearby dog. He smacked his lips a few times, turned his body the other way, and continued sleeping. In no time at all, the intermittent laughter came back. Seeing the situation, the 3 bodyguard felt a little helpless. They cared for their young master dearly, but seeing this situation, they had no idea what to feel. Their young master seemed rather comfortable just sleeping in the kennel. Unlike Suho and the rest who slept early, Fang Zhao still went running at night. As his bodyguard, Suyu also followed, although he had no idea why his artist boss was running in the pitch-black farm at night. Curly Hair had joined them and was running beside Fang Zhao's feet. The farm was huge. Fang Zhao ran 2 rounds from the cultivated farmlands to the pastures before heading back. It's really quiet, Fang Zhao said. Suyu thought to himself, what nonsense is he saying? Muzhou is like this. There are few people and the farms are big. Everywhere is just fields and pastures, Suyu said. Fang Zhao laughed but did not bother explaining. Back during the end of days, nights had not been like this. As they were running back to the residence Wu Yi had prepared for them, Fang Zhao realized that, although the farm was very quiet, there were many eyes behind them. The whole farm was being monitored. Every night, there were people in the monitor room, prepared to investigate any unusual happenings. The dogs of the farm also doubled as their early warning system. Even if their eyes were closed, their ears were always listening for any suspicious sounds. This farm was run well. Fang Zhao knew that, even if they had not collaborated this time, Wu Yi would still have been able to expand his farm. All he needed was more time. When they returned back, Fang Zhao did not head out anymore. Suyu also went into his own room. If his boss did not head out, he could also rest a little. Midway through a yawn, Suyu suddenly halted as he remembered something. No wonder he kept feeling something was amiss. After they had returned back from running, Fang Zhao surprisingly had not been panting as he had expected. How was that possible? According to the information on Fang Zhao's file, he was supposed to be the sort that lacked physical training and was an artist that only knew how to use his brains to make money. But after running such a distance, why had he still seemed so relaxed? Could it be that it was as the people in the virtual projects department had said, that Fang Zhao spent a lot of time training himself every day? But even if it was normal training, it was still not possible to reach this sort of level. Unless Fang Zhao's training had increasing intensity. But what would an artistic worker need such a high degree of training for? Zuiyu realized that he understood Fang Zhao less and less. Shaking his head, he took 2 steps then stopped. He remembered that the curly-haired dog at Fang Zhao's feet had not panted either. During the day, it had sheep-herding training, and at night, it still kept up with Fang Zhao for the run. To think that it was not even panting. If it were another dog, it would probably have laid down and gasped for air after returning. Zuiyu was even more depressed. Even that dog made no sense. The next day, Su Ho emerged from the kennel in high spirits and ran over to find Fang Zhao. Yesterday, he had run the entire day, but at night, after spraying medicine, it was as if his muscles were not sore at all. Instead, after his nice dream last night, he'd woken up smiling. I heard that young Master Su had a good dream last night. What did you dream about? Wu Yi asked when he saw Su Ho. I dreamed that, sigh, I already can't remember, but it was a good dream. He, Master Zhao. Su Ho shouted when he saw Fang Zhao coming. The application for the farm's name was successful. We will have a new name for the next competition. Su Ho wanted to change the name after he had bought Shishan Farm. After all, with a new owner, there was no need to use the previous name. Even if the farm had nothing, it still was his own property. A name change would make him feel more at ease. However, after thinking of quite a number of names, Su Ho could not decide on one. After that, Fang Zhao had said, if you don't like Shishan, how about Dongshan, it means to make a comeback. Hence, Su Ho had gone and applied for the change of name and received news that it had been approved early this morning. From today onward, their farm was no longer Shishan Farm but Dongshan Farm. Although he was unclear of what he had dreamt about last night, Su Ho remembered it having something to do with the sheep-herding competition. As Fang Zhao had said, he was eagerly anticipating entering the Eastern Finals. When that happened, everyone watching the competition would know Su Ho's name. With the success of the name application, Su Ho was in a good mood, and he begun putting in added effort to learning herding. For the following few days, Su Ho followed the flock of sheep every day, giving instructions to the 7 shepherd dogs on his team. Wu Yi picked out 100 sheep for training from his own livestock. The sheep were selected by their breed and characteristics to be similar to the sheep used in the sheep herding competition. These sheep were the most commonly seen sheep in Muzhou. Su Ho's 3 bodyguards lamented every day. At the start, Su Ho had been at a loss all the time, but now, he had both form and shape. At the start, he'd taken half a day to think of commands to issue, but now, when he saw the changes in the flock, he could immediately come up with hand gestures. In just a week, the young master had lost weight. Wu Yi imparted some sheep-herding tactics every day, but he no longer concealed anything. After all, they had chosen to cooperate, and he had chosen to bet on Dongshan Farm. He considered it an all-in gamble, so if he kept anything to himself, it would not benefit anyone at all. But what made the 3 bodyguards puzzled was the composer from Yenzhou, Fang Zhao. What was he up to every day? In the day, Fang Zhao just sat there with his earpiece, fiddling with some music software. At night, he took his dog out for runs. When Su Ho was herding sheep, Fang Zhao would even place some sort of recording equipment on the sheep, dogs, and even on Su Ho's body. Any instrument to be placed by Fang Zhao had to go through a stringent inspection by the 3 bodyguards. The inspection found that the equipment was indeed a sound recorder and, furthermore, it was to be placed closest to the ear. The sounds it recorded were sounds that the ear tended to not hear. This made them even more bewildered. Eavesdropping? What was there to eavesdrop on? And so much effort just to do so. Collecting materials. What sorry of materials did this collect? They had all heard the sounds from the recordings. It was just a bunch of sounds all mashed together, there was nothing much to hear. Sometimes they could hear the wind, but the sound of wind was not that special either. As for the symbols Fang Zhao wrote down in his notebook, it was rumored to be a musical score, but no one could understand it. Indeed, the world of an artist was different from that of a normal human. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. In this round, other than their Dongshan farm, there were 7 other teams from the eastern region. In total, there were 8 teams. Boss, what are you betting on this time? Top 5 again? Sui Yu asked. No. Wu Yi had said that, in Muzhou, most of the people that could correctly guess the top 5 were from the Su family. Fang Zhao guessing all correctly once could be down to pure luck. But out of 10 times, hitting predictions correctly 3 times would attract unwanted attention. If the frequency of correct predictions increased, it would attract more attention. Fang Zhao currently did not want any trouble. Furthermore, he was not short of cash, so there was no need to take such a risk. After all, making less guesses did not mean not being able to win big. Fang Zhao looked at the odds for the payouts. Perhaps there were a number of teams of a similar standard, so the payouts were slightly higher. Guessing first place correctly would give a 3-fold bonus. The places that followed were the same, higher than the previous time. This time, there are no slight favorites or underdogs. Guessing the top 5 is hard, Fang Zhao said. Sui Yu looked at Fang Zhao. He did not know if Fang Zhao really could not guess or if he did not want to. Pausing a while, he asked, so how do you intend to buy? You don't have to overthink. As long as we are taking part in the competition, wagering on ourselves will be good enough, Fang Zhao replied. Sui Yu understood and nodded his head. Just as Wu Yi had done so to support his cousin, whether it looked good or not, he could always wager some and have a side bet in the shadows. Sui Yu wanted to know if Fang Zhao had any secret side bets but could not ask him so publicly. So he walked over and whispered, "Boss, how much did you place on us this time around?" "All the winnings from our previous trip to Muzhou," Fang Zhao replied. Sui Yu was startled. "Are you serious? When am I ever not serious?" Inside the viewing gallery, staffers from Shanmu Farm were massaging their dogs. Fang Zhao and Wu Yi hung out in the official viewing gallery. The competition venue was too big. They could never take in the entirety of the grounds. Some viewers used binoculars, whereas others who were lazier were ensconced in their chairs, watching the live broadcast. "We're third up today. It's a decent position. Relax, Master Su. Don't worry. We'll keep you updated through your earpiece," Wu Yi said. "Master Su, you can warm up with the dogs right now. Even roaming around or jumping up and down will do. It will help calm nerves and prevent your muscles from stiffening. Just follow your routine in practice. We should be able to post a time of under 7 minutes." Sui Yu glanced at Wu Yi then at Fang Zhao before dropping his head. Even if they managed a sub-7-minute performance, a first-place finish would likely require a time 5 minutes or less. If they didn't place first, then Fang Zhao's $10 million bet was gone. The order of appearance for the 8 teams from the 8 farms had been determined in the morning by a draw of lots. The results of the betting would be announced after the competition. After Fang Zhao placed his bet, he started monitoring betting activity on this Eastern Regional contest online. There was some discussion of the third team to appear, Dongshan Farm. Dongshan Farm? How come I haven't heard of it before? It's got 30-odd points already. Dongshan Farm is what was known as Shishan Farm. There was a change of ownership, so the name changed. Let me check who the owner is. Oh, it's a member of the Su family. And it's one of the Su kids. Who is this kid? Isn't it Su Ho, the kid who was caught on camera by paparazzi a while back? Now he's buying farms. I'm not worried about the farm being renamed or a change in ownership. All I care about is the dogs it's entered in the competition. I checked. Dongshan's lineup won't do. Apart from it's a dog, the others don't look promising. And there's actually a tiny puppy. Huh, were they that short on talent that they had to draft a pet dog to beef up their numbers? Many folks noticed the list of dogs that Dongshan had entered. The last one was a curly-haired dog that stood out. These experienced dog watchers could tell right away that this was not a professional shepherd dog. They scrutinized its listed weight. Wow, it's that small. There's actually a team that fielded a pet dog to boost its numbers. From a Muzhou native's perspective, a pet dog was different from a work dog. In their eyes, a pet dog was a house plant pampered in a greenhouse. It was sissy, fragile, and served no practical purpose whatsoever, so when they spotted a small curly-haired dog on Dongshan Farm's roster, some folks completely lost interest. To be fair, Dongshan Farm's a dog isn't bad. It's a shame that, more often than not, the A-dog was the lead dog. That was why it was the first dog that fans paid attention to. They evaluated the entire team, its herding patterns and so on based on the strength of the A-dog. But Dongshan Farm's unprofessional lineup on paper disappointed many. Apart from the official betting pool, other private companies organized their own pools, but their bets were capped at 1 million. After Wu Yi placed an official bet, he bet through a private platform as well. Unlike the official pool, the private platform offered only one type of bet, first place. Different odds were listed for the 8 teams. Dongshan Farm was the least favored with the lowest odds. 5.4. That is to say, if we place first, I'll receive 5.4 times the amount I bet. Zuiyu was going to enter the official pool like Fang Zhao, but when he noticed Wu Yi betting on a private platform, he switched over as well. They were only betting on themselves, might as well pick the platform with the bigger payout. Zuiyu bought 10,000 entries in the private pool for a total sum of $50,000. Boss, you're not going to place a heavier bet? Zuiyu asked casually. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao placed another 1 million. By the time betting had ended on all platforms, final preparations were underway at the competition venue. Workers inspected the pasture, a scene that was shown in the live broadcast to highlight the fact that organizers conducted a meticulous sweep. There would be no cheating. When the first team performed, Suho started jogging in circles, but the warm-up didn't alleviate his nerves, instead aggravating his anxiety. Every time he stopped, he would get antsy and check the timer obsessively. 6 minutes and 51 seconds. The first team finished with a final result of 6 minutes and 51 seconds. That's a decent time. The commentator evaluated the performance of the first team of dogs. The first team of shepherd dogs wasn't fast, but they didn't make any big mistakes. Posting a sub-7-minute time was a decent showing. At least they wouldn't finish last. By the time the second team was competing, Suho had to lead his dogs out into the field. Wu Yi followed and returned soon. He kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. He was a picture of calm just now, but this was his first competition as a contestant. While the team was named after Dongshan Farm, 6 of the dogs were from his farm. No wonder he was so nervous. By the time Wu Yi returned, the second team had completed its routine. He checked the time on the big screen, 6 minutes and 43 seconds. 2 consecutive teams posting times under 7 minutes put quite a bit of pressure on the third team. A time of 6 minutes or so wasn't stellar, but it wasn't bad either. Wu Yi was getting more and more nervous. He didn't expect his dogs to be spectacular, just as long as they could herd all the sheep into the pen. After all, it was their first contest. Who knew what could go wrong? Wu Yi rummaged through his pockets impatiently. He couldn't find anything. He was so tense when he left the farm he forgot to stuff straw in his pockets. Now he couldn't fight his jitters by chewing on a piece of straw. He glanced to his side instead. Fang Zhao, aren't you worried? I am. I couldn't tell. You seem quite calm. What are you jotting down? Tactical notes. Wu Yi approached and craned his neck, then went silent. The piece of paper was covered with scribblings that Wu Yi couldn't decipher, Fang-style musical notations. Wu Yi was about to say something when he heard Zui Yu comment, "We're up." On the big screen, the camera paused on the instructor's podium. Su Ho was very tight. He kept on mumbling. Little Mr. Su is probably memorizing his gestures, hee. The commentator followed with a knowing laugh. As many people know, Little Mr. Su was used to be Shishan Farm and renamed it Dongshan Farm. The shepherd dogs he entered aren't the ones from Shishan Farm that people know so well. These are all new faces. Oh, and there's a small pet dog on their team. Little Mr. Su doesn't seem that confident either, but that's understandable. Debutante's jitters. Okay, let's get back to the competition. The countdown has started. Let's see what kind of result this new team of dogs led by Little Mr. Su can manage. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the countdown clock reverberated through the field. Off we go. 100 sheep rushed into the field, and the 7 dogs emerged from passageways on their 2 flanks. Off we go. As we can see, the dogs from the 3rd team, Dongshan Farm, have adopted a circular approach. Pay attention to how they cluster the sheep. This positioning. That's not right. Dog, it doesn't seem to be in the right position. The passionate commentator became confused. Is Dongshan Farm switching tactics? Inside the closed viewing gallery, Wu Yi was watching in a pseudo-praying position. He kept repeating in his head, "Stay in position, stay in position." But Wu Yi was rudely interrupted by the menacing voice of the commentator. It's Dog B is in the wrong position. It's gone down the wrong flank. It seems a bit nervous. It's probably realized its mistake and is now slowing down. Let's see how Little Mr. Su adjusts. Wu Yi slapped himself in the face. He couldn't watch any more. Dog B? Little Lucky? Little Lucky was typically such a steady performer. It was the dog's first shepherding competition. The new surroundings were bound to take some getting used to and would lead to discomfort. But if even Little Lucky was making mistakes, the others were probably faring worse. Wu Yi might have been quite talkative under normal circumstances, but at a time like this, he was at a loss. His head was spinning. He couldn't verbalize his thoughts. He turned his head toward Fang Zhao, who had already picked up his walkie-talkie. The commentator continued, "Su Ho has asked to intervene. But it's a bit too late. The sheep are dispersing again. One group of sheep is peeling away from the main group. This is what happens when a dog attacks the wrong flank." The commentator was delighted by the rare sight of a sheep cluster gone astray. He sounded like he wanted to jump. We're losing sheep. Let's see what Little Mr. Su signals to Dog B and if Dog B can return to the right position. Wait. Halfway through his spiel, Su Ho's projection appeared not in front of Dog B but rather Dog G. Dog G? The curly-haired one? Su Ho made a hand gesture. He was so nervous he got it wrong initially but quickly corrected himself. Following Fang Zhao's instructions, he signaled Curly Hair to round up the sheep. When he was done, Su Ho didn't look very confident. Little Mr. Su's signal is to round up the sheep. Unbelievable. He actually signaled a little pet dog to lead the roundup. I think he made the wrong hand gesture. The commentator was about to elaborate when he saw Curly Hair dash like the wind. Such amazing speed. Great coverage. But it's too far from the sheep. It can't accomplish the task. Whoa, the sheep are converging. The lost sheep are returning to the fold. The commentator wiped away his sweat. It felt like he had not been able to utter a complete sentence since the third team had taken off. He had to switch gears mid-sentence every time. On the field, the small cluster of sheep that had left the main group like a wayward branch veered back toward the core group on a parabolic trajectory. Setting up a blockade. The sheep have converged. Impressive, a tiny dog actually set up the blockade for the third team. The commentator stopped using the word pet. First, to gather a flock of sheep, the sheep at the front had to be obstructed and their speed restricted. Next, the loose sheep at the sides and back had to be harried into the flock. And this process of gathering was part of herding. During that process, whether sheep or dog, all of them would be running. The flock has been gathered, remove the blockade. They are beginning to drive the flock. Running positions. Lead dog. Where is the lead dog? The commentators began searching amongst the 7 dogs. Dog A? Probably not. Dog A's running position at the start did not have the imposing manner of a lead dog. What about Dog G, who had worked hard during the crisis? Nope, Dog G's current position was at the back. Observing the few dogs on the field, the commentators then realized the Dog B that had previously run to the wrong position had returned to the correct one. Generally speaking, after the flock had gathered and it was time to herd the flock, the lead dog would seek out and suppress the lead sheep. Then it would force the lead sheep to run toward the desired destination. When the lead sheep ran, the entire flock would run after it. Today was somewhat special. There was no lead dog that went to seek out the lead sheep. However, today, the flock seems to be running a little fast. Obvious suspicion could be heard in the commentator's voice. In the field, the flock was picking up speed, and the few shepherd dogs that eventually understood the situation also increased their speed. Once the gathering was complete and the running positions were correct, what followed was the herding process. As long as no unfortunate accidents happened, the sheep would be smoothly herded into the pen. The speed of the flock is still increasing. The commentator's glance at his colleague was questioning what was happening, but the look the colleague returned was one of equal bewilderment. They did not manage to catch which dog had exerted a suppressing glare. Barking? There were indeed a few dogs barking, but all of them were excited barks as they ran. They did not seem aimed at the head sheep. Scaring the sheep by biting? No one saw any dog biting. But why was the flock of sheep acting like there was something frightening chasing after them? The audiences watching the broadcast were equally puzzled. However, for those not participating, they were paying more attention to the timer. At this moment, Wu Yi's eyes locked onto the numbers at the top right corner of the screen. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. 4 minutes and 13 seconds. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. 5 minutes. Almost there. Persevere, my dears. Wu Yi shouted. He could feel his adrenaline pumping. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. They are in. They are all in the pen. 5 minutes and 16 seconds. Team number 3, the shepherd dogs of Dongshan Farm, 5 minutes and 16 seconds. That was totally unexpected. The commentators were deeply moved. Wu Yi, who was in the viewing hall, was so stirred up that he roared with joy. He had never expected the results of his first competition would be better than his cousin's results. He had enough to brag about for an entire year already. Wu Yi wanted to share the joy with Fang Zhao but realized that Fang Zhao had retracted his gaze from the screen and continued writing and drawing in his notebook. What a wet blanket. Wu Yi thought. Turning around, he ordered a few employees who were standing beside. Faster, 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 follow me over to retrieve my little babies. On the screen, Suho had run from the instructor's platform to the pen's entrance. The instructor's platform was near the final destination, making it easy for farm owners to control their own dogs immediately. The overly excited Suho, smiling non-stop, had rushed inside and was rolling around with the 7 dogs, getting bits of grass all over his body. Looks like young Master Su is very satisfied with the results of his debut performance, hee. The commentator's laugh was no longer the sardonic laughter from before the start of the competition but rather a merry laugh. Su Ho could not wipe away the smiles on his face as he brought the dogs back to the viewing hall. His original target was to only use hand gestures when necessary and let the shepherd dogs complete the herding. As for the timing, he had not even thought about it and had never expected it to be within 6 minutes. To think that it would be just a little over 5 minutes. 7 days was too short. He had only forced himself to memorize the commands and gestures. The time he spent with the 7 dogs was not nearly enough. When he had been standing on the instructor's platform, he'd still felt a little dumb. Never had he expected to get this sort of result. After you are done being happy, continue watching the competition. Is 5 minutes very little? Think about Shobei Farm's 4 minutes and 6 seconds. If you want to enter the Eastern Region Finals, you still have to cut down your time to below 4 minutes and 30 seconds. There is still much more training to do when you get back, Fang Zhao uttered. This was meant for not just Su Ho but Wu Yi as well. If Su Ho had been able to come up with a quick reaction when the situation occurred at the start, probably a few seconds could have been shaved off the time. This time, it was thanks to Fang Zhao's direct instructions. Otherwise, Su Ho really would not have known what gestures to show to Dog, Little Lucky, or the other dogs. As for Wu Yi, he needed to increase the intensity of training for some of the dogs. They could herd on their own fields however they liked. As long as the job was completed, it was fine. However, the previous standard was not good enough for the competition. They could not afford to have another error next time. Right, more training when we get back. Little Lucky, come over. Wu Yi had originally decided to slap the dog that had made a mistake. However, as his hand descended, it became a heavy pat on the head. He was in too good a mood, and as it seemed like Little Lucky had realized its own mistake already, Wu Yi could not bring himself to do so. With their team's part in today's competition done for, the excitement from the group gradually died down and they started to watch the following teams' performances. The teams that followed mostly finished around the 6 to 7 minute mark. There was one other team that gave an extraordinary performance and managed to finish within 6 minutes, but they were slower than Dongshan Farm by 29 seconds. Once all 8 teams had finished, many people looking at the standings today were left dumbfounded. No one had expected that Dongshan would actually obtain such a result. During their run, Dongshan Farm's tactics were too hard to understand. Till now, there was still no analysis of it. After the competition, there were still people that complained, saying that there was a problem with the dogs of Dongshan Farm, especially the small curly-haired dog. There were some that said the dogs were surely doped. Toward these, Wu Yi was extremely angry. These people losing their money by betting on the wrong team are none of our God*MN business. The dogs have already undergone anti-doping tests. I am going to sue them for slander. However, as there were too many people complaining, the competition organizers dispatched a professional team over to test the dogs once more. In the end, the results were still the same. This time, no matter how many people vented their frustrations and made noise, the organizers had this to say. You may suspect others, but you cannot call into question the competition's justness and impartiality. Any complaints require evidence. Otherwise, see you in court. Having won first place for today's competition, Wu Yi was excitedly waving his hands around. Let's head back to celebrate. He was happy today. One reason was that his own farm dogs had won first place in their first ever competition. The other reason was that he had won money. He had wagered $1 million on Dongshan Farm in private. He had never expected to win it back, he had only done so to boost his own morale. Losing it was fine, he would have just taken it as a wager for memories of the first time taking part. Never had he expected that he would actually win. At 5.4 times, deducting the original 1 million, he had earned an additional 4.4 million. While Zui Yu excitedly counted the money, he used the corner of his eyes to watch Fang Zhao. This time around, Fang Zhao had also earned quite a large sum, but till now, his attention was not on the money but on his notebook. "Boss, are you not going to share your thoughts?" Zui Yu asked. "Thoughts?" Fang Zhao raised his head. "We are heading to Qingqing tomorrow." "What are we going there for?" Wu Yi and Su Ho were curious as well. "Have you heard of Qingqing's Odd Music Company?" "Odd Music Company?" "Nope." Wu Yi shook his head repeatedly. "I might have heard of it somewhere but I don't remember what they do." Having grown up in Qingqing, Su Ho only felt that this company's name sounded a little familiar, but he was unclear about anything else. Odd Music Company is a company that provides recording studios. Other than a few big entertainment companies and music academies, their company's recording studios are highly rated. "I made a reservation just now. I will check it out tomorrow," Fang Zhao said. "Music recording? Are there a lot of people?" Su Ho did not understand. "There will be a queue. Seems like Muzhou's musical ambience is not too bad." Ever since coming to Muzhou, he had listened to quite a number of the native Muzhou songs. At Shanmu Farm, he had also heard Wu Yi playing his bamboo flute. Not just native Muzhou music, when Fang Zhao had made a reservation for a symphony recording studio, he had realized that this style of music was also rather popular and he would be required to queue. Tomorrow, when he went down, he did not even know if he could start recording. Then what about curly hair? Now, Su Ho felt that among the 7 dogs, curly hair was the most reliable. If Fang Zhao went to Qingqing, would he bring curly hair along? "Curly hair will stay and train with you. Stop thinking about relying on him all the time. I heard that the difficulty will be increased for the finals." "Just relying on one dog will not do," Fang Zhao replied. He, got it. Su Ho felt that the dreams he had every day about the finals now had a chance of becoming reality. The party brought the dogs back to Shanmu Farm. Currently, they were still living on Shanmu Farm. Fang Zhao used a long-range video projection to check on the situation at Dongshan Farm. He found out that the renovation work he had requested was already complete and new grass had already been grown. Crops for the current season would be sowed on the fields and would germinate in a bit. After arranging everything, the next day, Fang Zhao headed for Qingqing with Zui Yu in tow. Odd Music Company's building was shaped like an erected flute, tall and cylindrical, and had many windows that were made circular. Fang Zhao had made a reservation for their symphony recording studio. When they arrived, there was a private studio that were doing their recording. The forecasted time was in a short while, so Fang Zhao waited in the building's waiting hall. There were a few others who were waiting just like him. Fang Zhao saw a few youngsters holding onto a book engaged in discussion. Fang Zhao was very familiar with the cover. It was the book he had written with Xue Jing, New Voices in Symphonic Composition. The paperback and electronic versions of New Voices in Symphonic Composition had been published worldwide. Xue Jing had mentioned to Fang Zhao that sales of the electronic book were great and that the paperbacks required additional reprints, as the reviews were good. At a table behind Fang Zhao, a student raised his head to look at the people in his surroundings and whispered to his companion, "Nowadays, the people doing symphonic styles have increased. In the past, the symphonic recording studio was always empty, and at times, they would lend it out to other styles of music. Never did I expect that we would have to queue despite booking a day in advance. Seems like it started when New Voices in Symphonic Composition came out. A classmate in an orchestra told me that, every day, he is busy from morning till night. Previously, the amount of idle time made him consider changing professions and he felt that there were no prospects for him. Now he is crazy busy, but he laughs when he dreams. You know, now that their orchestra is gaining popularity and their charges have doubled, surprisingly, they are still that busy. Xue Jing had once told Fang Zhao that, in the music world of the new era, symphonic structures had a rather refined flavor and were different from the more common musical styles in the new era. The public did not have a high acceptance toward it, and there were not many who would study this, instead choosing to play with electronic music. Fang Zhao's emergence had let symphonies and electronic music blend perfectly. Even though it was still not truly fashionable, at least more people were more accepting of it. In the world, the number of people who could perfectly blend symphonies with electronic music was not just limited to only Fang Zhao. However, to build a reputation for oneself and be willing to selflessly share all his techniques, there was only Fang Zhao. This was also why there had been so much hype within the community for new voices in symphonic composition before it had even been released. This sort of situation was rarely seen, and just by spending a little money, one would gain the knowledge that he wanted. This sort of chance was hard to let go. In the past, even if people wanted to learn, they would be put off by the high entry requirements and hard to understand, and use these excuses to cower. Now, people who were interested could first read up on the explanations in the book and the shared experiences while getting a feel of things. Interest was all the foundation that one needed. Although music software could synthesize many sounds, many people would still rather use traditional methods of recording, such as hiring a band or an orchestra to play at a professional studio. This way, they could listen to and feel the details, find places that needed improvement, and make changes on the spot. Apparently, in these sorts of circumstances, it was easier to gain inspiration. This was probably the human factor. Because when an orchestra played according to the score, their own feelings would be assimilated inside. This was something that could stir up the emotions of a composer. It could be said that Muzhou was the continent that had the least symphonic music. Just as that student had said, in the past, the symphony recording studios were often empty and used for other styles. However, now, despite having an advanced booking, there was still a queue. If even Muzhou was like this, what about the other continents? While Fang Zhao was pondering that question, a few more people came in from outside. One of them scanned the hall and grumbled, "There are too many people. I think the CEO of Odd Music Company has plans to increase the number of symphony recording studios, but I have no idea when it will be ready." The person beside him, with eyes full of anticipation, plucked out his earpiece and said, "I think this piece of mine will be very successful. I used the music software at home to produce a demo piece, and it sounds very good. Who knows, I might become popular soon. Or maybe I can be like Fang Zhao and be regarded by Fiery Bird." Everyone wanted to be the second Fang Zhao. Youngsters in the music industry paid attention to Fang Zhao. One reason was his talent and achievements, the other reason was also the main factor, his earnings. Artists were human too. Other than certain madmen, the majority of them were common people who would have desires. Upon seeing Fang Zhao making so much earnings from his few symphonic movements and even receiving an invitation from Fiery Bird, who would not be tempted by that fame and fortune? They were all of a similar age group, they all enjoyed music, and they were all from various schools from all continents. If Fang Zhao could do it, why not them too? Therefore, more people attempted to take up the challenge, resulting in better recording companies in Qingqing being fully booked almost every day. Good orchestras needed to work overtime every day, and the ones with better reputations had to be booked several days in advance. Fang Zhao glanced at the newly arrived youngsters before looking at the time. The ones ahead of him in the queue, Wheat Dish Studio, had given 1 p.m. as the forecasted time that they would be done. They had already overshot by 10 minutes and had not given an explanation. Upstairs, the people from Wheat Dish were also in a bad mood. Their recording had not gone smoothly. The problem did not lie with the orchestra's performance, instead, it was that the finished recording was different from what they had expected. Wheat Dish Studio was set up by 3 Year 4 students from Muzhou Music Academy and had only been recently established. Other than those 3, the other people in the studio that were helping them temporarily were their juniors from school. Something is wrong. A youngster dressed fashionably scrutinized the scores he had written himself, his face full of distress. Ding Xiaotao, how do you think we should correct this? The short-haired girl beside him leaned against the back of her chair, both legs on the control panel and facing the ceiling. Hearing her companion, she took a deep breath and sighed. Let's properly correct it when we get back. No. I feel that it's just lacking a little something for me to find out where the problem lies. Let the orchestra play once more. Maybe I will be able to figure out the answer. That youngster was unwilling to give up. In the past, they had tried out electronic music and not Muzhou's traditional music styles because they'd thought that the people who did electronic music were cool. After watching many blockbusters, they had felt that the stunning background music was also pretty cool, so they had switched over to try it out, but they hadn't had much success. Originally, they had made plans to return to working purely on electronic music, but the release of New Voices in Symphonic Composition had given them renewed hope. The 3 of them had sealed themselves off for a period of time and then came here to produce the results of their seclusion. However, reality was a harsh slap in the face. It was as if their fiery and passionate hearts had been doused with cold water. Obviously, this portion should harmonize really well. Why does it sound wrong? The last youngster was also at a loss as he fidgeted and studied the patterns on his sleeve tattoo. Duo, go and see who is queuing up behind us. If it is no one important, tell them something to continue waiting or to queue up for another recording studio. We are going to extend our stay here for another 2 hours. I can feel some inspiration coming my way. In a moment I will start all over. You go outside and check it out first while I amend the scores. Jiang Heng, you are saying this for the 3rd time today. The tattooed youth unwillingly got up to head out. His uncle was a senior executive at Odd Music Company, so he could directly take a shortcut for some small matters. Normal clients were not able to check the background or detailed information of the people queuing up after them. The information online only stated what the client who made the booking left behind. The people from Wheat Dish could only find out that the person behind them had made an individual application and nothing more. The tattooed youth had gotten used to this and went to find someone who could check the information of the party behind. Oh, little duo came. The person in charge of Odd Music's technical department did not even need to raise his head. Just glancing at the tattooed sleeve, he knew who had come. Duo's nickname was Duo. As he'd gotten older, Duo had felt that every time someone called him it sounded like they were calling a dog, so he did not let people call him that. Now, only people who were close to him used that name. Duo cackled as he walked in. Uncle Wiley, are you busy? Say it, what do you want to check this time? Your studio has exceeded the time limit. There was no rebuke in Wiley's voice. Exceeding the time was a small matter. A little compensation fee to the party behind them would resolve it. I want to see who is queuing up after me, maybe tell him to wait a while more or perhaps queue for another studio, Duo said. Wiley understood. Duo wanted to find out the other party's identity and detailed information. Let me see, behind you is a booking by a foreigner from Yenzhou, Wiley said. If he isn't from Muzhou, that's even better. We don't have to bother about foreigners. We have priority for locals. I guess we will ask him to queue for another studio. However, this name seems a little familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Is he famous? What's his name? Duo asked. He's called Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Duo did not bother about the rules any longer. He rushed over and pushed Wiley aside and squeezed in front of the screen, carefully examining the information and photograph of the person who made the booking. You know this person? Wiley asked. Duo took a deep breath, then took another look to make sure his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Can I check the surveillance footage of the waiting hall? No way. Wiley shook his head. Company policy. Other than the technical staff in the monitor room, no one else was allowed to view the surveillance footage. Doing so was a breach of privacy, and the company had strict rules regarding it. If it were not for the backing of his uncle, who was a senior executive in the company, Wiley would not even have considered helping him. Hey! You haven't told me, who is this Fang Zhao? Duo did not bother to reply and instead rushed straight out. When he ran into the waiting hall, his sudden braking caused the soles of his shoes to create a sharp squeaking sound. The ear-piercing sound made everyone, including Fang Zhao, look over. Duo scanned the waiting hall and his line of sight stopped at Fang Zhao. After that, he turned and rushed straight up and into the recording studio. You guys, you won't believe who is queuing behind us. Guess who I just saw? Duo was so excited he was practically shouting. Jiang Hang and Ding Xiaotao were discussing where the music score had gone wrong, but their train of thought had been scared away by Duo's abrupt shouting. The two of them stared at Duo as if they wanted to peel him alive. Duo did not care one bit, excitedly continuing, Fang Zhao. That Fang Zhao. That Fang Zhao. Jiang Hang and Ding Xiaotao were both stuttering. Duo picked up the copy of New Voices in Symphonic Composition and pointed at the name under the deputy editor segment. This one. Jiang Hang and Ding Xiaotao looked at each other and ran out at the same time. Duo also followed and did not forget to show off to a bunch of his good friends in a group chat. Today I ran into Fang Zhao. Somewhere else in Qingcheng, in a dormitory at Muzhou Music Academy. The F***CK. Fang Zhao is in Muzhou. Who did you say? Is Fang Zhao really in Muzhou? Duo said it in a group chat. They met him when recording over at Odd Music. Let's go to Odd Music. You all are going. I still have 2 more periods of optional lessons. Skip classes. In a classroom at the teaching block. A teacher stepped into his classroom for his lesson on arrangement and realized that there were only a third of the students in class, and he was left puzzled. This round, there were not many students from far away, and he had not received any absence from class requests. Where is everyone? There are supposed to be many more people, where did they go? The arrangement teacher asked. Teacher, they all skipped classes to go see Fang Zhao, a student answered. Outrageous. Even if they were chasing a star, they can't. Who? Who did they go see? The arrangement teacher was stunned. They went to see Fang Zhao, the deputy editor of New Voices in Symphonic Composition, who became popular in a short time. Fang Zhao came. Where? The arrangement teacher asked. Odd Music Company's building. I heard a fellow student was recording over there when they ran into him. The student had just finished his sentence when the arrangement teacher said, this class will be self-revision. With that he hurriedly left. The news that Fang Zhao, the deputy editor of New Voices in Symphonic Composition, was in Muzhou recording at Odd Music Company spread fast within the Muzhou music scene. The fastest to react were students of the Music Academy who were interested in the symphonic genre. Many skipped classes and rushed over to Odd Music Company. Thus, on an afternoon where there was no sheep-herding competition, many cars appeared at the entrance of Odd Music Company. Odd Music security guards did not think much of it. Recently, there had been a lot more people coming to the recording studio. Today was just a little more than normal. However, they quickly realized more and more people were coming and they were asking the same question, where is Fang Zhao? Fang Zhao? Who is Fang Zhao? They were just in charge of the company's security and knew nothing about the music scene. They might have known some popular singers or superstars, but not much of others in the industry. Only when a supervisor in the company told them did they know that a rather impressive person had come. In the large waiting hall, the three members of Wheat Dish Studio had ran in front of Fang Zhao. Earlier, when Duo had rushed in and glanced over, Suiyu's professional instincts had been placed on alert. He was ready to obstruct the three of them when Fang Zhao waved his hands, signaling not to. "Greetings, Teacher Fang, we are Year 4 student from Muzhou Music Academy." The three of them handed Fang Zhao their student IDs. Ding Xiaotao and Jiang Heng passed over the books in their hands, flipped open the cover, and bashfully asked, Teacher Fang, could we have your autograph?" After thinking for quite a bit, Ding Xiaotao had settled on addressing him as teacher. Since he had imparted knowledge to them, they would call him teacher. Fang Zhao smiled at the three of them, took the pen and books, and proceeded to sign them. "We are working on our composition right now, blending symphonies with electronic music, but we have encountered some problems. Could we consult you?" Jiang Heng asked. "Go ahead," replied Fang Zhao. Jiang Heng spoke about the process and some of his thoughts about blending the sounds for their composition. "Did you have a general plan?" Fang Zhao asked. Yes. Just that, when we listen to it, something does not sound right, as if it was not blended properly." "Can I take a look at the score sheet?" Sure. Jiang Heng handed over the score sheet that was full of amendments. He was not worried that Fang Zhao would copy their score. This was the Fang Zhao, would he even need to copy their messy and half-completed song scores? However, looking at the piece of paper full of corrections, the three of them felt a little embarrassed. "How about letting me tidy it up first and show you a brand new copy after all the amendments?" "This copy does not look good," Jiang Heng asked. "No need." Fang Zhao studied the score sheet in his hand seriously. Although this score sheet was messy and the paper was full of markings and corrections, it showed the number of times they had tried to improve their draft. Fang Zhao could see what the three of them were thinking from it. "Lend me the pen," Fang Zhao said. "Sure, free to use it." Ding Xiaotao hurriedly fished out from her bag and handed it over to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao used the pen and circled out a few places. He proceeded to analyze it and tell them his opinions. Jiang Heng and the other two listened attentively. They realized that Fang Zhao not only talked about the score sheet, he could also speculate as to their thought processes through the amendments. He also accurately pointed out the points in their general plan where they had felt something was wrong and gave them a few reasons. This way, they could finish the rest by themselves. As Fang Zhao was explaining to them, others in the waiting room also curiously watched. Upon hearing Teacher Fang, some guessed whether it was the Fang Zhao that they knew. When they saw him signing on the copy of New Voices in Symphonic Composition, their suspicions were confirmed. "Is it really Fang Zhao?" someone cried out. Someone else from another genre had a blank look on his face. "Who is Fang Zhao? Is he famous?" "Probably some rich master from an aristocratic family. He even has a bodyguard." "Not necessarily. Who knows, he might be a celebrity. I have never seen him among any Muzhou stars." "A foreign celebrity? All this for a foreign star?" They looked down on the behavior of the bunch of young people trying to chase a celebrity. Those who did symphonic genres could not put up with it any longer. "You guys do pop music, right? It's normal not to know him. Now only those who do symphonies and new-era electronic music would know the name Fang Zhao. Have you heard of New Voices in Symphonic Composition? He was a contributor and sub-editor. Yesterday, I think a well-known musician said that symphonies and electronics would bring about a new wave of music. Just take a look at all these people sitting there. All of them have a booking for the symphony recording studio." A slightly older person asked, "Are you talking about Yenzhou Silverwing Media's Fang Zhao? The one that composed the 100-year period of destruction, received an invite from Fiery Bird, and helped great master Xue Jing compile New Voices of Symphonic Composition, that Fang Zhao?" Even if they did not have interest in the symphony genre, a while back, the book had been all the rage within the community, so they would still know of it. No wonder I felt that he looked familiar. I also want his autograph. Me too. Wait for me, let me inform everyone in the chat group. Therefore, Suiyu watched as a bunch of people came over. There were still others that rushed over upon receiving the news. In a moment, the waiting hall became crowded. Hello, I'm from Qingqing University's arts group. Recently, I have been studying the style of symphonic structures. I'm a student from Muzhou Music Academy too. I'm from XX Company. Suiyu observed everyone that came close. He could use his arms to block off the nearest people, but as there were too many, even if Suiyu had more limbs, there was no way he could block off everyone in the surrounding area. Boss, I feel that we should. Suiyu wanted to leave the place when he saw a middle-aged man in a suit head over. The people he brought along cleared a path. Teacher Fang. Teacher Fang, I am CY, Deputy CEO of Odd Music. The company has prepared a room for you to rest. Afterward he addressed the crowd, everyone, please do not worry. Later on, Odd Music Company will provide a chance for interaction. Recently, the company's symphony studio was overbooked every day. The higher-ups had naturally paid attention and understood the reason. Of course they knew what the name, Fang Zhao, implied. This was a chance to raise the company's reputation. All of Odd Music Company's departments had started to move. They had also increased the number of security guards at the entrance and spent money to engage temporary workers from a protective services company. Even their deputy CEO, CY, had personally come out to invite Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao also knew that staying here was not a good idea. After signing a few more books from people beside him, he returned the pen to Ding Xiaotao. Pardon me, I have to leave for a bit. Fang Zhao had never thought that something like this would happen. However, he was not intimidated by the scene that unfolded as he followed the deputy CEO and left the waiting hall. They arrived at a lounge for distinguished guests, and he realized there were people waiting inside. There were 5 people in total. 3 were top executives from Odd Music, and the other 2 were the principal of Muzhou Music Academy and his granddaughter, who coincidentally happened to be recording a song today. The principal had brought his granddaughter to his good friend's company to do a recording and had never expected to have such a great opportunity. But having met quite a few great masters in the industry, he was not like the bunch of rowdy youngsters who were so stirred up. After the customary introductions, the principal finally stated his true objective. Young teacher Fang, are you interested to come to Muzhou Music Academy to give a lecture? Half an hour later, Odd Music Company opened a large hall capable of fitting more than 1,000 people. In the past, this place had been used to demonstrate their newest models of sound recording equipment and installations. The hall was a place for promotion and publicity, and now it being used to house a temporary meet and greet session. Fang Zhao would answer questions for 1 hour, and after that, there would be an autograph session. Before leaving for the meet and greet session, Fang Zhao made a call to Duan Qianji and told her about the situation here and how he would be cooperating with the Muzhou Music Academy's principal, who would arrange a place for Fang Zhao to lecture. As there were way more interested parties for his lecture than seats, they had come to a decision that the class would be broadcast online as well. At Muzhou's side, it would be an exclusive broadcast by Muzhou Music Academy. As for Yenzhou, Fang Zhao decided to leave it to Silver Wing to arrange the broadcast. Other continents were having discussions to stream the broadcast at the moment. Duan Qianji was very happy when she received the news and immediately got her staff to set up the frequency for the broadcast as well as announce the news of Fang Zhao's lecture and post the details online. After a series of orders had been handed out, Duan Qianji sat down in her own office and browsed through the discussions online as she chuckled to herself. He really went out to expand his profession indeed. Xue Jing had been invited all over the world to lecture due to the release of New Voices in Symphonic Composition. As Fang Zhao was contracted to Silver Wing, he did not have complete freedom, and due to matters that he had to attend to, he had not gone along with Xue Jing. This time, Fang Zhao had been caught in Muzhou. Having received the news, Shui Jing was rather supportive of Fang Zhao personally lecturing and contacted him right away. When the time comes for your lecture, there will surely be a lot of industry seniors, but you don't have to be nervous. Just take it like how you were discussing with me and say whatever you wish to say. I have spoken to a few old friends in Muzhou. They will not post any tricky questions and will help you when there is a need to. In a tone of an old senior looking after the younger generation, Shui Jing exhorted again and again. When Shui Jing finally finished, Fang Zhao said, "Thank you. I don't get nervous." Hey, when you are standing there with 1,000 pair of eyes glued to you, can you still be so sure? When is your lecture? Tomorrow afternoon. So fast. Don't you need to prepare? There is no need. I have something to attend to now. You little, never mind, don't put too much pressure on yourself for your first class. I don't feel pressure. The next day, when Fang Zhao left the residence the school had arranged for him, there was already somebody waiting for him to escort him to his lecture. The place where the lecture would be held was a communication center. On most days, professors and masters with high reputations would give reports or lectures there. It was rare that the speaker today was a young person who was of a similar age to students of the school. Muzhou Music Academy's principal picked out 10 questions from the students' suggestions and went backstage to see Fang Zhao sitting there watching a sheep-herding competition. Was he watching the video to relieve stress or was he born senseless? The principal thought to himself. When it was about time, Fang Zhao stepped into the hall and walked up the stage. He calmly scanned the hall that was filled to the brim, briefly gave an introduction, and went straight to the main topic. Fang Zhao's was not the plain and simple kind of teaching method, yet he was able to use simple words to make the questions more penetrating. He also used a few famous Muzhou songs as examples. Even people who had never come into contact with the symphony genre could mostly understand what he was saying. Fang Zhao's examples were not just limited to Muzhou songs, he used songs from other continents as well, which made viewers of the live broadcast feel involved. Oh. To think it could be used like that. Wow, you can blend this sort of sound. Who knows, I might be able to use it in my own compositions. How did I never think of this? How does he know so much? Those present at the lecture or watching the broadcast felt as if their hearts were deeply stirred. The formless manner of Fang Zhao's words and actions carried some pressure. The student leaders sitting in the first few rows fidgeted in unease. The arrangement teacher also straightened his back. He kept feeling a little nervous and wondered what was up. When he was giving lectures, he would not feel anything. Now, he was all tensed up just listening to a lecture, weird. In the hall that could fit more than 1,000, the front 10 rows were filled with student leaders, teachers, and other interested Muzhou citizens of reputable fame. The students were seated behind, and many more that were unable to grab a spot were watching the live broadcast online. The Academy's forums were also having heated discussions. I finally know why Fang Zhao rose so high despite being just 2 years older than us. Take a look, everyone, wherever he stands, that aura. TSK reminds me of my form teacher back then. To actually reveal everything, isn't he even the least bit afraid that, once others learn his methods and techniques, they will trample down on him? Do you know what some industry insiders call Fang Zhao? Big Fool Fang. It came about when Fang Zhao would not keep his experiences and techniques to himself and was willing to share it with everyone. However, today, after watching Fang Zhao's lecture, I feel that Fang Zhao is not one who doesn't know how to maximize benefits. It is more like he doesn't care and isn't afraid. Impressive. Those that had previously doubted Fang Zhao's ability and those that had previously questioned him had one thing on their minds as they watched the broadcast: the style of a master. Shui Jing was in Huangzhou after being invited to lecture, but that did not stop him from watching the live broadcast. A few of his friends beside him were surprised. Tisk, old Shui, this fellow speaks even better than you. Shui Jing was not the least bit angry, rather, he sounded gratified. Beaming, he said, "Yesterday, when he told me he didn't get nervous, I did not believe him. Now I understand. I feel this little fellow is meant for this profession." At Shanmu Farm, Suho was taking a break from the training and scrolling through his news feed. He realized the top news story mentioned Fang Zhao. To think that he would become popular before me. Hearing Suho, Wu Yi walked over. He was amazed as well. To think that Fang Zhao was so famous. He seems really impressive. Many well-known Muzhou great masters went to his lecture. That means that Fang Zhao is considered a great master too. Fang Zhao's lecture at Muzhou Music Academy was a huge success. You could judge from the number of web hits. The president of the academy was smiling so broadly his creases deepened. He was cocky about his wise decision. After the lecture, at least 10% if not half of the global music student community was now interested in symphonic genres. People who tuned in were also exposed to the name Muzhou Music Academy. That was the biggest achievement. Still, time was limited. There was only so much Fang Zhao could cover in one lecture. Many viewers hadn't gotten their fix when the lecture ended. The president started brainstorming about how he could work with Fang Zhao again. Didn't he need a recording studio? The academy has a recording studio. That would spare you the queue at Odd Music. We'll prepare the best recording studio for you. But others had the same idea. The chief executive of Odd Music had already extended an invitation in person. The Odd Music CEO responded to the president's offer with a casual laugh. "Old friend, why don't you save that outdated equipment for your students? For a professional recording, you'll need to come to Odd Music. Let's put it this way. The best recording equipment in all of Muzhou is at Odd Music. Didn't you bring your own granddaughter to record here on account of our new equipment? Don't fight me on this one." The Odd Music CEO said that, as long as Fang Zhao was willing, he could offer him a recording studio for free right away. While the official word was that their studios were fully booked, the company reserved 2 studios for internal use in case of emergencies. They were equipped with the best gear. The Odd Music CEO was quite enthusiastic and very polite. He also offered many perks. Fang Zhao had no reason to refuse. "Have you contacted teacher Fang from the symphony? If not, we can recommend a few alternatives," the smiling chief executive said. Among the attendees of Fang Zhao's lecture were several key members of Muzhou's major symphonies. They had been waiting to approach Fang Zhao since the end of the lecture. When the Odd Music CEO made his comment, the small group, whose ears were already perked, pounced to pitch their own symphonies. Musical tastes were not as sophisticated in Muzhou compared to Liezhou. There were few symphony orchestras and none of them had a global reputation. That was why every one of their collaborations with world-renowned master musicians was hard-earned. With Fang Zhao's visit, the few major orchestras went at it again. Given that symphonies were gaining popularity among youngsters again and that Fang Zhao was a key figure behind this renaissance, this was too good an opportunity to pass up. The Odd Music boss stood silently nearby and ignored the imploring looks from the folks that crowded over. He just stood and smiled, waiting for Fang Zhao to respond. Saying too much would come off as sycophantic and backfire. He had secured his deal. Everything else could wait. Fang Zhao scanned the folks who had rushed forward to tout their services. Some of them were leaders of their orchestras. Others were first chairs of their respective sections. "What's the name of your orchestra? How big is the orchestra? What's the latest?" Fang Zhao zoomed in on of the people in the crowd. "I'm Daller, the leader of SoundCloud Philharmonic. I'm also first violin. Our orchestra is 10 years old. We have 80 musicians." Daller passionately gave Fang Zhao the lowdown on his orchestra. SoundCloud was one of the larger orchestras in Qincheng. Now that symphonic music was more popular, he wanted to recruit more musicians. All these years, they had never worked with a master. It wasn't a matter of quality. The few large orchestras in Muzhou were comparable in skill, but things just never came together for SoundCloud. Lo and behold, he had been called on by Fang Zhao this time. Of course he would make a hard sell. An orchestra comprising 80-odd musicians was a large one for Muzhou, where symphonic music wasn't the rage, but it still paled in comparison to the orchestras in Yenzhou. Even Silver Wing had a company orchestra made up of 100-odd musicians, and there were many outstanding instrumentalists on the waiting list. Even if they were short a few musicians, they could find replacements easily. They could also expand on short notice. It was a well-endowed department. But things were different over here. Even though Muzhou boasted many orchestras, most were smaller ones. There were no more than 5 large orchestras in the continent. Even though they advertised themselves as professional orchestras, they weren't up to par by global standards. A regular performance calendar was the first step toward professionalization. All top professional orchestras had fixed seasons, but not in Muzhou. Muzhou's orchestras weren't treated with respect. They were invited for the occasional performance, such as at a major farm owner's banquet or the opening or closing ceremony of a shepherd dog contest. Their sole purpose was entertainment. It wasn't fair for Fang Zhao to evaluate orchestras in Muzhou based on Yenzhou standards. The reason he had called on Daller was because Daller had listened attentively during the lecture and showed a dogged passion. The enthusiasm brimming from his eyes suggested a purity of purpose lacking in the others. Of course, Daller was also angling for his own personal interests, but genuine music lovers were hard to find, 1 in a million. To spot someone in this crowd who was relatively pure was a decent find. To prove his orchestra's worth, Daller summoned his fellow musicians to perform a few pieces at the recording studio Odd Music had arranged. Even though they couldn't rival Silver Wing's highly paid orchestra, Fang Zhao couldn't spot too many mistakes. These were all original compositions. Fang Zhao asked Daller after the set. Yes. It's nothing compared to what you find in Yenzhou, but we learned a lot from your lecture and will improve from here on out. The middle-aged Daller was quite uptight before Fang Zhao, who was dozens of years his junior. His tone conveyed a mix of caution and expectation, like a student showing off in front of a teacher. Since Daller himself acknowledged there was room for improvement, Fang Zhao didn't offer any feedback. He instead asked, "You plan on going professional?" "Yes, that's the plan, but we still have a lot of work to do." Daller didn't hide his ambition. When he had founded the orchestra, he'd wanted it to become Muzhou's first professional orchestra in the new era. Fang Zhao slapped Daller on the back and said, "Pretty good." Daller instantly felt more confident and couldn't refrain from smiling. But when he turned around to manage the orchestra, his serious face returned. Many of SoundCloud's musicians were puzzled. "He's so authoritative when he speaks to us. How come he acts like a primary student in front of that kid Fang Zhao?" Fang Zhao started recording soon after. Sometimes composers would double as conductors. Such was the case with Fang Zhao. Because of his high standards, the session didn't start smoothly, but things eventually improved. Suiyu was a bit baffled. It was only a matter of days before they returned to Yenzhou. Why not wait and record with the orchestra at Silver Wing? They might even finish earlier. Was Fang Zhao worried about fuel costs for the flying transport? Considering his winnings from the shepherd dog contest, there was no point in being stingy. But Fang Zhao had decided to stay put in Muzhou and work with a local orchestra at a local studio. The recording ended up taking up 10 days. After completing a rough cut in 7 days, Fang Zhao recorded additional segments in the final 3 days. And these were all preliminary recordings. Post-production would be necessary for a finished product, but that would wait until Fang Zhao returned to Yenzhou. All parties had signed a confidentiality agreement, including SoundCloud and Odd Music. They would be barred from divulging the contents of the recording session before their official release. Done yet? It was the 3rd time Shui Jing had called Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had been busy recording the past few days, so he was in sparse contact. Xue Jing had waited until he felt the timing was right before reaching out to Fang Zhao again. "We just finished," Fang Zhao said. "Then hurry on over to Huangzhou. We're waiting for you." Xue Jing wanted to go on a global lecture tour with Fang Zhao. He'd made up his mind after watching Fang Zhao's live webcast. He had sorted out the details with the Music Association and more or less confirmed their itinerary. All they were missing was Fang Zhao. After finishing recording in Muzhou, Fang Zhao packed up his things and headed to Huangzhou with Suiyu in tow. Curly Hair stayed at Shanmu Farm to continue training and entering competitions with Su Ho. Before he left, Fang Zhao gave Wu Yi $10 million to bet on Dongshan Farm every time they competed. _______________________ The point of the global tour was to promote his own book, but Xue Jing also wanted to give Fang Zhao the exposure. How many musicians of Fang Zhao's age could stage a global lecture tour? It would help pad Fang Zhao's resume. Many people thought Fang Zhao had practically become Xue Jing's final disciple. Why else would Xue Jing spend so much effort helping this young man? Xue Jing's close friends in the industry also brought up the matter with him in private. Final disciple? You mean Fang Zhao? Xue Jing got a kick out of the question. Perhaps you have overestimated me and underestimated the kid? Xue Jing's answer was also made public, but no one bought it. Everyone thought Xue Jing was simply promoting Fang Zhao. Even though he gave a decent lecture, it didn't mean that Fang Zhao had achieved the same stature as Xue Jing. Out of the world's 12 continents, the most frequent stops on any global lecture tour were the 8 regular continents. Because of their unique histories, musical tastes were less sophisticated in the 4 special continents. Even though Fang Zhao's appearance in Muzhou caused a stir in the local music industry, for the masses, it was still less important news than other local happenings. But the 8 regular continents were a different story. Xue Jing and Fang Zhao drew more attention. Many folks marked their calendars well in advance. Rare was the fool who was willing to reveal his trade secrets. Who didn't want to tune in? Admission wasn't that expensive and it would spare you the agony of figuring things out yourself. What a great deal. Why not attend? Fang Zhao had no time to play tourist after arriving in Huangzhou. The next day, he kicked off his lecture tour with Xue Jing. Their stops were mainly higher education institutions. In continents with a greater passion for music, they scheduled extra sessions to include stops at other schools. Even though these stops were less popular than stops at music academies, attendance was still decent. Fang Zhao's name was gaining more and more currency in the music industry by the day. No matter how high one flew, there would always be detractors. Furthermore, Fang Zhao was so young and only had a few compositions. Even if his global lecture could raise his status in the music world, compared to many other figures with power and prestige, he was still quite far off. It was not that Fang Zhao did not speak well, rather that the rules were set this way. Although Fang Zhao did compose a few decent movements and received an invitation from Fiery Bird, that did not mean he was of the same standing as many famous great masters across the world. One's works and experience were considered too. Fang Zhao did not have enough works, and his experience was not as rich as other great masters. Therefore, for the global lecture tour, Xue Jing would speak for 3/4 of the allocated time and Fang Zhao would speak for the remainder. Even if Xue Jing wanted to allocate a larger portion to Fang Zhao, it was not possible. Everyone conceded that Fang Zhao had talent and outstanding works. However, he was still young. Who knew if he'd use up all his talent quickly? Talent was something hard to define. It could accompany a person throughout his life, or it could diminish in the next moment. Elders in the music circles had seen many such examples. Thus, how far Fang Zhao could climb and whether or not he would reach the expectations that Xue Jing had, many of them still had reservations. However, they approved of Fang Zhao's willingness to share his knowledge with everyone. Whether they had any thoughts behind the facade of approval, they would still publicly praise Fang Zhao's selfless sharing. Of course, there were people who felt that Fang Zhao's musical style was lacking in experience. He might have been an expert in the heavy and thick styles for large-scale events or battle scenes in big productions, but in the eyes of those experienced people in the music circles, it was still inadequate. Not to say that he had to be an all-rounder. He had to touch upon other aspects or produce more works. Otherwise, there was not enough proof that he deserved the title of a great master. People who had seen Fang Zhao's background felt that his foundations were not solid enough and he had risen thanks to Xue Jing as well as the Music Association's publicity. According to an age-old saying, with only a few compositions, it was not enough to prove he was a great master. Every great master could only prove their worth with time and works. Fang Zhao. He still isn't qualified enough. This was the evaluation given by a certain great master when interviewed during the lecture tour. Xue Jing was worried that Fang Zhao would be affected by the assessments of people both within and outside of the music circles. After every lecture, the media would always raise that certain great masters' evaluations and want to know Fang Zhao's response. But Fang Zhao's reactions to this was always the same, oh. Oh. That's all. The person in charge of interviewing was helpless. Why doesn't this little fellow give more of a reaction? The evaluations and judgments within the music circles were all different. Fang Zhao himself paid no heed. He was very busy. How could he find the time to browse through every single evaluation from the music circles? Fang Zhao was not interested in seeing all these either. Outside of the lectures, Fang Zhao was always busy. Xue Jing realized that, although Fang Zhao had less speaking time and fewer conferences to attend, Fang Zhao was still busier than himself. What are you preparing this time? Xue Jing asked. Settling matters for Muzhou's side, Fang Zhao replied. Xue Jing knew that Fang Zhao had jointly purchased a farm with a friend from Muzhou. He was not particularly interested in farms. Every year, many people would send him some Muzhou agricultural products as gifts. He did not really cherish these goods, so he did not ask much. Fang Zhao was speaking the truth, he really was very busy. He was editing a video from the footage that both Dongshan Farm and Shanmu Farm had sent over. He watched both once before editing a portion and then playing the edited version together with the accompaniment music. After that, he made adjustments to it. Silver Wing's Virtual Projects department was roped in to help Fang Zhao with editing the video and compiling the music. Combining video and music required a lot of adjustments and amendments to improve on it till the artistic result was satisfactory. Other than that, Fang Zhao would receive a report every day from Wu Yi regarding information from their side and the situation over there. Today, Wu Yi made a call to Fang Zhao. Your dog. Wu Yi wanted to say something but hesitated. What happened? Fang Zhao asked. I told you before, his capacity for learning sheep herding is very strong, Wu Yi said. Yeah. I used to think that your dog did not know anything about herding sheep, and that after coming, he would surely learn a thing or two from the dogs on my farm. Fang Zhao indicated that he was listening attentively. But I realized that I was wrong, very wrong. The dogs on my farm have been led astray by your curly hair. When Fang Zhao had still been in Muzhou, he would bring curly hair out running every night. After Fang Zhao had left for his global lecture tour, curly hair would still retain that habit and head out to run while the other dogs slept. Fang Zhao had mentioned this to Wu Yi and told him not to mind as long as it did not leave the farm compound. After all, this was also training. At the start, Wu Yi had personally monitored curly hair. After becoming used to it, he'd only instructed his workers to pay a little attention every night. Until, one night, Bingo and a few other farm dogs followed curly hair out of curiosity. The one dog out running every night had become an entire pack. During the first few days, Wu Yi had not found it to be a big problem and just thought that maybe it was helpful for his own dogs. Running more would strengthen their bodies and could be useful for the last Eastern Region finals. After that, the employees told Wu Yi that the dogs had actually gone hunting for field mice. Furthermore, it was Bingo who'd taken the lead. As the farm's ex-boss, Bingo was familiar with the farm and naturally was familiar with the field mice too. The situation rapidly developed, and the pack of dogs would run out to hunt field mice every night. Wu Yi was distressed. That was the job of mousetrap robots. Why had this bunch of shepherd dogs joined in? Wu Yi specially hired a veterinary team to look after them and prevent parasites, bacteria, or other harmful organisms that might affect their competition performance. The news he'd received from Su Ho was like this. Master Zhao, we have won. Today was intense, and there were no wrong commands. Hopefully, they will maintain today's condition. We have won. There is no doubt. Won again and again. Today we lost, only 4th place. We only got 1 point to add to our accumulated score. Bingo ate a field mouse and ended up with diarrhea and did not perform. Wu Yi said that the 10 million he wagered on Master Zhao's behalf was lost. However, we have earned quite a bit from the previous few rounds. Still earning despite losing this time. As long as we win it back next time, all will be fine. As long as we can get a first place finish we will squeeze into the top 10. Top 10 achieved. Next target, top 8. One more win. The competition is tough, the other teams frequently score well too. Top 8. Top 8. We achieved top 8. We have secured our place in the finals. The finals. Ha 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 ha. In 2 months, Dongshan Farm's accumulated points had risen rapidly, and the farm's reputation kept increasing. Everyone knew that Dongshan Farm's lead dog was a little curly-haired dog that was particularly impressive. As their strength and reputation rose, the odds became lower and lower, to the point that Wu Yi did not even have the intention to wager but did so anyway to support their own team. With the rise of their reputation, many people in the eastern region knew that it was Su Ho that had purchased Xishan Farm and changed the name to Dongshan and collaborated with Shanmu Farm to take part in the competition. Of course, there were people who joked about Su Ho buying a desolate farm and having no choice but to request assistance from another farm, disgracing the Su family name. Regarding all those words, Su Ho paid them no mind. Now, what he wanted most was to be victorious every round. Every victory was a boost to his confidence. Due to the running together, herding together, catching field mice together, and getting scolded together, the camaraderie between the 7 dogs had gradually grown deeper. The most obvious show of this was that they no longer needed Su Ho to issue commands. Even if there were mistakes during a competition, a bark from Curly Hair would get a quick reaction from all the other dogs. Only the top 8 teams that acquired the most points during the preliminaries could enter the Eastern Region Finals, where the top 4 teams would qualify for the Continental Sheep Herding Competition. However, this time around, the 8th, 9th and 10th teams had the same number of points and all entered the Eastern Region Finals. Out of the 10 participating teams, the top 4 would be chosen to continue competing with the top 4 teams of the Western Region. Having entered the Eastern Region Finals in 7th place, Su Ho was so excited that he ran circles around the field. Master Zhao, can you make it back in time for the Eastern Region Finals? Su Ho asked Fang Zhao during one of their long-distance calls. I can. Hey, Master Zhao, actually, what I wanted to ask is, you mentioned that when the time came and if we qualified for the Eastern Finals, you would compose a piece of background music to use for a publicity film. Hehe, I have filmed a decent film over the last 2 days. Master Zhao, is your music ready? Su Ho knew that Fang Zhao had done the recording at Qingqing previously, but before Fang Zhao had fully completed it, he'd had to leave for his global lecture tour. Now, he still did not know if it was complete. Send over your footage and let me take a look, Fang Zhao said. Su-ho sent the best footage he had shot over the past 2 days to Fang Zhao. Viewing the video, Fang Zhao felt a dense, childish style assaulting his senses. Su-ho, who thought himself rather dashing in the footage, was doing parkour. But people who were watching would get the impression that this child resembles a spasming sheep. "We had better use mine," Fang Zhao told him. Master Zhao also made one. "When did you shoot it?" "Times when you do not know." Given Fang Zhao's reply, Su-ho suddenly had an ominous premonition. "Can I see it first? Was he handsome and cool? Would it be able to make the crowd shriek?" That was what Su-ho wanted to know the most. "Sure, but do not send it out first." Fang Zhao encrypted the completed video and sent it to Su-ho through a secure channel. He did not wait for Su-ho's reply. Xue Jing had called him over. Fang Zhao shut off his communications device and entered the conference hall. Today was the last session of the global lecture tour. After this was done, there was still an exchange session with all the old seniors. He would only be able to leave the following day, but he would still be able to make it for Muzhou's Eastern Region finals. Fang Zhao managed to rush back to Muzhou and reach Shanmu Farm one day before the competition. Wu Yi and Su-ho were waiting for him, the two of them unable to suppress their grins. "Fang Zhao, what is that dog made of?" "You know, when Bingo ate a field mice and had the runs, I was so scared I nearly had to visit the hospital and lie down myself." Wu Yi had not expected that his one decision would have such returns, and he had placed the hopes of the farm on this competition. Back then, when he had found out that Bingo's stomach was upset, his soul had nearly left his body. Throughout the night, he had spent quite a bit to hire a few famous veterinarians from the Eastern region. Luckily, there were no complications and it only affected the next day's performance in the competition. However, all this was secondary. As long as it could recover, the competitions that followed would be no issue. After that, Wu Yi had gotten the vets to check up on every single dog. Probably because they only ate dog food in the past, this time when they ate indiscriminately, there were some reactions. Other than Bingo, the other dogs had some ailments, they just were not so obvious. Only Curly Hair, who had eaten the field mice and nibbled on wild grass, was not affected. The vets checked a few times and their assessment was, perfectly healthy. Not a single parasite. However, Fang Zhao could not answer that question either. Back then, on the Black Street, the boss of the drugstore, Ai Wan, had raised this matter and even done a genetics test. That also had not yielded any precise results. Hence, Fang Zhao did not know either. Wu Yi only asked out of curiosity and had not really expected an answer. As he continued, Wu Yi laughed happily again and told Fang Zhao about his cousin bringing her dogs over to the farm 2 days ago. Wu Yi's cousin was the owner of the carrot farm that had been very popular early on in the season. Unfortunately, they had not made it into the finals, whereas the little fellow who had collaborated with Wu Yi had qualified for it. Hence, Wu Yi's cousin had brought her dogs over for an exchange session and to share their thoughts. No one had expected that the two teams of dogs would have a fight. Even the farm's guard dog Chubby Black had joined the fracas and was bitten a few times. It was Curly Hair that helped it take revenge by biting back and removing a few bunches of fur from the other side. Because of this incident, Wu Yi and his cousin had almost had a falling out. Remembering the circumstances then, the sides of Wu Yi's mouth curled slightly. Winning a fight was a good thing. And through this incident, Wu Yi's cousin deeply understood that the small curly-haired dog being the lead of this sheep-herding team was not without reason. That fighting spirit that it possessed was just too strong. However, compared to before, Su-ho was more silent. When Fang Zhao and Wu Yi were talking, Su-ho did not utter a single word. "I have no idea what's wrong with that little fellow. 2 days ago, he cooped himself up in his room for another day, and when he came out, he had become all silent. Could it be that he had an argument with his family?" Wu Yi was puzzled. He had asked Su-ho a few times, but every time, he realized that Suho seemed embarrassed to reply him and mumbled about not replying. As his attitude toward training was still alright, Wu Yi had not pursued the matter. Young kids were probably like this. As they were maturing, it was normal for their moods to be unstable. Early the next morning, everyone took the flying transport and headed for the competition grounds of the Eastern Region Finals. Compared to the previous rounds of competition, the competition grounds for the finals were much bigger. Many celebrities would be there to spectate and a number of old farm owners who had past glories would be there to commentate. Not only that, the live broadcast would have an explosion in viewer numbers. During the normal competitions, generally, people from the Eastern region would watch the Eastern competitions and those from the Western region would pay attention to the Western competitions. But when it came to the region finals, the entire Muzhou would tune in. People from the Western region also wanted to know which 4 teams would pit themselves against their own superstar teams. Suho had received messages from his classmates back in Qingcheng. Qingcheng was situated an area located right in the middle of the Eastern and Western regions. In the past, it was considered part of the Eastern region, then considered part of the Western region after that. Thus, before this, people from Qingcheng observing the Eastern region competitions were lesser. Most people there only knew that Suho had bought a farm and stormed into the finals only through media reports. Come on, brother Ho. We will all be watching. Young Su, I will wager on your team to win. You must put in extra effort. Young Su, yesterday, I eavesdropped on our form teacher saying that if you stormed into the continental finals, she wouldn't hassle you about your absences for class as long as you do not fail your exams. The sheep-herding scene was so big in Muzhou that, during crucial competition periods, a lot of those working and schooling could watch the live broadcast and most companies and student leaders would approve. This sort of situation would never happen in other continents. Seeing all this, the calm and collected mentality that Suho had trained up with great difficulty during the normal rounds of competition unraveled and he began to get nervous. Watching the competition were not just his classmates and teachers but other members of the Su family as well. Members of the Su family might not have paid attention to the normal rounds of competition, but for this sort of important day in the competition, they would surely be there. He felt some excitement and some apprehension, and thinking about the publicity video that Fang Zhao had created for him made him feel even more complicated. He had handed the video over to the organizers yesterday. He had watched that video a number of times, and every time he saw it, he felt a different feeling. However, compared to Suho's complicated feelings and Wu Yi's nervousness and anticipation, the shepherd dogs were still their old selves. To them, the Eastern Region Finals were not too different from the other rounds of the competition. The competition grounds were just a little larger, the terrain more undulating, and the herding a little more difficult. What was nervousness? They did not know anymore. In any case, as long as they followed Curly Hair, it would be fine. Curly Hair was lying beside Fang Zhao's feet, licking his front paw. Occasionally, when someone mentioned him, he would raise his head and cast a glance before continuing to lie down. Suho had also received a few messages. It was from one of his older female cousins. What she meant was that many members of the Su family were watching the live broadcast. She had already wagered a sum on Dongshan Farm to win, as for how much, she refused to say. An elder male cousin of his sent, "Come on. Little fatty Su." Suho wanted to cry. He was still young and could not bear that much pressure. He thought for a bit, found an excuse to retire to the lone restroom, and watched the video Fang Zhao had given him twice more. Much better. Wu Yi realized that Suho seemed too stressed out today and had originally wanted to find him for a pep talk. Although he was nervous too, as an elder, he needed to act calm in front of the younger ones. He had not expected that, when Suho came out, he was full of fighting spirit and vigor. This made Wu Yi swallow the words he had prepared. Every single team's viewing gallery, as well as the other viewing halls for spectators at the competition grounds, each had their own holographic projections and sound systems. Muzhou people were nouveau riche. Even if they did not understand hardware equipment, they still used very high-quality ones. This was because, when they could not tell when the equipment was spoiled, they would just purchase a more expensive one. Before the competition, there would be a segment where every team got to have an introduction and publicize themselves. This was a good time for an advertisement and it was free of charge. Almost the entirety of Muzhou would watch it. Suho had drawn number 8 for his entering sequence, which would be toward the back. The publicity film would also be shown in the order of the entering sequence. The previous 7 teams' brief introductions were more or less the same. They were all reputable farms and were just promoting their brand name. Therefore, in their publicity films, the ones that occupied the most screen time were the farm owners, followed by the star dog of each team, and then all sorts of that farm's products. Almost there. Wu Yi was a little excited. He had not seen the video yet. Su-ho had been too embarrassed to show it to him. However, Su-ho had told him that, other than the participating dogs, the video would also feature Shanmu Farm's name and Wu Yi would make an appearance. That was enough for him. Next up is the team that rose abruptly in this year's Eastern Region sheep herding competitions. I'm sure everyone is already familiar with them. Moreover, the owner of this farm is extremely young. The rapid rise was a surprise to many, but now they have achieved the qualifications to enter the Eastern Finals using their own strength. The commentator's voice echoed all around and was followed by a broadcast of the video submitted by Dongshan Farm. Those watching the competition perked themselves up, especially those from the western region of Muzhou. They did not know much of the Eastern terms, but they were curious about Su-ho. What sort of publicity film would little fatty Su put out? Would he publicly declare war on his half-siblings? Whoa, even thinking of that made all these people excited. At the start of the film came Su-ho's voice. I wish to take part in a sheep-herding competition. I want to take part in the finals. This was something Su-ho had said many times. A youngster with a childlike face appeared on the screens to go along with those innocent, stubborn words. His eyes held a crazed self-belief, as if he had grasped tomorrow in the palm of his hands. Even if people did not recognize Su-ho by name or background, just by looking at the image, most people could see that he was a pampered fatty from a rich family. And his straightforward talk of wanting to take part in the finals was in fact an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities, and a display of the ignorant have nothing to fear. The background music bellowed and brought with it incredible thick-set emotion. It was not intense but slow, and the flimsy string tones seemed to foretell something. A string of words appeared on the display. I borrowed money to purchase a farm, but it was not as I had expected. Su-ho had only appeared a month after the sheep herding season had started through buying a participating farm and obtaining their qualifications. This sort of thing happened every year and it was not a rare sight. Before Dongshan Farm had risen to prominence, the information that everyone could obtain online was only a few images of how Shishan Farm used to look like. The small majority who were well informed knew only limited information through word of mouth. Later, when Dongshan Farm became more well known and more people wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, the farm was no longer like that. What was Shishan Farm like when Su-ho had purchased it? After the words on the display appeared and faded, the image changed. An exquisitely clothed rich young master brought his bodyguards and rode a superior flying transport, traveling a great distance to the western part of Muzhou's eastern region, to a remote and vast farm. The sound of a flute joined in the melody. It was a flute the Muzhou people were familiar with, a flute that was manufactured in a furnace using clay. It was an ancient method. This sort of flute was rarely used in other continents, at most brought back to keep as a souvenir. In the middle of the bleak and lonely flute melody, the image depicted rotting, worn-out wooden fences surrounding a vast and desolate patch of earth that only had a few weeds growing on it. The run-down courtyard seemed like it had been left alone for who knows how long, braving the winds, sun, and rain. The door was swaying off its frame in the wind. A few dispirited dogs were lying there sleeping, completely uninterested. In the dusky twilight, the tall and faded signboard of Shishan Farm looked insignificant and laughable against the mountain ranges in the background. Two images appeared on the display. One was of the images that were publicly available online, and the other was an image of the farm the first time Su-ho had seen it after purchasing it. At the same time, an image of the certificate of ownership that Su-ho owned, which showed the large sum of money used as well as the name of the original owner of Shishan Farm. However, everyone understood that this person would have long escaped. They did not hide anything. This had been added into Su-ho's accord, just like a failure displaying his scars for all the curious people to see. Some people would play it down, but it let people understand what had actually happened with one look. This is the rumored incident where young Master Su got cheated. Su-ho was too anxious. Kids are like this, too impulsive. People who saw this began to discuss. During that time, lots of people online viewed this incident with a "look at the fool" attitude. There was a woodwind solo as the piano and string accompaniment gradually dissolved. The low sound of a violin played a frail harmony that seemed like slow sighs. In the display, Su-ho's eyes, which were full of eager anticipation, turned moorly, like a fish that had leaped out of the water expecting to transform into a dragon. However, as it was falling, it realized that it would land itself in an even worse problem: dry land. A harmony of high and low-pitched strings played, and a feeling of experiencing a drop in elevation, as if an icy cold wind blew across on top of a summit, chilled listeners to the bone. The display faded to black. A square window appeared, glimmering with a little light. Under the window and lit up by the glow was a figure sitting down with his head in his knees. From the plump figure, one could tell that he was probably Su-ho. The dusky image of Su-ho sitting alone in the cold and gloomy room was like a young animal caught in a trap, helpless and at a loss. The soft flute tune that carried an air of sorrow diluted. With the blare of a trumpet, the music's sorrowful mood gradually weakened. Drumbeats set a measured rhythm, with each beat sounding closer to the ear. In the display, through the square window, the rays of light gradually became brighter. The surroundings of the figure were covered by a sheen of golden light. It was a new day, the sun had come up. Not just from the window, the sunlight entered through the holes in the wall and the doorway. The dark became brighter, dispelling the gloom. The figure that had been quietly sitting there raised his head and slowly moved. He turned to face the window and squinted as the light shined on his face. Looking out the window, the glass had a spiderweb-like crack on it, creating a psychedelic tint as light passed through it. The cracked glass did not block out the entire scenery. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he looked through the window as though he saw something. Getting up, he walked to the dilapidated door and pulled it open. As the sunlight shone on Su-ho's body, the scene warmed up. His disheveled hair was blown by the wind, and the fresh buds of grass beside his feet swirled up as if they were dancing. A woodwind score brought about a bright and cheery tune full of warmth, as if the lush grassland had faced a gentle and fresh wind that dispersed all the gloomy coldness. The low-pitched sounds of brass, wood, and string carried a firm and mighty tone, giving it a forceful theme. At this moment, the music had a little variation. The accompaniment of brass and string, through a detuning method, became even more intense. Within the persistent beating of the drums, the flute carried a rising strength. The strings were like an explosion of life. Just like the passing of winter, flowers would bloom once more, and the grasslands would return to their former green glory. 2 lines of words appeared on the display. I do not know anything. But I will learn. Previously, the stifling and sorrowful sounds had become more and more feeble. With the bass of a piano, bright and expansive sounds joined in. Every note seemed to be kneaded into the deepest recesses of one's soul. In the display, Dongshan Farm had a few more employees. Su-ho followed these people as they worked. One of the workers pointed at the soil and was talking. Afterward, he pinched a little soil and placed it in his mouth to try. Su-ho followed suit and his entire face contorted in disgust. The old man laughed and continued speaking, and Su-ho squatted at his side, listening attentively. A few old farm owners would not just look at but would try out the soil to understand their farms. Many elders watching this live broadcast flashed knowing smiles. Wu Yi had once said that straw contained the 4 seasons within, and he'd meant it. From the taste of the straw, they could tell its growing process, speculate the changes in the condition of soil, and understand whether changes in climate had affected the harvest. For the same reasons, those that tried soil were just like this too. And in the eyes of many old farm owners, people who did this were responsible farm owners who treated their plot of land seriously, totally different from a foreigner's impressions that they were merchant landowners. What followed immediately after in the display was Su-ho talking on his communications device and, after that, running toward the flying transport. He did not even have time to change out of his suit. His legs were full of mud, and bits of grass were matted in his hair. After that, the flying transport took off and flew high up. The gust created from the transport blew away all the dried grass on the parking ground. The roar of the engines blended in with the accompaniment, creating an uplifting tempo, and brought about a feeling of flying, heading upward and forward into an empty sky. To know nothing about the world, to be ridiculed, to be treated with contempt. All these are insignificant, as long as we keep moving forward. The melody carried on from the first part and unfolded. The main theme was a string score with a flute accompaniment. The layered tones became thicker and more distinct as the accompaniment expanded. The trumpet's blare continuously uplifted the spirits of the listeners. The tense music became lively and vibrant. The display was now showing an overhead view. Large grasslands full of life could be seen. A flock of sheep was walking about slowly, and a few shepherd dogs were running about vigorously. Beside Shanmu Farm's signboard, a cap-wearing Wu Yi stood there smiling. He extended both his arms and gave the youth a hug. To a pleasant partnership. I want to stand on the instructor's platform for a sheep-herding competition. In the display, there were eye bags under Su-ho's eyes. His hair was made even messier by the wind, as if he had not taken care of it in a long time. Paired together with that pale, chubby face of his, it seemed a little comical, yet those 2 youthful eyes were burning with a steadfast desire. From being ignorant to clear-headed, from being at a loss to having an unwavering determination, step by step, they pressed on against this predicament. How it would all end, success or failure. That was not important. The brass leading the tune became high-spirited, and the sonorous beating of the drums became more forceful with each beat, as if following the choice his heart had made. Wu Yi's voice sounded. You need to get them to acknowledge you quickly and let them accept you. After this was a scenario where Su-ho ate and slept with the shepherd dogs. In the display, after Su-ho fed the dogs, he would carry his own bowl and sit randomly beside the dogs at the doorstep. He gulped down food that did not look very good. The people of Muzhou could tell right away that was not some exquisite food, it was even worse than what they normally ate daily. At night, he slept with the dogs in the kennel. At the start, when the dogs lazed around, they kept a distance from Su-ho. The display returned to Dongshan Farm's dog A, Bingo, and a close-up shot of the apparent dislike in his eyes. However, the image changed. Every day, Su-ho would close the gap with these shepherd dogs, to the point where some dogs would rest next to Su-ho. No longer with any self-pity, the string music became more vigorous, like a sword drawn and ready to attack. The melody became heavier once again and the rhythm and tempo increased, gradually intensifying, as if power was flowing in bit by bit. The tone of the harmony changed, symbolizing him constantly working hard. Su-ho ran through the lush green fields with the shepherd dogs. Over the music, Wu Yi's coarse voice echoed across the grassland. Very good. Continue giving them instructions. Keep up, you have to keep up. Don't be left behind. Run after them. Why not use the field car? Because many shepherd dogs would remain guarded against the field car, and it was not beneficial for getting closer to the shepherd dogs. Competition instructors basically would run together with the dogs at the start of training till the dogs had good enough judgment and were capable of reacting on their own. Only then would the distance gradually increase, as the instructor would not need to be close by, feeding instructions. With running came falling. After falling, he would climb back up and continue running. The 3 bodyguards did not stay beside him, they just watched from nearby. Every day, they helped spray medicine and treat all the wounds and cuts on Suho's body. Suho's fair and chubby face lost its fat, and he became tanned. Suho was a newbie, and he did not have adequate time to slowly adapt. Therefore, he needed to spend even more time together with the shepherd dogs, running together, herding together, shouting out commands non-stop, shouting the names of every single dog and letting them remember his voice. He had no time to worry about shouting till he became hoarse, he needed to remember all his commands. The display switched to Suho's first competition. He had been so nervous he'd turned pale, his body had froze, and his frantic mistakes had told everyone that he was a newbie. Seeing this, lots of people thought, with that poor skill, don't even bother appearing and losing face. However, many people watching the broadcast, especially those from the eastern region, fell silent. Because they knew what would happen next. Dongshan Farm's success, as well as their continuous accumulation of points. Suho requests to issue commands. Suho requests to issue commands. Suho requests to issue commands. At different competition venues, different commentators all said the same line. From the display, everyone could see Suho's transformation from his first time giving out commands. From being hesitant and nervous, he became firm and steadily issued the correct commands. In the cheery melody, there would occasionally be a few cumbersome chords. However, these were only momentarily there. It was as if the melody had been entrusted with a sort of intense and unwavering disposition. The rustling of the wind moved forward as the sound of flute and piano seemed a hopeful smile. The display split into 2. On one side appeared Suho requesting to issue commands. On the other side was an everyday situation of Suho training together with the dogs. The tune's turnaround, with the shrill of brass and the flowing piano, was akin to a seedling that had struggled to emerge from the earth and, through much hardship, had grown up into a tall tree capable of withstanding the harshest winds. Even if the later competitions no longer required Suho to step in, everyone knew at that moment that he was not simply standing up there as a decoration. The brass and string medley rapidly ascended, and ascended, and ascended, all the way till it hit a splendid instant. Dongshan Farm have taken first place again and have gotten themselves 10 points. With this, they have secured qualifications into the Eastern Region Finals. Congratulations, Dongshan Farm, the commentator's voice rang out from the display. Suho, who looked like a normal farm employee now, rushed down from his spot on the instructor's platform and hugged the 7 shepherd dogs emotionally as carefree laughter floated from the area. Now at the conclusion of the competition, the screen displayed Dongshan's placing. Suho stood up from the grass, not bothering to wipe away the fragments of grass, sheep wool, and dog fur. Panting, he looked up at the screen and brought a fist to his chest. His heart was throbbing intensely from all the joy, his eyes shimmering with tears. That was the jubilation of victory, and a triumph that his heart had earned. Amidst the cheery melody, each musical note was robust but not conceited. The music was not overpowering nor romantic but intimate yet unyielding, akin to the firm belief that the people of Muzhou held toward their motherland and this competition. In the display, the newly constructed Dongshan Farm signage was set up on the grass. The once sparse and empty spaces had been partitioned out, and new shoots were growing in the fields. Amidst the drizzling rain, a new lease of life had been breathed into the farm. Back at Dongshan Farm, Suho was standing in the middle of 2 fields. He took off running against the wind, then suddenly stopped. Turning back in the direction of the muddy road he'd taken, a grin appeared on his muddied face. I might have wept bitter tears after encountering problems, but as I kept moving forward, I realized how far I had come by gritting my teeth and moving forward. The piano played out a beckoning pitch as woodwinds, brass, and strings joined the fray as the entire orchestra converged for the epilogue. The majestic blend of sounds brought about a victorious and proud vibe as warmth flooded the entire body and raised the spirits up. It was as if a young eagle was spreading its wings, waiting for the wind to pick up before flying off in search of new glories. Surging forward with a clear heart and unafraid of the future, this was the spirit of youth. The ending of the video was a group photo. Su-ho and the 7 shepherd dogs were at the forefront, and at the background stood 2 people. One was Wu-yi, and the other was Fang Zhao. End credits. Videography, Wu-yi, Su-ho, Fang Zhao. Editing, Fang Zhao, Su-ho. Soundtrack, Chasing Wind. Composer, Fang Zhao. However, very few people paid attention to the end credits. Even more people were thinking about the Su-ho depicted in the video. This short publicity film had made people view Su-ho in a different light. After the video ended, the commentator was silent for close to 5 seconds before he lightened the mood with a joke. Do you know the sort of person that I dislike the most? An invited esteemed guest sitting beside the commentator asked, what sort? The commentator replied, those that are born well off but are still especially hard-working. The esteemed guest laughed, it can't be helped. We might not be able to see it, but Su-ho has put in a lot of effort. He is a real role model. Those that were familiar with Su-ho were bewildered. Huh? Role model? Su-ho, that retard? Of course, people watching the live broadcast online thought differently. I took a screenshot of the last photo at the end of the video. Everyone take a look at the person standing at the back, doesn't he look familiar? You were not paying attention when watching. It was obviously mentioned that the person was Wu-yi, the owner of Shanmu Farm. Rubbish. Obviously I know that is Wu-yi. I was talking about the other person beside him. Who is that? I don't think he appeared in the publicity video. There were people who quickly recognized him right away. What the F***, Fang Zhao. Interest in music was indeed lacking in Muzhou. Locals were clueless about many genres and they didn't follow any pop stars, let alone symphonic composers. They didn't bother with musicians except for reading the occasional news item about them. But now, people were interested in the unfamiliar name that appeared in the promotional film for one of the teams competing in the Eastern Regional Finals of the local shepherding competition. Who is Fang Zhao? The curiosity of people who normally only followed agriculture, the weather, and shepherding contests was piqued. They learned from music students that Fang Zhao was a rising star in the world of pop composition. He was widely praised by senior composers and admired by younger fans. This is how some Muzhou natives responded when they got the lowdown. Sounds impressive, but how was Su-ho able to commission a piece from him? Right, how had Su-ho managed to get Fang Zhao to compose the background music for his promotional film for the Eastern Regional Finals? But even if they were curious, they had no way of finding out the truth. Of course, what the masses of Muzhou cared about most was Su-ho and the 7 dogs of Dongshan Farm. The focus of the promotional clip wasn't Dongshan Farm itself but rather the evolution of the farm's young owner. The combination of video and music was quite memorable. The film made people regret teasing Su-ho in the past. After all, this was a kid still in secondary school, and a hardworking and tough kid at that. Older folks were always drawn to youngsters who worked hard. Some of the parents watching the live broadcast started nagging their children. Look at how hardworking Su-ho is, blah, blah, blah. Su-ho probably never would have imagined in his wildest dreams that he'd become a role model, but he had no time to bask in the glory. He was preparing for battle. Maybe it was the promotional film, but Su-ho felt a lot more relaxed. In its place emerged an indescribable fighting spirit and a sense that a long-awaited occasion had arrived. When Su-ho described the feeling to Fang Zhao smiled and responded, that's called confidence. After the promotional films for all the teams had played, the folks watching the live broadcast realized that the one that left the deepest impression was Suho's. It painted a vivid picture of the young farm owner's personal growth. Okay. The promotional films were a showdown of marketing prowess. Now it's down to business. The spectators settled down and started looking forward to the competition. The Eastern Regional Finals determined which 4 teams would qualify for the Grand Finals. The size of the venue was bigger than regular season venues, the courses were longer, and the pasture was more uneven. It was easy to veer off course, and instructor intervention was much more common than during the regular season. Completion times were also longer. Generally speaking, a decent time was under 10 minutes. Teams that had made the Grand Finals in previous years typically posted times of under 6 minutes, while contenders for the overall first and second places usually finished in about 5 minutes. The goal Wu Yi set for his team was 8 minutes. Under 10 minutes was a bare pass, and a lowly ranked one at that. As long as you exercise good judgment, ask to intervene in a timely manner, and signal correctly, you'll be okay. As an instructor, Suho could only monitor the competition venue and master the correct route from a few screens near his pedestal. The route for every final was different. Sometimes the dogs needed to make an unexpected turn. That was when the instructor stepped in. The theme music for the shepherding competition began to play, which meant the finals were about to kick off. Competitors and the viewers scattered all over Muzhou set aside what they were working on to focus on the contest. Discussions were left unfinished. Not only were the viewers passionate about this traditional sport in Muzhou, but many of them had bet on their favorite teams to win. The first team to compete was a veteran competitor. 6 of their 8 dogs had appeared in the regional finals last year. Their preparation was probably precise and methodical, since their dogs didn't betray any signs of nervousness or discomfort. The farm owner also stepped in at the right moments. You could say that the first team completed its routine smoothly. 7 minutes and 16 seconds. That was a decent time, but the farm owner didn't seem to be pleased. His dogs had taken 10 more seconds than they had the previous year. 10 seconds might not be a major gap during the regular season, but in the regional finals, it was enough to make the difference between a top 4 finish or not. Even though he wasn't happy, the farm owner didn't show his temper. He just shook his head, saying during his interview, "The sheep are different this year. They're hard to herd." Hard to herd? The viewers were confused. The commentator didn't elaborate. The second team took nearly half a minute longer than the first, the reason being that the dogs took too long with their turns. "The sheep this year are slow," the farm owner who fielded the second team said. Comments like that initially struck viewers as excuse-making, but after the third and fourth farm owners started voicing similar sentiments, people started wondering. "I paid special attention during the second team's routine," Wu Yi said in the viewing gallery. "The sheep used in the regional finals this year are different from the ones used in the regular season. I should say they look the same, but their temperaments are different. They're bolder and grumpier." That's the problem the fourth team ran into. Halfway through their routine, their flock of sheep nearly dispersed. Several of the sheep even stomped their hooves at the dogs, even snarling at the head dog and almost bumping into it. They're not easy to handle at all. Wu Yi was worried, but he couldn't afford a drop in morale now. He turned and patted Su Ho on the shoulder. "No worries. It's the same challenge for everyone. Everyone will be taking longer than last year. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." The fifth team to compete is Shobei Farm. Let's take a close look. Word is their top dog is angling for MVD in the grand finals. Wu Yi and company turned serious. Their stiffest competition was no doubt Shobei Farm. They were first in the regular season and a top contender for first place in the East Finals, even the overall final. Shobei Farm's head dog Gold Colt sparked squeals of excitement the moment it entered the venue. The squeals naturally couldn't be heard on the pasture, but there was no doubt Gold Colt was the center of attention among viewers both attending in person in the viewing gallery and watching via live broadcast. This was truly a champion dog that could shepherd by stare. Other continents had their celebrities, while Muzhou had their star dogs. The amount of emotion Muzhou natives poured into their shepherd dogs wasn't something foreigners could comprehend. For them, the dogs competing in shepherding contests were as captivating as star actors or singers. The discussion board of the official website for the shepherding competition had long been flooded with messages. If you watched the contest via virtual reality webcast, the cries were literally shuddering. As the previous few farm owners had said, the sheep used in this year's competition were especially hard to round up. But it was a different story when the dogs of Shobei Farm took charge. The sheep trotted much more quickly than in the previous 4 rounds. We're coming up on a curve. Shobei Farm has had good luck so far. Their top dog, Gold Colt, is speeding up. It's attacking the head sheep. Change in direction. The sheep have changed direction. Compared to previous teams, Shobei Farm mastered the same turn with incredible speed. The whole process was seamless. How about Shobei Farm's head dog, Gold Colt? Spectacular. Now that's herding by staring. All in. All sheep are in the pen. Perfect. 4 minutes and 32 seconds. 4 minutes and 32 seconds. That would have been good enough to place first last year, let alone this year with the new sheep. The commentator was so emotional his voice went off pitch, a flaw that was broadcast loud and clear through the excellent sound equipment. He didn't hide the fact that a new species of sheep was used this year. That's the best time of this contest so far. And Gold Colt is a likely candidate for most valuable dog in the grand finals. The commentator turned to his guest, an elderly farm owner. Someone once said that a heavenly dog like this comes only once every 10 years, or even every 20 years. Take Lightning, for example, which won you 5 championships, or King Kong from about a decade ago. And now we have Gold Colt from Shobei. The elderly man's farm had won 5 straight championships 20-odd years ago, until his champion dog had passed in an accident. The farm was able to train a new top dog and clinch the overall title again, but they never repeated their legendary run of 5 straight championships. This old farm owner was a top expert when it came to breeding, training, and judging shepherd dogs. That was why the commentator wanted him to offer his input. The old farm owner recalled his beloved champion dog. Gold Colt has definitely cut a dashing figure this year, reminiscent of the heavenly flair of our own Lightning. The atmosphere was tense in the viewing gallery where Fang Zhao and company sat. Everyone was quiet. The only sounds were the speakers relaying the passionate voice of the commentator and his guest's lavish praise. Heavenly dog. Fang Zhao said in a puzzled tone. As soon as Fang Zhao uttered the phrase, he heard an "achoo" from near his feet. He followed the sound. It seemed that Curly Hair had sneezed. Does he have a cold? Wu Yi shifted his attention immediately. He looked like the sky was about to collapse. The folks in the viewing gallery got even tenser. Wu Yi and his family, as well as their vet team, rushed forward to check on Curly Hair. How does he look? Wu Yi felt like his innards were shuddering. He was worried that Curly Hair might have eaten something outside of his regular diet. Even though the dogs had undergone thorough body checks yesterday and today and were cleared, who knew if they would catch some weird disease at the venue or suffer from stomach trouble. The vet team inspected Curly Hair meticulously. The experts shook their heads. Nothing unusual. Really? The vets were upset their medical judgment was being taken to task. Are you questioning our competence? Or do you want it to be sick? Wu Yi shook his head vigorously. No, of course not. Fang Zhao watched Curly Hair scratch his head with one of his hind legs. He said to Wu Yi, "Don't worry. He's fine. Let's keep watching." Shobei Farm's stellar performance had indeed blown many folks away and put a lot of pressure on the two teams that competed next. Even though the 6th and 7th farms posted decent times, neither came under 7 minutes. If the commentator hadn't revealed the fact that organizers used a new breed of sheep, perhaps some doubters would still have written that off as an excuse. Not everyone could tell the difference between different species of sheep. When the 7th team appeared, Wu Yi and company escorted Su Ho and the dogs to the competition venue. After the 7th team was done, Dongshan Farm was up next. Okay, the 8th team appearing this year has been closely watched. Dongshan Farm also boasts a very special dog. Wu Yi had rushed back by the time the commentator began his spiel. He sat on his chair and his eyes were glued to the screen, as if he didn't want to miss a single frame. And we're off. The commentator raised his voice, putting everyone on notice. The flock has gathered quickly. The herding is going smoothly too. So far, Dongshan Farm's dogs are doing well. Their times are quick. They're the quickest besides Shobei Farm, the commentator observed while examining data from his statistician. Wu Yi couldn't sit still. He got up and walked closer to the screen. He clenched his fists and started biting them. His lips were quivering, as if he were praying. Fang Zhao also glared at the screen. He knew a crucial juncture was coming up. The final destination of the flock, either the pen on the left or the right, was decided at the last minute and randomly. It was impossible to predict, often coming down to luck. It was a test of the dog's and instructor's ability to adjust. About halfway through rounding up the sheep, the destination appeared on the big screen. It was the pen on the left. This wasn't good news for Dongshan Farm, because their head dog, Curly Hair, was situated on the left flank. By custom, the head dog on the right flank would be responsible for ushering the sheep into the left pen. If your head dog was on the left flank and you wanted to steer your flock left, you had 3 options. The first was for the lead dog to shift to the right flank and force the sheep left. The second involved the instructor directing the number 2 dog on the right flank to steer the flock left. The most conservative option was to stop the flock altogether, then change direction, but that was too time-consuming. Dongshan Farm's number 2 dog was Bingo. The team had rehearsed such a scenario before the contest. They had decided to go for the first option, as Fang Zhao had suggested. The flock is making a turn. They're about to shift direction. Watch the positioning of the dogs. This is the time when the head dog shows what he's made of. Let's see if it can force the sheep to shift direction based on the instructor's guidance, or if they'll stop the flock altogether and then change direction. The commentator pressed on, saliva flying from his mouth. Su Ho has asked to intervene. Oh. Has Su Ho decided to order Curly Hair to switch flanks? Su Ho was shown on screen asking for an intervention. He gave Curly Hair a direct order to switch flanks and steer the flock into the left pen. Pay attention. It's speeding up. Looks like it's going to take a detour. Oh. It's flown straight to the right flank. Not only did the commentator go off pitch, he started stuttering. His guest, the elderly farm owner, also exclaimed, as if he had seen something earth-shattering. The TV screen showed Curly Hair making the cross by speeding up toward the flock, leaping, and then treading on the backs of the sheep, like crossing a pond by stepping on stones. Flying was an exaggeration, but it was indeed a jaw-dropping move. This was a very rare move. Not only was it a test of the dog's leaping ability, the most important thing was not to miss a step or lose footing and plunge amidst the stampeding flock. The dog could get killed either way. Wu Yi's heart was thumping so hard it felt like he was about to vomit it. He barely felt the biting wounds on his fists. His eyes were peeled open. He had seen Curly Hair make a similar move during practice, but he would never order him to try it in competition. It was too dangerous. The slightest slip-up and the dog was gone. The commentator responded quickly and passionately. MVD. MVD. No doubt, if Dongshan makes the grand finals, curly hair will be a top contender for this year's MVD award. Viewers tuning into the broadcast were miffed by that comment. Hadn't Homeboy just said that Gold Colt was shoo-in for East MVD? And that it was a leading contender for MVD in the grand finals? What a quick reversal. Where was his integrity? The commentator kept on as if he had forgotten what he'd just said, and his integrity at that. He had thrown himself to the wolves on the first day. He was still lost in revelry. I can see his market value growing exponentially. The MVD label could be taken literally or figuratively. Every dog competing in the final would see their market value rise, especially the head dog, and the market price for the MVD in the grand finals would go through the roof. The flock hasn't stopped. It's shifted direction. Suho has asked to intervene again. Very good. His timing is great. Dog A on the other flank needs to stay on course. The dogs in the back need to hurry up too. This is too sudden of a turn. The flock is speeding up. I have a hunch. The commentator took a deep breath as he examined the latest data. They might. He hemmed and hawed. Inside the viewing gallery, Wu Yi was so nervous he could bite his fingers off. His eyes kept darting between the timer in the upper right-hand corner of the screen and the action in the center of the screen. He was so stiff he felt like a fossil. Fang Zhao took in the action on the big screen and laughed. He spit out the 4 words the commentator had held back, set a new record. Wu Yi's ears twitched. He clearly heard what Fang Zhao had said, but his brain didn't seem to process the information. His teeth, which were still biting his fists, started clattering. The flock is heading into the pen. Into the pen. They're all in. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The commentator screamed at the top of his voice and howled hysterically. Since the format of the competition was reformed 80 years ago, the best time posted in the East has been 4 minutes and 21 seconds. That record was set by the team led by the so-called Heavenly Dog Lightning, which won 5 straight national championships. Now Dongshan Farm has broken the record by 1 second. If we didn't swap sheep, the record would have been slashed by at least 10 seconds. Wu Yi felt like he had taken everything in and his brain went blank at the same time. His lips were quivering and he could barely put a sentence together. New record? Yup, Fang Zhao responded. Fang Zhao thought to himself, if these were battle dogs from the end of days, the sheep would be in the pen within a minute, at most 2 minutes, without instructor intervention. But considering this was the new era and that Muzhou had enjoyed a peacetime of some 500 years, this was a decent showing by ordinary farm dogs. Fang Zhao started to understand why Muzhou's founders decided to make shepherding a tradition. It was just like mandatory military service in the new era. Even though vested interests were at play, the competition and the training leading up to the contest kept the service dog or wild dog DNA in these dogs alive. If the geopolitical landscape changed, these dogs could be quickly drafted as battle dogs, just like during the apocalypse. The melody of Chasing Wind, at its climax was played and Fang Zhao turned to look at the big screen. Suho had left the instructor's podium and dashed toward the 7 dogs resting by the finish line. His face was covered in tears. He cried and laughed at the same time. Organizers used Chasing Wind as the background music for this scene. It was the BGM of the moment, of Suho's moment. Suho was hot stuff. The entire Muzhou internet was in disarray from all the buzz. The team that had broken the record in the Eastern Region Finals sheepherding competition. Suho was the farm owner and instructor. Furthermore, given that he was a younger generation Sioux family member and had been labeled a model youth, how could the media give up such an opportunity for a topic that would generate and capture a lot of attention? It was not just limited to Muzhou's entertainment media. The political news segment, education news segment, sheepherding segment, agriculture segment, and even the weather forecast also mentioned the matter. Especially the education segment. Now that they had found an exemplary model, naturally, they had to proclaim it. The influence sheep-herding competitions had in Muzhou was something that foreigners would not understand. From being an aristocratic retard, with one leap, Suho had become a young star. The shock of the 3 words, broke the record, covered the entirety of Muzhou. Whenever anyone from Muzhou talked about this year's sheep-herding competition, they would surely mention Dongshan Farm and thus naturally mention Suho. With the pre-competition's publicity film to lay the foundations, no one could say that Suho did not deserve it. Of course, when people praised, there would be those that criticized as well. Even if Suho is a younger member of the Su family, given his age, there is no way he had that much money to hire workers to totally sort out the farm after he bought it. What about the shepherd dogs' competition training and food? Furthermore, they still had a veterinarian team. All of those do not come cheap. Are you all blind? An exemplary model? A miracle production? Can you all take a look at the end credits of the publicity film? Fang Zhao. The main person for composing and editing was Fang Zhao. He who single-handedly propped up Silver Wing's virtual projects department and just completed a global lecture tour. That Fang Zhao. Surely he has done something. To be able to revive Silver Wing's virtual projects department back from the dead, surely this is a scheme of his. Who knows, maybe the entire thing from start to end was a conspiracy. Yeah, who knows, there might be someone behind the scenes supporting. How else would a Suho who knew nothing hire Fang Zhao to compose a piece so easily, and how he could collaborate with Shanmu Farm that smoothly? And how coincidental that he would get those few shepherd dogs, especially that flying dog. However, Suho paid no heed to all the doubters online. In the past, he would have cared about how the media judged him, but now, he never even bothered to check them. Furthermore, he did not have the time to do so. After the end of competition, he kept receiving calls non-stop. He received congratulations from his classmates and other members of the Su family. His older brother had found time despite being in the middle of an experiment to give him a call. This was a very rare occurrence. After he ended the call with his brother, he received a call from 2 of his younger sisters who said they wanted to visit Dongshan Farm and take a photograph with curly hair, but the maid looking after them had disapproved, saying it was too dangerous and to wait after the buzz to die down before looking for a chance. Muzhou Central District, Qingtai Mountain. Qingtai Mountain was not the highest mountain in Muzhou, it could not even be considered high, as it looked like a mountain that had its top 2/3 shaved off. At the summit, there were a few courtyards and traditional buildings. No skyscrapers could be found there. But in Muzhou, this mountain held a special significance. The earliest Muzhou government had been located here, and great General Su Mu of the founding era and other important leaders had stayed there. After the number of descendants had increased, the government had made new plans to shift elsewhere. Now, those living on Qingtai Mountain were the earliest descendants of those leaders. Most of them were already retired elderly. The young were not willing to coop themselves in that sort of restrictive place and be observed. On top of Qingtai Mountain, inside an old residence, a few white-haired seniors were sitting in the center. Surrounding them were a few middle-aged men and women, sitting reservedly. The room was very quiet. The younger generations that were sitting at the sides and corners wished they could find a place to sneak off to. Originally, those few elders had arranged to watch the competition together, but never had they expected to see a youngster of the Su family. To those elders with over 100 years of age, that generation of Su Ho's age did not leave much of a lasting impression on them. They could not even count the number of great-grandchildren they had with the fingers on both hands, let alone their great-great-grandchildren. Unless they were outstanding or good at making themselves stand out, these elders could not even match their names to their faces. However, just one round of the Eastern Region sheep-herding finals was enough to make them remember Su Ho's name. An elder sighed. I never expected that among the youngsters of the Su family there would still be such a fellow. To be able to achieve this sort of result, he has indeed done well, another elder exclaimed. This bunch of oldies had experienced a lot. Whether Su-ho had any support behind the scenes, they could guess as much without investigating. However, whether his luck was good, or whether he found anyone to help him, it was all down to Su-ho's own ability. Of all the people he could help, why had Fang Zhao specifically chosen to help him? The Su family had many promising youngsters, why would Fang Zhao, who had a reputation in the music industry, choose to help Su-ho, who was often looked down upon and even called a retard? In the end, luck was but a part of one's ability. That Fang Zhao person, I heard he is a composer from Yenzhou. Aha, I heard as well. This year, when Su-ho went to Yenzhou to pay his respects, he probably met this Fang Zhao there. The exact same name. What a coincidence. In this world, there were many people who shared the same names, and many who shared the same names as martyrs. They guessed that, during Su-ho's time paying his respects in Yenzhou, he coincidentally met a person called Fang Zhao and hence got to know each other. We can investigate it when the time comes. However, that is all secondary. What I wish to know is who set up that scam. Originally, the elder was speaking in a warm tone, but when he reached the last part of his sentence, his tone abruptly intensified and his eyes flashed with anger, like a sword that had been unsheathed. They ignored the younger generation of Su's internal squabbles and competition. With competition came motivation. The more outstanding ones would achieve better resources. Small squabbles and fights would pass. However, they absolutely could not allow the act of defrauding a fellow family member for one's own benefit. If they wanted to compete, they had to go about it fair and square. To hurt another family member was absolutely forbidden. These were the words Great General Su Mu had left for the Su family descendants. Anyone who broke this sacred rule would be made to leave the Su family. If it was not a Su family member that had defrauded another, then all the more reason why they had to investigate. Who dared to cheat the Su family? Even if he was a retard, who were you to bully him as you please? Investigate. The resounding, investigate, word made the youngsters in the room shiver. It looked like certain people were going to be out of luck. Su-ho had just ended the call with his younger sisters when he received a video call from an older female cousin in Qingcheng. Su-ho, you are gonna have it good. Ah. Su-ho had a blank look. Hee, a few people are gonna get unlucky real soon. The girl in the projection smiled as if she took delight in the misfortune of others and proceeded to tell Su-ho what had happened in the room on Qingtai. This was followed by another round of getting to know Su-ho all over again. Su-ho, you changed so much, skinnier and tanned. Hey, previously in the publicity film, did you intentionally act, or was it really just an edit of your normal everyday routine? Of course it was the editing. Everything inside is completely real. Su-ho asserted. All the footage from the film was taken by his 3 bodyguards, Shanmu Farm's security cameras, and Fang Zhao's own objective recordings, as well as his own video recordings. The footage had been collated and edited into a short film, with some slight artistic touches added in. Back then, he had not even known that his 3 bodyguards were monitoring him. After he found out, he was a little pissed, but thinking it through, he was accident-prone and had a past record. The 3 bodyguards were only doing their job ensuring his safety, so Su-ho did not blame them but instead assigned new tasks for them. I was just asking. Don't get so worked up. Was the film edited by Fang Zhao or was it completed by you? At the mention of this, Su-ho felt a little embarrassed. Master Zhao edited it. 2 days before the submission, I passed a portion of a video to Master Zhao, who did the rest. I only did a little bit. Actually, I had edited a version of the publicity film, but when I saw Master Zhao's video, I couldn't bring myself to take it out. Master Zhao. Sounds like this person is rather good at putting on airs. Wait a minute, did you say you made your own video? Send it to me. Don't be shy, we are family, if it sucks, I won't say a word to anyone. Even if she intended to spread it, after seeing the fury of the elders on Qingtai Mountain, she would not even dare do so. Su Ho thought for a bit and felt that letting his own Su family members see it was no big deal, so he sent that video over to her. In a short moment, his elder female cousin had sent a reply. In the future, it would be better to leave these sort of artistic matters to a proper artist. Oh, I almost forgot. How did you get to know Fang Zhao? This was what Su Ho's cousin really wanted to know. Su Ho spoke about the circumstances at the cemetery and how he had approached Fang Zhao for help. Su Ho's cousin remained silent for quite a bit this time before, finally, faintly saying, "Seems like your 49 kowtows were not for nothing." After ending the call, Su Ho's cousin related the story to a few other Su family members of the same generation. Some of them were wondering whether they should head over during the next Memorial Day for some kowtows. Su Ho had gone to Yenzhou and, after some kowtows, had met a prosperous helping hand. They wondered if they would maybe become popular next year if they kowtowed before Su Mu's grave. Su Ho also felt that the kowtows had totally been worth it. He might have been gloomy over his siblings fooling him back then, but now he realized it had been worth it. If he had not knocked his head that many times, he would not have run over to Su Mu's grave in a bout of fury to complain and would not have met Fang Zhao, and things would not have turned out this way. Over at Muzhou, Dongshan Farm had become all the rage because of the Eastern Region Finals. Su Ho and Shanmu Farm had all become popular. Needless to say, the competition dogs had all featured on this year's ranking charts, especially the lead dog, Curly Hair. In human competitions, there was always a most valuable player, and sheep herding competitions similarly had such an award. After the competition, there was a vote, and Curly Hair unanimously won the Most Valuable Dog award. At the same time, the sheep herding competition organizers posted the value rankings of the Eastern Region competition dogs on their homepage. Curly Hair had a value of 50 million and was worthy of its title of Most Valuable Dog. Wu Yi was even happier than Fang Zhao. 6 out of the 7 dogs in the team were from his farm. Although Bingo was worth a few million, still far off from Curly Hair, Wu Yi was already very satisfied. The added value of his 6 dogs also amounted to at least 100 million. Furthermore, this was only temporary. When the finals started, their value would continue to rise, perhaps by a few times. The creases from Wu Yi's face had become deeper from all that smiling. He sighed ruefully and said, "Fang Zhao said back then that this dog had wandered for who knows how long in the Black Street. When he picked it up, it was all skin and bones and could not even stand." For the people of Muzhou who loved dogs, the circumstances that Fang Zhao had mentioned were unimaginable. Muzhou's laws safeguarded the interest of the people of Muzhou. Every law-abiding citizen of Muzhou would have their own plot of land other than those inherited from their parents or elders. There were charities that would give those with special circumstances plots of land or perhaps work. As long as they were not lazy and did not abandon themselves, they would be able to have a life. Dogs were different. They did not have land or jobs. However, there were no strays in Muzhou. Even if they were abandoned by their old farm owners, the new farm owners would also take care of them. Otherwise, those farm owners would be viewed by others as wicked and heartless. In other continents, people would term this as emotional blackmail, but in Muzhou, they felt that this was the right thing to do. After all, deciding to raise them, it was their responsibility. Even if they were not raised well, it was up to the farm owner's own decision. Fang Zhao has some good luck. Who would know that a stray that was picked up could achieve the unexpected status it had today? If everyone had known, what would have happened all those years in the Black Street? And since Curly Hair occupied the top ranking in the Eastern region, its life story also came into the light. What? It is not a Muzhou dog. To actually be from another continent? Screw everything else, let's not waste time and buy it over. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.